Good morning, everybody. Hello. It's Erik Swanson, Habitude Warrior in the house. I'm super excited about being here. I am live. We are live. We're live. Guys, we're live. I have the whole production crew behind. I got to introduce you to the production crew. Hold on one second. Let me do this again. We did this last week. I'm going to do it again because I really want to give them props, and I've got all their names here, and it's awesome. Let me just make sure I've got all their names. Okay, so I've got the production crew's names here. Bam! And I'm gonna literally read them all off. Ready? So I want to thank my lighting crew. You guys are awesome. You guys are really cool. We got some grips here. I don't even know what a grip is, but we got them here. We have who else do we have? Guys, what I forgot the guy's name, but we've got some camera equipment moving people. I don't know what that is. We've got some people who actually got we have the sound crew too. Thanks, guys. The live stream crew, and of course somebody that gets me water and makeup. It's pretty cool. If you guys want to see the list, I'm going to show you the list. Ready? Here it is. It's me, guys. I am doing this whole thing. It's me. Here it is again, right? Boom. But I got to tell you, I can't do this without a really amazing rock star team that somehow has fallen into my awesomeness. I don't know how this happened, but it did. And I want to introduce you guys to the awesome rock star team. And before I do that, I want to check, as I always do, to make sure that we are live, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure that we are good to go. Let's see. Yeah, we're live. What's up? Let's check it out. Hold on one second. I'm so excited about this live situation. And can you guys hear? Is it? Yeah, we are. We're live. Okay. All right. Can I say live like 4 more times? Live. There we go. I did it. So my whole team is laughing right now at me because this is what they do. And what I got to tell you, one of my goals, I have it written down. Hold on. I'm going to write it down again because I have it in the other room. But hold on one second. Okay. Here it is. And there we go. Boom. Okay. So this is one of my goals that I have written down in the other room, but I always put it. So it's make Yuri smile and laugh. This is what I do. And I think it happened. So let me bring on everybody all at once. And we have everybody. What's up? What's going on, guys? How are you all? Good morning, good afternoon, I don't know. Hello, Vietnam. I don't know. Where are you guys? Is anyone in the U.S. today? What's happening? You guys look. Oh my God! You guys all look like you were in the same exact spot as you were last week. What's happening here?
I moved a little bit over this way.
How is everybody? Good morning. How is everyone today?
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Great to be here. Ready to rock and roll.
I almost forgot, and Steve can catch up on this, I'm sure. I almost forgot. I wanted to wear my shades and actually pass them around to you guys if you want. You guys were asking me about the shades because I literally have these awesome shades that are all, what are they called? Like Bluetooth and everything. Check it out. So it's like really cool looking, I think. And actually, you want to check them out? Here, they change colors too. Check this out. Yuri, here, check this out. They're so cool.
Nice.
That's a Habitude Warrior song.
Oh, yeah. Give them to Wendi.
Are you ready?
Have her try them on. There we go. Oh, that's so cool. It's so weird how it changes colors.
So cool. Hey, John, you want to try these ones?
Yeah. I want to give it a try. So let me just
give him to John. Wow. Hey, they turned into Bono.
Bono.
How did that happen?
Okay, here we go. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna pass them along.
Steve's gonna be bummed if he doesn't have any. Oh, you guys are fun.
Very nice.
Fantastic.
All right, Steve.
Now pass it back to John. Pass it back to John.
Okay, John.
Yeah,
All right, I gotta coordinate this. Oh, wrong direction.
Over here, baby. Here we go.
Over here. All right.
Yeah.
Now here. These are.
Oh, going back to Steve. Okay.
Whoa. Okay. Now back over to you.
Okay. And going up to Wendi.
Wait.
All right.
Somebody send some back to me because I can't see without mine.
Oh no, Steve.
You guys are having way too much fun on this. Way too much fun on this.
Okay. Luckily, I've got another pair.
All right. Yeah. You guys are having way too much fun on this. So I'm going to reel this back in and introduce you guys real quick. So to my left or right, whatever angle you're looking at, that way, this is the amazing, the awesome, the transformational coach, the intentional coach, and she's the one that I love to make smile and laugh. Her name is Yuri Choi, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Yuri Choi.
Party. Thanks for having me here, Eric. Oh my gosh, I've been looking forward to this. I was looking at the lineup again. I'm blown away. I was just talking to Pat this morning. I'm like, this is crazy. This is amazing. So I'm so excited. Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, let's have some fun.
I'm so excited you're here. Super excited. And to your left, we have what I call my secret weapon. Yeah, to your other left. There you go. It's my secret weapon. Her name is Wendi Freeman, ladies and gentlemen. And Wendi Freeman is an amazing individual who teaches people and shows you how to do it, but also can do it for you. It's amazing. It shows you how to do an event the right way. And Wendi, do you want to share just a quick thing about what you guys do?
Yeah, super excited to be here. Last week was awesome. So excited we get to do it again. And yeah, I am an event planner and in-person events, virtual events. Right now, really focusing on helping entrepreneurs and organizations transition their in-person events to virtual events and making sure that they are successful, profitable, and engaged.
Just like this. Well,
so happy to be here and can't wait.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate you being here. And your company name is, we're all going to wear them now. All right. By the way, we're not all wearing them all day long. Okay. I'm just letting you know. All right. So she runs something called Be Bright Events, which is really awesome. So there you go. And we'll later on during the day, let's put up each of your websites and so forth so they can get in touch with you guys. All right. Next on the list is Mr. John Kovach. John Kovach. What's up? This guy is awesome. I met him through a young lady named Julie May, who runs the speaking. What's it called? Speaking seriously, or seriously speaking. Which one is it? I always make
seriously.
Oh, that's it. All right. Yeah. Seriously. So she's awesome, and she introduced me to John Kovach Jr. and he's just amazing. So tell us in 20 seconds or less, what do you do, brother?
In 20 seconds, I run a company called Amplified Minds, and I'm the founder of a place called the Champion Circle. Essentially, I just get to play all day with really cool people, like some of the coolest people you can think of. And I've been graciously introduced to your network and everyone else's networks to really leverage and have a good time with some of the coolest people in the world. But I'm a master connector and a networker. So we just get together and we play a lot of golf. We play a lot of Nerf gun battles and laser tag. We just get professionals in a room and have a lot of fun.
Dude, I'm coming over there, man.
See you all in Salt Lake
City. Later. It's so funny if I showed up.
If you showed up into his screen, man, I'd be freaked out.
That would be dope.
You know what we should have done? Steve has gotten the blow-up version of the balloon version. Remember in Houston? We should have put that. I think Tucker has that in some in Arkansas or something. So next on the list we have the amazing, the awesome Lynn Rose. And she is Lynn Rose, what's happening? In fact, you know what? I just sent myself a little note to let you know what she does because she's awesome. And the note is gone. Here it is. She does media. She's a media entrepreneur and TV host, high performance business strategist, and keynote speaker, as well as an entertainer. Tell us more, Lynn.
Woo! I like saying business and speaking strategist for experts, but I'm just really excited I thought last week was incredible. What we're going to have today, with who's on today, it's going to be, let's take it to another level, y'all. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited, but and a lot of them are my friends. We've gotten to share the stage many times through the years. They light you and ignite you. And anyway, I'm just excited. I can't even just stop talking about how excited I am. I don't like talking about myself. So I'm going to toss it over to Steve over there and do your thing. But thank you.
You're here. You're awesome. You're amazing. I'm so glad that you're actually kind of a newcomer to our Habitude Warrior family. So I'm really appreciative of you. So I appreciate you.
Can I just say too, I love that we're translating, and this is huge in our industry. We are translating the live event online, and it translates so beautifully through the way you're doing it here. And so kudos.
Thank you so much. We're also translating this in Spanish and in Mandarin. Anyway, we're bringing on, next is doctor. We have a doctor in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
A doctor in the house.
I probably need one, to be honest with you. We have doctor, and thank you very much, doctor. You prescribed this medicine, was amazing. It's awesome. So, vodka. So we have, it's funny how people think that that's true, but it's, why did I do that? Air quotes on true. Have you ever wanted to just do air quotes anytime you want? Like, this is an awesome live. It's like, no, it is like go take the dog out. Like, what? It's the dog. What do you mean?
This is such an American thing, by the way.
It's so weird. Can you imagine? We have a doctor. No, we really do have a doctor. Dr. Steve Taubman, ladies and gentlemen, is just an awesome dude. He's an amazing speaker, a national best-selling author, #1 best-selling author. Amazing. His newest book is called Bulletproof, and you put it on, you wear it, and people can't get you. Just Steve, couple quick words. Yeah.
I don't know. I was just on my way to the bathroom, and here I am. I don't know how this happened. Yeah, I'm Steve Taubman, and I love when you use the word translating, because I feel like we as a group are translating esoteric principles into common language for everyone to absorb and understand, and apply in their lives. So we've got great translators today, people who have the capacity to take these wonderful, wise ideas of the ages and make them accessible to those who are learning how to live their lives in a better way. I'm super excited about being here.
Absolutely. And it's funny, I just looked up how to spell esoteric, and I got all right. So, man, you're so smart. How do you do this? All right.
I just look up a few words before I get on with you, Erik.
I'll tell you what, man, if you ever hear me clickety-clacketing, I've got another computer over here. I'm just looking stuff up. It's crazy. But I would have asked my project manager, but it's me. All right, so I'm really excited about you guys being here. This is awesome. And some people, I got to give a little disclaimer, timeout. So here's the disclaimer. I had a few people come on. Yeah, well, a lot of people. We had thousands of people last Friday, and we just got a new listing, whatever it's called. What do you call it when you have an amount? We just looked it up. I don't know what word I'm looking for. And we just found out that we have 836 people that just signed up yesterday for this live. So really excited about you guys being here. Thank you for spending the day with us. I know we're broadcasting to about 5 different locations, and we have about 1,000 people on each one, and it's really cool. And somebody texted me the other day. They're like, "Hey, you're awesome. You're a lot of fun. You're great. You know, I love the morning. It was so much fun for that 20 minutes. But is the whole day going to be crazy like that?" That's what they asked me, and I was like, "No, not the whole day." So I do like to be a little crazy every now and then, as you probably already know. But yeah, just a little bit. But trust me, the day is going to be filled with just amazing. I mean, just let me just mention a few of the lineup. Last week we had Dan Clark, Joseph McClendon, Jim Cathcart, Frank Stankwitz, Dr. Nito Cobain, Alex Stern, Bob Berg, Dennis Yu, Jill Lublin, Sharon Lecter, and Ruben Gonzalez, just to name a few. And today, check this out. Woohoo! We have Oprah Winfrey. We have wrong list. Sorry. We have Mark Victor Hansen. You're all like, what? We got Oprah here today. We have Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Dwyer Hansen. We have Greg Reed. I call him Greg Scott Reed. He just told me the other day that his mom and myself, we're the only 2 people that call him Greg Scott Reed. Nobody else calls him that. It's hilarious. We got Paul Blanchard. Paul Blanchard, ladies and gentlemen, from Augmentino. He took over Aug's whole company, and he and his father run that and developed something called Habit Finder. Amazing. We have Nick Santonastaso. Yes, I practiced on that last name. We have the amazing Sekou Andrews, the poetic voice, Sekou Andrews. Super excited about having him on finally. It's been a little while, so really excited about him. We have somebody from The Secret, Marie Diamond, ladies and gentlemen, and she is such a beautiful. My whole condo is now feng shui the proper way, and I had to do certain things and buy different things. It was hilarious. It was awesome, and it's amazing. And you guys are going to want to have your phone obviously you're probably on it right now, but she's going to share a really cool app that she has that, it blew me away. It's amazing. I want to thank Natalie, Susi for introducing me, indirectly introducing me to Marie Diamond, and I'll share that story later on. We have Nick Lowry coming up as well. He's an NFL superstar. We have Shanda Sumter. We have Scott Sorrell. Scott Sorrell teaches people how to charge higher prices and have your clients thank you for it. It's pretty darn cool. How many of y'all would like to have that? We also have Erik Lofholm. We have Dana Lisa Gang, Laurel Langemeyer, and Jeff Hoffman. And if we have time, we're going to do a presentation from Brian Tracy from one of our events. So I'm so excited about this. Right now, what I want to do is I want to bring on an awesome young lady. She's built a company. In fact, you know what? Let me bring her on. Let me see. I have to ask one of you guys. Oh my gosh, who am I? How many of y'all want to see? Who wants to see one of my magic tricks? Watch one of my magic tricks. Steve, I'll see you in a little bit. Boom. All right. So, sorry, Steve. I'll be right back. So this system only allows you 6 people at a time, which is cool. I'm actually talking to the founders about it, and we'll talk. I'll give you guys updates on that. So I want to bring on an amazing person. This person has built a company that is it's awesome, and it's probably near and dear to your heart because, well, has to do with coffee. Anybody like coffee out there? Let me see raising hands. Let's bring on Kaylee Ocampo, ladies and gentlemen. Kaylee Ocampo, what's happening? How are you?
Good morning. Cheers, everyone.
Good morning. Cheers. I have my vodka.
I love it.
So excited you're here. Kaylee, good to see you. I want to introduce you to the team real quick. This is the team. And Kaylee's, I'm so excited about you being here because we've got, well, you're one of our sponsors of the whole day, so super excited about that. In fact, I think I'm just going to make you one of our official coffee. You're going to be the official caffeine sponsor. That's what I'm going to do.
Yes.
So let's talk. So let's talk a little bit about your company and what you built here. And I love the name. So I'd love you to share some ideas on this, and I'll bring some images on the screen to share with people what your whole branding is all about, which I love as well. So tell me a little bit more about your coffee.
Yes. So my coffee, which I'm drinking right now, is a specialty blend coffee called High Vibe because I'm just like you guys, a person who seeks to grow and develop myself and better myself every single day. And so I wanted to have a company where I can share my love and encouragement and positivity and growth mind hacks through. And coffee is a universal language that brings people together, just like love, and it can speak to everyone from every walk of life. And obviously it fuels you. So I decided to launch a coffee company and just start sharing everything that was on my heart. And hopefully that it would resonate with anyone that it would come across that day. So Limmy Coffee is what I call it. There you go. You can see it there. The company is Love You, Mean It. And I truly do mean that. So that is my coffee company.
That's awesome. So tell me a little bit more about, I know it's organic and I love the high vibe. I love that. Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about that. I love this. This is great.
Yeah, so it is an organic and direct trade Indian and Brazilian bean blend, and it's one of the strongest beans from India that is smoothly cut with that Brazilian bean to have the perfect roast that provides a naturally higher caffeine content. So it is extra caffeinated, but it's without the jitters. Hence, it is called High Vibe. So it really does get your vibes going every morning. And it's a sustainable energy. So it's clean coffee with a silky finish, very low acidity, and provides that smooth cup that you deserve to have a quality coffee and quality life.
That's so awesome. Okay, so I have questions about so the coffee is amazing. Got that. In fact, I want some, by the way. So can you?
Yes, you're getting some.
All right, yay! So I definitely want some. And I know I'm thinking if I heard a little birdie told me, which the birdie's over at Yuri's house, by the way. I heard a little. Did I make her smile? Where is she? Okay, I heard a little birdie tell me that that you may be doing like a possibly like a raffle or a giveaway for one bag or maybe a few bags during today's summit. Is that right? Tell me a little bit more about that. What's up?
Yes, that bird is correct. So I'll be giving away 3 free bags of coffee, 3 different winners from today's summit. So for all you Habitude warriors out there who are watching and being inspired and wanting to learn and grow, you deserve to have the high vibes that you need to continue to do that. There you go. You just sign up right there. It is, what is it? HabitudeWarriorCoffee.com.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Let me put that in the feed here. Yeah. Let me put that in the feed. All right. So www. In fact, team, can you go ahead and put that in? www.habitudewarriorcoffee. Habitudewarriorcoffee, COFFEE.com. Boom. And I'll put that as a little thing there. And my team will put that on the feeds of the Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn, et cetera. And click on that. Now, what happens when they click on that? In fact, let's do it. I want to click on it. How do I do it?
Yeah. So there's an extra bonus there.
Yeah. What's the bonus? What's up? So
act now, and you get 15% off. So just for registering, just for watching and growing today and supporting this community of like-minded individuals, you automatically get a 15% off coupon code when you register there. So you'll receive that. So if you don't win, you're still winning. Everyone has that opportunity. So go there now, and that coupon code never expires.
Wow, that's awesome. So it's funny how so we're saying all of the Habitude Warrior caffeinated crew go there. That's awesome.
Yes.
I love that. So I want to ask you a question about, thank you, Lynn, for putting that in there. I want to ask you a question real quick about how, like, what started you on this journey? You woke up one morning. I mean, I don't know. Were you born and the doctors came over and said to your, I don't know why I did that, and come over to your parents and be like, here you go. You have a 6-pound beautiful baby coffee drinking girl. Here's
your package deal.
a caffeinated baby. So how did you get into it? Like, seriously, like, what made you wake up one morning and say, I love this. This is what I'm going to do. And you're out of, I believe, Texas. Is that correct? So tell me a little bit more about the business side of it.
Yeah. So to make a long story short, I was born and raised in Southern California. That's where I'm from. That's where my roots are. I'm now in Dallas. I've been here 3 years. And when I was in college, I was not being fulfilled by not knowing what I was going to be doing and just entering the workforce. So I decided I wanted to reach out and start doing charity and learning how to give back more. And that's when I partnered up with someone in LA who had a company where he did niche philanthropy consulting, and I reached out to him, started volunteering, worked for him, and then we partnered up for about 7 years, where I was connecting celebrities with charities around the world and bringing in awareness and raising funds. And that aspect of giving and creating a community and an atmosphere where people were benefiting and feeling really good was what really drew me in. And I just kept finding ways to continue adding value wherever I could, from the vendors and product placement and just giving people as much that I possibly could. So I knew I had a passion for giving and adding that value. And I knew I wanted to own an online company at some point, but I'm not a transactional based person, so it has to have meaning. And so in my apartment with my 2 amazing roommates at the time, about 6 years ago, I was living in El Segundo, right near the water and the beach, and it was beautiful weather, of course, because it's California. And they were the ones who introduced me to coffee. They would bring in different roasts and they would French press it, and we'd open up the windows every Saturday and Sunday morning and have freshly brewed, organic, clean, amazing, beautiful coffee. And we had great conversations, great connection, and an amazing start to our morning as the beach breeze just like flew through. So it was that specific moment where I remember saying to myself, I want to replicate this for everyone to experience, to have that connection, to feel a community and to feel love. And coffee was that catalyst at the time, but I didn't know it was going to be coffee that I was going to get into. And then fast forward, I moved to Dallas and a couple years later and was like, all right, I'm ready to start a company. And I remembered that moment, that memory, and how I felt, and that's what I decided. And I decided it was going to be coffee. So
that's awesome. It's awesome, and you're fulfilling your. And I love the fact that you have. So do me a favor, just reach to your left. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Reach back there. Yeah, and just grab one of those, and just grab a little. Maybe. Do you have like a little magic marker or something? Just put my name right on one of those. That's what I want. I want that.
Your name is going to go right here. So I personalize every bag, and your name will actually literally go. It says packaged for on this date. So, and then I provide a nice little positive quote of encouragement on the back of the bag as well. So it will be personalized for you, Erik.
This is awesome. I'm so excited. And what was I going to ask you? So I want to, and I don't even know if we mentioned this, but I love this. I love the name. Love You Mean It. Lymi. Did I get it right? LMI. Yes, I think I got it. Did I get it right? I think I did. I just love the name, and it's you really show and share your heart when you built your company. So I really appreciate you, and I just want to hug you over there. All right, so maybe can I grab the coffee? Can I get it? So I'm going to share real quick before we bring on our first guest. I see him in the green room now. Yes, what's up? He's there, and he's ready to rock, and he's eating. Stop eating the lobster, dude. All right, so he can hear us. All right, so I'm going to put, let me share the screen real quick before I bring on my first guest of the day. I guess second guest of the day. And let me share the screen because this is what, this is actually where if you type in which is right there, habitudewarriorcoffee.com. Once you go there, then this is what you're going to see. So what's really cool is she set up a whole system here for you to just scroll down here, put in your email and your first name, last name, and you will get, and I guess your phone number and your social security number and your bank code here. No, I'm just kidding.
It's fine. Don't worry.
Hey, I love this picture. What's going on up here? It's awesome. So all they have to do is go in here, put in their information here, and then they'll be in and hit get high vibe, and they'll be in for the raffle this way. Is that correct?
Yes, and you'll receive an email with that coupon code so that you can share that with whomever and use it yourself as well. 15%.
Oh, that's awesome. Yay! I'm so excited. Kaylee, you're awesome. You're going to stick around the whole day, right? You're here? Yeah. You're here the whole day?
Right here. I'm quarantined. Well, actually, Texas opened up today. So I am choosing today to be here.
Good. I'm so glad that you're choosing. Yeah, be safe. And awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. And we'll definitely bring you back in during the day, throughout the day.
For sure.
Thanks,
Thank you guys so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kaylee. What's up? Thank you, Kaylee. All right, rock and roll. That was really sweet of her to be here, and I'm really excited about her. And her coffee. Look, guys, here's the deal. I actually quit drinking caffeinated coffee, so I'm talking to her about getting decaf, which I think she's going to. In fact, you know what? Kaylee, you're still there. Let me bring you back on. Kaylee, I got an idea. Why don't we do something like this? Why don't we do like a Mr. Awesome decaf, something like that, and I'll partner with you on it, something like that. Love You Mean It, or maybe
not a bad idea.
Yeah, or maybe we'll come up with like Love You Miss You or something, just a little or we'll call it the low vibe.
low
vibe.
But no one's gonna want to buy low vibes. Like, we're trying to avoid.
That's so funny.
We'll figure it out.
We'll do something. Thanks
How
so
about
much.
chill vibes? We'll call it chill vibes.
Chill vibes. That's even better. I love that. Let's do it.
Awesome.
Talk to you.
Chill vibes.
Yes. I have my own coffee now, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? All right, guys. I'm so excited to bring on our first guest of the first speaker of the conference. I am this guy right here, Mr. Erik, Mr. Awesome Swanson, and again, thanks to all of my production managers and lighting crew and everybody. There you go. I'm really excited about bringing this gentleman on. I'm going to share a quick thing before we bring him on. It's kind of like it's sort of like an introduction. It'd be kind of neat. So let's do this. Let me pull this like that, and let me go ahead and make sure we've got all the screens all going. You guys ready for some rock and awesomeness for our first speaker of the day? First, let me share with you a quick video. Here we go. And that's not the right video.
The majority of you, when I say the word failure or defeat, you will.
Hold on, guys. Let's go. I put it up and I pushed the wrong button on play. Here we go.
Honey, look, our baby was born today.
Wow.
Isn't she beautiful?
She's gorgeous.
We created this book because most people have more talent and ability than they'll use in 3 lifetimes. But if you don't learn to ask, your life will never change.
So this is the birthday of our book, and it's going to be the kiss of consciousness that you're going to love. If you're only going to read one book this year, I'm going to ask you to read Ask, the bridge from your dreams to your destiny, because you've got a great destiny.
Amazon.com now, guys. We just gave birth to this great book. Get yours. We want to be part of your asking journey.
That's awesome. Let's bring on the one and only, the amazing, the awesome, the co-founder of Chicken the Soul book series, which has sold over 500 million with a B billion copies worldwide. And he is the proud owner of I don't know how many ounces that was. What was that, like 7 or pounds? What is that, 3 pounds? 3 pound baby boy. I don't know if it's a boy or girl. It's kind of like, well, it's maybe trans. It's either gender. Book called Ask. Mark Victor Hansen, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Good to see you, my dear, awesome friend. It just, all my companies and all my books have to have 3 qualities. They got to be unique. And when you're unique, you got to unique up on people. So I thought we unique up by giving birth to a baby. That was my wife's idea, but Crystal, who you just saw in that video. Number 2, that got to be transformative. In other words, I believe that the caterpillar, you can't look at a caterpillar crawling around and see that it's going to emerge into a glorious butterfly. And butterfly is a symbol of my companies because it's universal image of freedom. And then it's got to be number 3 is most importantly inevitable. And everybody has been taught spiritually to understand they got to ask to, the line? Ask to, whoops. To receive. So I can answer myself because you just disappeared off the screen. What's the answer? The Bible says, ask and you shall
receive. Yeah.
Right. But here's the problem. Nobody ever taught how to ask. So Crystal and I kept looking at all the people who were successful, wonderful, healthy, and living way below their means, and what they never learned how to do is ask. So we decided we would create Ask, and it just is so way cool that the book is just rocking off the socks. Everybody else is pulling back, and like normal, our books are going up because we're doing like 4 podcasts a day. We're incarcerated like everybody else, and we've got all these great stories in the book. We wrote it, and then we interviewed 26 superstars, and they've all got so many cool things that is exciting, that it is booming. And our publisher keeps calling us and saying, what are you guys doing? And I said, well, I'm with Mr. Awesome today.
That's awesome, man. I love it.
We're having fun.
If somebody gets the tagline and there's only one soundbite and it comes from Mark Victor Hansen saying, yeah, I'm incarcerated with Mr. Awesome. That'd be awesome.
Well, we're incarcerated in separate dwellings.
So, dude, it's just really great to have you here, man. Kicking off this summit today, we've got a nice line of 8 hours of awesomeness, and I want to dive deep and dive right into it with you. We got tons of comments. Everyone's like, Mark Victor Hansen in the house, amazing. They love you, man. They love you.
Thank you, my friend. And by the way, I'm glad that I've earned the respect, admiration, appreciation of so many people. I mean, yes, we've sold, our chicken soup series, which, whoops, if I can get that on the screen.
I'll put it full
This
screen.
is a large print edition for those of you that are getting older. Anyhow, we sold 500 million books. I've been blessed. I've written 309 bestsellers and 59 #1 New York Times, which unfortunately nobody else has ever done that. And I'm very thankful for it, according to Guinness Book of Records. So, but that's a beginning. I want to go to 500 million, and for everybody listening, we want to give you a free book. If you just go to markvictorhansen.com, we're going to give you a free book called How to Be Up in Down Times, because no one knows how to do it. And I think it's time to do that.
That's awesome, man. That's so cool. So how did, people want to know, I think, three things, right? In life when they talk to Mark Victor Hansen. Number one is, how'd you get started? Like, what's the deal? I know that's a long story, but what's the 20-second version of how you actually got started in this whole thing and really wrote your success ticket by, everyone sees the glory, they don't see the story, right? So I'm wondering about that. Number two is what do we do today that we should harness these habits and attitude? What habit or attitude do you think that we should embrace today in this awesome time that we find ourselves in? And number three is, how do we follow you forever? Because you're so cool.
Wow. Well, just go to my website, go on to Facebook and everywhere else. It's just Mark Victor Hansen. We'd love to have you follow me. That's number three. Let me go back to number one, and then I'll do number two. I'm going to do another sequence. I love it. I love it. I went bankrupt 1974, so I understand what it's like to go through crappy times. I was depressed, despondent, disconsolate, hiding under a sheet for 6 months. And then what we teach in our little Ask book is you got to ask yourself, ask others, and ask God. Well, I asked God, okay, God, I'm ready to kill myself here because I thought my money, my self-worth, and my net worth were the same. I now know they're totally separate. For some of you that are in isolation, that are losing you've overloaded your credit cards, and we've got governors that are keeping us incarcerated in isolation, purportedly for our own good, which I don't no longer agree with. Now that I know that you should only isolate sick people, not healthy people, right? And there's a lot of stuff we could take, like I talked to you about last night. So the point is, 1974, I asked God, okay, God, what's my destiny? What's my destiny? Which is what the subtitle of this book is, The Bridge from Your Dreams to Your Destiny. Because everyone's got a great destiny. Your job is to find it. Middle of the night, God says, you're going to be a communicator, speaker, writer. And I go, you sure you're talking to the right guy here? Anyhow, I came over with a little book. I started speaking. I learned how to speak from a guy named Chip Collins. I went to my roommates. I asked the next morning at breakfast. I remember I'm bankrupt. I'm upside down. I'm paying $100 a month rent. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag in front of some guy's room. I asked one of my three roommates, any of you guys know somebody that's young, not a professional speaker, not a lawyer, a doctor, or a comedian, or some famous person? They said, yeah, there's this guy a few years older than you named Chip Collins. He is out in Hauppauge, Long Island, New York. Well, it's 8:30 and he starts at 9. I race my little beat up old Volkswagen out there. I listen to this guy mesmerize the audience for 3 hours. I beat up my chest. I go up humbly ask others. I say, hey, Chip, can I take you to lunch? He said, I love a free lunch. He said, chance you making it as a speaker is 1 in 1,000. I'm trying to abbreviate this like you asked me to. A little tough, but he says, if you'll stay in the life insurance business, and I was talking to 6 or 8 or 10 people a day. And he said, the chance you make it is 1 in 1,000, but you stay out of real estate because that's my market here in the 5-borough area of New York. You do life insurance. It's a bottomless pit for motivation. There's 1,800 life insurance companies and hundreds of thousands of agents. They roll over 90%. You'll have an endless market. I did. And when he came back after 2 weeks vacation, I had doing 4 talks a day. And Tony Robbins and I are the only 2 guys ever that did 1,000 talks during the first 2 years, and it was a crummy market. As you remember, it was a time that interest rate was 22%, 28%, and it was just horrific. And if you can be strong and have intestinal fortitude and do what Rudyard Kipling said, keep your mind about you whilst all others are losing yours, you're home free. And that's what I've been able to do, and that's what we teach, and that's why I want to give that free book away called How to Be Up in a Downtime. And it's just, we're in a transformational time. Did that sort of, and then Jack and I meet, we're both talking to 6,000 people at Mandala, and I'd been in the business a decade already. I came to his talk, and then he comes up to me afterwards after I got done, shook my hand, said, I'm Jack Canfield. You know me? I said, yep. You wrote How to Build Self-Esteem in the Classroom 101 Ways. You're a doctor from Harvard. You're third in your class. And he said, oh, you know that much? And he said, can I take you to dinner? And we went to dinner and befriended. I taught him how to do short stories, to sell lots of product from a platform, because I was already doing over $1 million a year. And he said, I want to do that. So, I taught him, and we masterminded, became best friends, and I've sold, just said chicken soup, 500 million+ books literally around the world.
That's amazing, man. Wow. So that's how does that feel that you're one of the top, put it this way, the top authors of forever is what? I guess God, and that's the Bible, and then you. How does that feel?
Well, first of all, I'm deeply, profoundly thankful. So I'll do everything I can to be humble. I want to tell everyone how to write a book in just 1 second, but to answer your question, I published for Health Communications. I said, look, you can't sell the Bible, so why don't we do a Bible? They said, oh, that'll never sell. And, I thought, okay, this is the second time he's telling me it won't sell. I know this is going to be good. So I found another publisher to do Chicken Soup of the Soul Bible. And I didn't bring one in to show, but it has a purple cover, which is my cover, like you can see in my book, 1 Minute Millionaire. Purple and yellow are my gold, my colors. The butterfly is my symbol of freedom. But we did Chicken Soup of the Soul Bible. When he said it wouldn't sell, we sold 70,000 a week at Walmart. I mean, they just went slamming out of there because it wasn't fearful. Because unfortunately, most Bibles have a black cover and they got gold or silver leaf around it. And I did little stories to get you the big story. That's number one story about the Bible. Number two is when Chicken Soup was selling 20,000 a week and you should have been number one on the New York Times bestseller list, the lady wouldn't put us on the list. So I call her up and I get a hold of her, and she says, sir, we don't do multi-authored books. I said, you're sure? She said, I'm sure. I said, you're absolutely positive? She said, I'm positive. I said, lady, you do the Bible. And the Bible, as I read it, it's got 66 authors, unless we do maps, and then you got a whole lot more. She said, kid, you're in next week. So that's why you got to learn how to ask and be better at asking than anybody else, because all of us are going to have challenges. All of us are going to have obstacles. And back to your second question, I've just done a virtual seminar. So I've been busier than ever because I think I know more about the whole book business, who makes money, how they make money. And I've done a virtual seminar. You go to my website, markvictorhansen.com, called Do You Have a Book in You Seminar. And we teach 12 hours of everything you need to know to make a book bestseller. Plus, we back it up with, I've written Speed Write Your Autobiography book, which I think if that needs to be used to get going, I'm cheering you on, because everybody can write 22 minutes a day, and in 90 days, you finish your whole autobiography. And wouldn't you, Mr. Awesome, like to know how awesome your great-great-great-grandparents are? And you probably don't even know names, how many kids they had, what their superpowers were, what they believed in, what their values are, because I'll just do my values. Crystal and I think the highest value, if you got a triangle of life, whoops, I don't know how to do it that way so you can see it the right way. The triangle starts with health, because you've got to be healthy, and everybody, ladies and gentlemen, stay healthy. Number two, you got to have love. That's of course. And then number three is we got to increase freedom. And the trouble with this lockdown is they're stealing our freedom, and I don't like anyone messing with my freedom. It is not okay at any level, any way, anyhow. Period.
Yeah, I love that. Wow, amazing. So I love that. So health, love, and freedom. Those are how.
Yeah, because you're healthy, and you and I talked about your health last night. If you feel good, you can do anything. You've got invincibility. You've got to take care of yourself each and every day. You got to exercise. You got to do the right nutraceuticals, and most importantly, you got to think right.
Yeah, I absolutely right. Agree with you. In fact, today I felt so good. I actually put pants on. I'm really excited about that. Hey,
ladies and gentlemen, do not stand up.
I'm not going to stand up. I could stand up. This is perfect.
I've been friends for a long time, so it's okay.
It's so true. Yeah, actually, I met you through Bill Walsh years and years ago. We shared a stage. I actually, this is funny that you bring this up. It just reminded me. This is so cool, guys. You've made a kind of a difference in the world when you're a speaker or you're an author and so forth. When you're walking through, I was coming down the elevator in maybe the Palms, or I can't remember which hotel it was, but it was in Vegas. And I was coming down to and I was walking from the elevators from my suite to the ballroom, and it was just Mark Victor Hansen walking towards me, and I was walking this way. There's nobody else there, and all I hear and see is Mark. You were pointing at me, going, "You're Mr. Awesome. Somebody told me I need to meet you." I was like, "That's awesome." I don't know if you remember that. But, yeah. It was really cool.
I mean, who else has got the bodaciousness to call the exultant term Mr. Awesome? I mean, and by the way, there's your word for everybody, exultant. I just learned it yesterday. One of my dear friends who's a sesquipedalian like I am, a wordsmith, and somebody who knows the omni-efficacious use of the right word at the right place to get the right thing right now.
I'm looking I'm looking it up right now. I can't even spell it. Go ahead.
Sesquipedalian or exalted. Exalted means you're over the moon happy. And in our new book, when we wrote that book with Mitzi, who I think you're introducing and interviewing pretty soon, Mitzi, the lady whose company does 22 million antibiotic-free chickens a week. This is the biggest chicken company in the world right here, an American company, and doing right and keeping everything going. She's amazing. And so we wrote this book, How to Be Up and Down Times. It's amazing. And we give it away free because we want everyone to know how to feel good about themselves so they go keep accomplishing, back to my thing, your destiny.
Absolutely. Okay, so getting back to a question that I had earlier, what do you say? Somebody's sitting here at home in their quarantine situation right now, and they're saying, I have a story in me, I have a book in me, I just don't know where to start. What do I do? How do I get my message out there? What are the first few steps that you would suggest to people? Is it a mental step? Is it a physical step? Is it a phone call step? What would that be?
I'd ask you to go watch all the videos and see exactly what I say to do. But first of all, you make the decision, because you make the decision and consciousness goes deep into subconscious, which will make the provision. Now, the decision is, and I teach it, is you start to say, I'm an author. And if you really want to do it, you put it on the wallpaper of your smartphone, and you also put all your goals on the smartphone. Because if you're going to be incarcerated, one of the things you want to do is you want to know who you are. In other words, the wisest man of Greece was obviously Socrates, and he said the goal of a human being is to know thyself. And then the next line is, the unexamined life is not worth living. So obviously I keep doing that like you type, because obviously I'm pretty fast on that computer. But the other thing you got to do is you got to have your own journal. And I never go anywhere without a journal. You can see it's loaded, and I write in purple because that's God's highest color, right at the top of the rainbow, top of the electromagnetic spectrum, all that good stuff. So, and it's a healing color, and all the religious ceremonies of high people are always in purple.
Right.
So the point is that that's where you start. You make the decision that you're an author, then you make a decision, what is it you're going to write? Then I teach how to pick a magnificent title, because a title success is going to succeed whether you're going to do it or not. Then we teach how to do interviewing, because interviews work. I mean, they slam dunk work. But let me go back to number one point, is that you say, well, can I do a book that changes the world? Well, Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote a little book called Uncle Tom's Cabin. We all had to read it in high school. But you may not know that Abe Lincoln, I was born in the state of Illinois, and in the home state of Abe Lincoln, he read that book by candlelight, of course, because there wasn't electricity. You guys don't know how lucky we are to have electricity and running water and all that. But anyhow, he read the book and said, holy cow, I'm president of the United States, I need to do something. So he created the Emancipation Proclamation. Back to my third point of my values, I hope your value is that you want to maximize your freedom, not minimize your freedom. And if you're going to maximize your freedom, he created the Emancipation Proclamation. And we still need to emancipate over 4 billion people on the planet. And once we get out of this coronavirus, which I think a lot of ways we're going to do, in a couple of things we can talk about, but is it suddenly, we're going to have a brand new world, and we're going to do, just in America, $50 trillion worth of business, which I wrote in that Up Your Organization, How to Be Up and Down Times. Sorry, not Up Your Organization, that's Townsend's book. That's what happens when you read 50,000 books. You got too many titles in your head of other people.
Are you taking other people's books now? Dude, you already have like billions? Okay, continue.
I'm not, I'm going to help everyone write a book, because when you write, you think, and when my kids were, we got 5 kids and 6 grandkids, but when my kids were in elementary school, not only did I pay for lockers in the public school, but the principal and I became great friends. And she said, well, what do you think? And she said, I'm having trouble getting these kids to read. I said, well, to get a kid to read, what you need to do is to get them to write. And if you get them to write, then they start to read. And that's the same for everybody here, right? Everybody, you're locked down. You got to quit watching the negative news. 15 minutes a day is all you can stand, or you pollute your brain. You'll get despondent, disconsolate, depressed. So, got a journal, like we said. But the point is, as long as you're going to be in isolation and incarceration, I just got done seeing the morning news, because I have flashes early. That's the point. And Fauci and Briggs are saying this could last 2 more years and we'd like to keep you in house. Hell no. We're going to kill the economy. Everybody will starve to death. They will die. This is like a dumbass idea. We're having, where I live in Arizona, we're having 0.003% get it. Look, if somebody gets it and they didn't take care of themselves, I'm sorry. Every death is too much probably, but everyone's going to die. That's the way it goes. So we got to open up the economy. We got to get business back, and America's got to take its visionary leadership role, which is, what I'm teaching to do and why you're so awesome, because you're willing to be a gutsy leader. You understand that self-determination and self-initiative to act is the key to us going forward.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
And we use all the right precautions. Yeah, let me do that. So one of the companies that I'm part of has got a brand new mask that, first of all, is cool when it's hot and hot when it's cool. It is made with nanoparticles of tourmaline, and the guys got 2 million of them ready and all that. And we're just trying to find how to get to market. They charge $49.95 for 10. But the point is, it's the only one that you can wash 50 times and it lasts. So they're about $5 each. And it's going to change the world, because we're going to have to wear masks for a while. We're going to have to do the Japanese-ification of America for a short time. And I'm trying to help this company get going. So I'm telling everyone here the first time. I mean, we've been working on it for a couple of weeks, because this guy is a restoration guy who's 30 years in the textile business, knows everything about it. And we have to have masks. The masks that we're buying internationally, and it's an anathema to me that this gunner in California just bought $1 billion worth of masks from the Chinese. We don't want anything else from China right now. They caused this, and it's not a nice thing in case you're studying what's happening. And I've worked in China for 22 years, so I just got to say, yeah. So we rethink this deal, and we're going to manufacture in America. I'm so pro-America and Canada and the people with values in Mexico that have the same values as us up and down the Americas.
Love that. Lynn Rose says hi, by the way. She loves you, and she says she wants the mask. Now, don't do what I did, guys. So I have a mask similar to that, and it's cool and it's hot and temperature.
You look good in the mask.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Just don't do what I did, because I put it on. I put some chloroform in there, and I passed out. So don't do that. All right, I'm just saying. PSA, don't do that. So that's awesome. People want the link to the mask. Is it? I don't know if
they
it's
can just go to our website, and in about a week we'll have them ready to go. Okay. And we got a cool name on it and everything else, and it's amazing. Even Snoop Dogg wants to do it to his 99 million followers. So wow. We don't have the mask totally available yet, but we are getting. So remember, all this stuff's moving fast, and I am going to be so pro getting stuff done in America, just because I trust America. We got too many damn regulations. I don't question that, but there's some places you got to have really good regulations. Like, we shouldn't be making any drugs anymore offshore. This is like asinine to the max.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an issue, obviously. And this is the we're going to roll into the political portion of the summit in 2 minutes. I'm just kidding, but honestly, it is an issue, and it's pretty obvious that we're relying on outside of the U.S. for too many products, too many things that we need, without a doubt. So I appreciate you bringing that up. So coming down to the wire, I know this is a quick interview, man. I appreciate your time on this. Let's dive real quick into, because we only have a few more minutes. I want to know more about your book and do you agree that most people don't even ask for themselves? They're always looking to help other people, doing other things. At some point, you need to ask the universe, the awesomeness, and create your own destiny, like your book talks about. Tell me about that and how we can get your book.
Okay. People can only have success to their destiny if they master the fine art and science of asking. And this is the first book ever on asking. So, I've no competition, and it's rocking. And I want absolutely everybody to have, one of these. And it's time to do it, because if you start asking yourself, it does it says the three things, but it also says, number one, what is my superpower? What do I love to do? And if you don't know, ask your 10 friends, what is your superpower? And have them write it out. You'll be amazed. Number two is, what am I going to get substantially paid for doing so you can do it? And then number three, you got to do it. It seems pretty simple, but this is a brand new breakthrough time. And I think if you do it from a spiritual point of view, all of us have got to pivot. We got to reinvent ourselves. We got to re-innovate. We got to think anew. And back to what I said, we got to be transformative. We got to be unique and make your life inevitably great. I'm giving you all permission to ask at phenomenal levels so you can have breakthrough thinking, breakthrough results, have more money, more fun, more life, more joy, more travel, whatever it is that you want, more better relationships, whatever it is that you want you.
I love that. That's awesome. And I'm putting on the screen right now a copy of your book right there, which is great. And in fact, you know what? Let me just go. I will share with you. Let me pull that off the screen for a quick second. And I'm going to share with you the how to get it. Let's go to, let's see. I want to go.
Let me just can I do 2 more asks?
Of course, man.
Real quick. When you buy the book at Amazon, because there aren't any bookstores, when you go there, send a receipt to reception at Mark Victor Hansen. We're going to invite you into the biggest book club ever in history. And it's really exciting because everybody's joining it, it seems to me, as I do these. Number 2 is, if you buy over 100 books, something else happens. We're going to have a one-day seminar when the marketplace is open again. We're going to have you come here to Arizona. And then at the end, we're going to have a private dinner with Crystal and Mark at our magnificent home at the top of McDowell Mountain. It just is really, really going to be fun. And because I want everyone to have a fulfilled life where they self-actualize and have a no-limit, fully functioning self-actualizing experience.
That's awesome. And that's amazing. I'm going to share with them. Let me see if I have a piece of paper. Here it is. All right. I just want to make sure I've got this down so I can share it on
reception at markvictorhansen.com. And we're inviting everyone to be in the book club. Or, we've had.
I want to share I want to share your address. So it's 123 Main Street, guys. It's up the street I'm just kidding, guys. So
it's not my address. Do you have an office over here?
Do you know that it's ironic that New York City doesn't actually have a Main Street? There's no Main Street in New York City.
Wow.
It's true.
We're just the opposite of that. There's a Springfield in all 50 states. How's that for a fact?
Yeah. Ironically, I've never been to a Springfield in my life.
Well, if you get to Illinois, when it's now shut down until June 30th because the governor doesn't have any brains, as far as I'm concerned. Pritzker's out to lunch on this one because it's a great state. It's a big state. I was born there, and Southern Illinois has no disease. It's a place to go. But when you go to Springfield, you want to go to Abe Lincoln's house at 15 bedrooms because there's no such thing as a Hilton Hotel or a Marriott.
Right. Amazing. Man, you're just awesome. I'm seeing a lot of comments coming in from all the different feeds we have.
Thank you, everybody, for ordering our book. And when we get together somewhere, I'll gladly autograph them to you all. Thank you.
And this, Lynn just put on the email. Is this, what's this email for again? Reception at Mark Victor Hansen.
Yeah, so if you buy a book and you send a receipt to us, or you buy 100 books, send a receipt to us, we're going to take good care of you. And Lynn and used to work at all my giant seminars literally around the country and world. And we think the world, my wife and I.
Lynn wrote, what's up, Lynn? What's happening?
You recognize me?
Yes, I totally recognize you, but I like you better without a mask, quite honestly.
Super
you give me my start, Mark. Thank you. You're amazing. You're so motivating. I just hope people take advantage of getting anything you can from Mark and learn from this genius. And with Crystal, too, your book, Ask. I mean, you guys have put your heart and soul and years worth of experience into that book. So thank you for your generosity.
Thank you, Lynn. We appreciate the wow maker because you do wow everybody. She launches her audiences and all the rest of you. Wow, this is great to have this. I'm from around the world. I'm telling you, well, just
have you seen one of my check out one of my magic tricks. This is so cool. My magic trick is so cool. Watch. I just go like this, and John disappears, and then I can bring on Taubman like that. Isn't that kind of cool?
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Mark. How are you?
Steve, do you have one really quick last comment?
Mark Victor and I go back many, many years, like 40 years just about. And back in the day, you had a great book called Future Diary. And
Wow. By the way, Future Diary was so cool because it was one of my first big books, and I went on a little TV show. We sold 7,000 in a week when I was a nobody. That's like 70,000 a week, dollars gushing in on people just calling on the phone, buying it at my office. It was a mind blower. So I tell you, every one of you got to write a book. And Steve, I'm thankful that you remember that book from the prehistoric days of Mark.
Was
I
it
learned a
even
lot of it.
paper back then? How did you write it? I mean, it's
No,
always-
Steve will tell you, we had scrolling paper, papyrus.
Oh, yeah.
Did you use samples? Like,
Real old school stuff.
wow.
Oh, man.
All right, guys, this is amazing. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Steve, for sharing that. And man, you're just awesome. I really appreciate you. Somebody's
You are, and so are all these
bring on Yuri for some reason.
Hi,
Oh,
Mark.
Yuri.
So nice to meet you. Okay, so I just want
Nice to see your book. I don't know what language that is, but God
It's
bless.
Korean. So I didn't know that this was a chicken soup until like a week ago. I've had this since 1995, and it's called 101 Stories That Open Your Soul and Heart. And I had no idea. And then I was like, oh my gosh, this says Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen. So this was my favorite book growing up. And I can't believe I'm meeting you. Like, I'm literally like shaking. This is amazing. Thank you. It's an honor to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And Korea has been so good to us because there's such literate, hardworking people who've been to Korea a lot of times talking. South Korea.
Yeah.
Never more.
South Korea. I'm from South Korea. Let's clear that.
I got it. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Mark.
And that book is actually in Korean. Is that correct?
We're in, I think, 78 languages, which is most of any author, as far as I know. Now, when I tell you that, how do I know what other authors got?
Wow, amazing. And thank you, Yuri, for and let us know where June is. Okay, John, whatever his name is. All right, so just a little side note of the world, but awesome. Thank you for joining us, Yuri, for a quick second. And Mark, you're awesome, man. I really appreciate you. And
thank you, and everybody.
I'm so excited about your book and your book launch. You just literally launched that like a week ago or less than that, right?
Yeah.
Like 4 days ago. When
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay, and already it's hitting major charts. So I appreciate you, brother, and looking forward to seeing you soon. Be safe. Tell Crystal I said hi, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much for sharing.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the one and only, the amazing, the awesome Mark Victor Hansen. And people are applauding. Wait, let me bring them all in. Are we applauding now? Check it out. Everyone's applauding. I love it. Wait, let's bring you in there. There we go. All right, excellent. So I'm so excited about, how do you guys feel of our first presenter?
That was so epic, Yuri.
So good.
I can't believe we met him, or I met him. I mean, I'm freaking out over here.
That is so great. Should we have everybody make sure you guys share to all your pages right now? Because look, I mean, Jay just got kicked off, but we need to share the goodness going on here. So get in there and share the stream.
Absolutely.
#share the stream.
Share this and grab Mark's book. It's awesome, and learn some great things about asking. Jennifer Patsfield Lead says, wait, hold on, let me get it right. Wait, let's start over. Make sure we get it right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think I got it right. Yeah. All right, that was awesome. We need to do that again. That was kind of funny. All right, so really excited about you guys being here. Let's roll. We're about 5 minutes late, so I'm gonna see you, Yuri. Okay, and Wendi, bye. Okay, and John, what's going on? Oh, I see you. Lynn, you're so sweet. Goodbye. And how you doing, Steve? Okay, bye. All right, so I love that little trick. I love it. So, guys, I'm super excited about bringing on our next presenter, and I'm gonna play a quick little interview. Not interview. What's it called? Introduction. Yeah, let me play that. Let me see if I have it handy. I hope you guys are ready to get excited about the next presenter and all of our presenters, because well, it's kind of a treat of awesomeness. Let's play this right now. Here we go.
Fear. Stop looking at everything as your greatest challenge and obstacle, because it might just be the greatest blessing. Challenge yourself so you can have an incredible life. My name's Greg, and I write books. Being featured in 100 titles around the globe in 45 different languages, I've met with millionaires, billionaires, and business icons, and I asked them a simple question. Is there a secret for success? It's one word called connections. The fact is, we could be one quality introduction away from everything we've ever wanted in life.
Greg has kept. All of those contacts that he's made over the past 2 decades, and they're all in this little book. People like John Travolta, Halle Berry, Tonino Lamborghini. This is the holy grail of people who can make a difference.
Shannon, go grab the switchboard. Bring me the switchboard. What's the switchboard?
It's called the switchboard because Greg uses it to connect people.
Hey. The greatest tool that we can have as an entrepreneur is having a Shannon. I run 6 different organizations and delegate everything through her.
People think that Greg is a bit of an asshole, and he can be.
I'm getting into the clothing business.
What, for clowns?
But if you have his back, he'll have yours.
Charles! Greg, what the hell?
Not on my watch. Greg takes care of everybody. I take care of Greg.
I've got the capital and I've got the connections, and I am ready to share them with those who are worthy.
I would like to introduce you to Brian Smith, the founder of the billion-dollar brand UGG Boots.
But be warned, my days start early, and you better be on time. Everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. Everyone wants to have success, but I can't get one knucklehead just to show up on time. You're late. You're late. You're late. If you've got what it takes, we invite you to join us as we wake up and crush it.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the amazing, the awesome Greg Scott Reed. I always call him Scott. Greg Scott Reed, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening?
Hey, there you go. Only you and my mom call me by all 3 names. So there you go.
True. That's true, man. I gotta hide that other thing. There we go. Greg, man, really good to see you, brother. What's happening? Did I hear you? Did I just hear that right? Your intro says some people think you're an asshole. What's up with that? That's awesome.
Yeah, 'cause the bottom line is that I'm very direct and curt. You know that. It's like we say it the way it is. And I think that's what's missing in today's marketplace. Everyone wants to model coddle everyone and tell them, believe in your dreams and you can do it. But not everyone's willing to tell you what you need to hear and not always what you want to hear. And by the way, Mark Victor Hansen, what a champion. I know he did all those languages, but he wrote the foreword for Sharon to My 3 Feet from Gold. And this went to 40, I think 45 languages. So you can add another big stack to that as well.
Wow. Nice. I love it, man. Well, so good to see you here, man. I know you're busy traveling, you know, you're
traveling the living room upstairs.
Yeah. traveling the mansion. I love it. Tell me about how you know what's going on in the world right now. What do we I'm not saying what's going on in the world. What's going on in our world individually, and how do we fix what's going on? Because people are, let's face it, man. Let's just look, there's nobody listening. Well, there's about 4,000 people on this thing, but either way, I want to know, why are we all messing up and not moving to the next level? Not that we're all messing up, but a lot of us get in our own mind and our own heads, and we have to harness these habits. I call them habitudes. You talk about stickability, you know, but first you got to kind of do it, right? You can't stick to anything that's good. That's not going to, like, you actually have to take some action steps. So can you elaborate on that? Talk to us, man.
Yeah, there you go. So at the end of the day, it's the action and law of attraction that makes our dreams come true. Yes, you got to think it. Yes, you got to feel it. But ultimately, you got to get off the backside. You got to take action, and you got to do it. I don't know. I mean, I think that we're a reflection of the people we hang around the most. Our income, attitude, and lifestyle becomes the average of the group. The realities are, surround yourself with a great mastermind of people, again, that will share with what you need to hear and not always what you want to hear. You might have a different viewpoint. So, for example, my friends and myself, we are seeing opportunity that's never been presented in our lifetime. Look, the fact of the matter is we've already seen this movie before. In 2007, 2008, we saw an economic adjustment. We're about to see one that we've never experienced to that magnitude, but we have seen this movie. So what can you learn from the past circumstance to be kind to your future self? What does that mean? What actionable steps could we do today to have a brighter tomorrow? The realities are, it doesn't take rocket science. What it does is takes common sense to actually separate yourself from the 95% who are just dreaming of success to the top 5% who actually achieve it. Now, I am not giving financial advice. I'm just going to share with you what I'm doing. I'll give you an example. Look, Starbucks. As soon as we had to quarantine, everyone couldn't go out so much, so Starbucks stock went in half. So being a contrarian investor, I went and bought Starbucks stock. Now, naturally, in a couple months from now or 6 months, whatever that period of time, When we're released from our homes, where's the first place we're going to go? Right? So I started looking at those type of things. You know, I looked at, you know, Las Vegas is shut down. So why not invest into MGM casinos? And because it's the lowest it is. And if you can start seeing things from a different perspective, you'll see that this too shall pass and the other side will be spectacular. And I know you're about to pop on right now, but I'm going to share one last little thing here.
Dude, take it, man. You got eight more hours. It's all you, brother.
I disagree a little bit with my, you know, partner there, Mark, and I'll tell you this. I don't think it is an American thing. I really don't. I strongly disagree with this part. I believe we're a global community. And for the first time in the history of the world, I'm seeing opportunity. And I think even though the loss of life that we're going through, which is horrific, the lives that will be saved moving forward will be astronomical. And here's why. For the first time in the history of the planet that we know, the Russian scientists and, you know, doctors are speaking to the same ones in South Korea. And they're the same ones that are speaking to China. And they're the same ones that are speaking to Ethiopia and Dubai. And what's happening is, I believe, like that game of concentration, you know, you flip one card and you remember and one's over here. What if some scientist in, I don't know, Canada has got a molecule that somebody in, you know, right now, again, Ethiopia is looking for. And when they put those two together, yes, they might find a vaccine, but they also might find the cure to, you know, AIDS or the cure to cancer. So I believe what's going to be coming from a global standpoint will be like nothing we've ever experienced.
Wow. I love that. And maybe, you know, maybe they'll find a cure for baldness as well, right?
Yeah, they already did. It's called Porsche.
Is that the midlife baldness crisis?
Yeah, that's
I'm called a Maserati.
that's kind of what it comes to. Now,
but my car still comes with hair. It's really strange. So
offset, we were talking about, you know, again, the people we hang out with and what we get information from.
Right.
So, you know, offline, you and I are chatting. A lot of our friends are chatting. And yeah, there is that dialogue of doom and gloom and fear and unknown and things of that nature.
Right.
You and myself and our sphere of influence are also going, okay, what are you seeing? And we're collaborating for the first time.
Right.
And I also am seeing collaboration is beating competition tenfold, because all of a sudden you and I, now we have two different events, but we're collaborating. The
Absolutely.
same thing I just did with Grant Cardone the other day, the same thing I just did with another person. So the people that were competing are now collaborating.
Absolutely. You know, I'll dovetail on that. Last night, I text two other friends of mine that I don't really know them. I've never met them, actually, but you know, I'm friendly with one of them through Facebook and so forth, and then the other gentleman I don't really know, but he's got another event. So I just texted him last night or messaged him and said, hey, you know what? It's all about collaboration, not competition. I've got my summit today. Why don't you guys come on, you know, in the afternoon? I'll carve out like a 3 or 4 minute interview set, and the three of us will just collaborate about the fact that you've got an event, I've got an event, you got an event. Let's meet each other, you know? So we're going to do that later on this afternoon. But it's all about, like you said, it's all about collaboration and connection, but it's also action steps, you know. Now, I want to hold something up that I think is near and dear to your heart, because, well, you've written many books under this brand. What does this mean to you right here? This little awesome pin that I'm holding up. This pin that I actually have one for right here, and I keep another one on my desk right there. Oh, I can't show it. There it is. So what's this mean to you?
Well, obviously, we all know it's the Bible of personal development. We know that this is an opportunity that has created more millionaires than any other, you know, piece of literature in the history of the planet. And Napoleon Hill was an aspiring magazine reporter. A lot of people don't know this, but when he was 23 years old, he gained access to the richest dude of the world, which is Andrew Carnegie. It was supposed to be a 30-minute interview, turned out to be 3 full days and nights. At the end of the interview, Carnegie says, I like you, and here's an opportunity. He said, work for me for free for 20 years, and I'll send you on a mission to meet my friends. You'll interview them and write the first ever formula for success. And Napoleon Hill said, Mr. Carnegie, not only will I accept that mission, I'll complete the task. And Carnegie said, you got yourself a job. But here's where it gets really interesting. You see, Carnegie was a stickler for action and gave his guest only 60 seconds to make up his mind to work for free for 20 years. And Carnegie pulled out a stopwatch he began when he made the offer, and there was 31 seconds left. But what gets really interesting is that Carnegie made that same offer to over 250 men before Napoleon Hill. Napoleon Hill was the only person to say yes. Everyone else had something called the bad case of the one size. That means I'll take action once I get the big break. And it's the people that take that action when the opportunity strikes, they're the ones that we tell the stories about today.
Wow, amazing. And it's crazy. I mean, literally 60 seconds, 20 years, 60 seconds. Amazing, right? But if you think about that, it's really apropos for our lives. You know,
Yeah.
60 seconds can really determine the next 20 years of your life in that 60-second decision-making process. Very, very interesting. I love that.
Listen to this. When the Napoleon Hill Foundation asked me to do the Think and Grow Rich series, they thought it'd be very appropriate to pay me that same wage.
You know, I tell you what, I'm going to double that. There you go.
What, your brother? I appreciate it.
Let me send you a check. That's awesome. Well, that's so cool. People are jumping in here saying, okay, so somebody just said, Sarah, hey, Sarah Lips, good to see you. She says, masterminds are vital to success. I love that. And some people are saying collaboration is key. Well, let's dive into this mastermind stuff. So tell me more about masterminds, because I know, look, I'm running a mastermind. You're running a mastermind. Tell me more about masterminds. Why should people join masterminds?
Well,
and the right ones.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear. The mastermind that you are putting together right now, I got to tell you, it's spectacular. And the reason why is because you're doing it the right way. Unfortunately, a lot of these Insta gurus, what they do is they charge people a boatload of money to sit in their living room. They're in a semicircle, and then the hostess talks at you. It's like a mini seminar, and then they upsell you a bunch of crap at the end. That's not a mastermind. What a mastermind was in a collective group of people of 2 or more come together as a collective, and you sit there and say, all right, there's a homeless person down the street. What can we all do to help that one person? And we get out of our own daily mindset and become less selfish and selfless, and we focus as a collective on that goal. Then each person gets an opportunity, Chair, where they say, hey, my name's Bob. I'm working on this one business. What do you guys think? And then people ask, here's what's missing, clarifying questions. You ask clarifying questions before giving feedback. So many people want to just throw up their ideas, but they don't have the information to do it. It's like walking into a doctor's office and saying, give me a pill, but he doesn't ask you what's wrong. You got to ask clarifying questions. And then you have that, you give feedback based on a directive from experience. And that's what you're put together. And I got to tell you, I commend you and I applaud you for it.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, and, you know, like you said, it's all about, not only is it about the other types of eyeballs on what you got going on. Like a lot of us, look, a lot of us are trying to medicate ourselves with success, right? They're like, well, I know what I should do. I know it, right? And we try, and then somebody gives us some great advice, or counsel is what you call it. But they give us advice, and then we're like, let me think about that. Let me, you know, and it could be really great counsel, yet we get in our own minds about it. So I believe, and this is why I'm putting this mastermind together the right way, by the way, through, I keep on bringing up this pin, man, bam, because I'm going to do it the actual right way. Because what I feel is this, I feel like we can't do it alone. Teams or collaboration. We're talking about this all day, all week, all month, all year. It's all about teamwork and collaboration, but getting the counsel from the right people. And I love what you say. You always say something like, look, if you want to become a best-selling book, but I'd love to be a best-selling book. That'd be cool. If you want to be a best-selling author, you don't go to your buddies and friends. What do most people do? They go to their friends who've never written a book. They've probably never read that many books either. And they say, well, you think it's a good idea? And they're like, you're never going to be able to do that. Or, you know, sure, good luck, you know. Instead of what you suggest is go to the experts. Go to the Mark Victor Hansen's, the Jack Canfield's, the, you know, this Think and Grow Rich Napoleon Hill Foundation, you know, and find out what really works. And now, and by the way, now I'll look at you and say this, now you are that expert as well. Like people learn from you, man, which is awesome. And I compliment you. I commend you. I want to hug you. I wish I could. But it's awesome. Just elaborate just briefly on that, what are your thoughts there in regard to like people taking advice from other people rather than going into a systematic, like Bob Berg, I had him on the other day, day one on last week. Bob Berg's excellent, amazing, New York Times bestseller, amazing guy, go-givers, endless referrals, etc. And he talks about, he always says this, he says, you have to have a system. You have to have a process. It's a process. And that's what these masterminds are all about. Can you elaborate just a little bit more on that?
Yeah, you just threw out about a million things, so I don't know what's on there. But Bob Berg is a genius, and John Mann, who co-authored that book together with him, is unbelievably a great writer. I do believe the difference between counsel and opinion is this: counsel based on experience, wisdom, knowledge, and mentorship. People have paved the way. Where people's opinion is based on ignorance, lack of knowledge, or inexperience. If you go to a family friend and say you're going to write a book, they might try to protect you to keep you safe. Plus, they've never written a best-selling book, so they might give you incorrect feedback. But if you go to Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul, and say, I want to write a book, he's going to tell you, sit down. Here's what you need to know, and give you counsel based on wisdom, knowledge, and experience. If we would spend our activity only seeking counsel and ignoring people's opinion, that's the day your life would change. The big question is, where are we getting our information from? And then I'm going to add another word for this today. I'll give you an example. One of my dear friends, Gene Landrum, started Chuck E. Cheese. But if I was going to start a restaurant chain, I don't think I'd go seek him for counsel because he did it 40 years ago. I'd say, who's doing Five Guys or In-N-Out or Chipotle, or who's getting the results I want today, and ask them for feedback. And by surrounding yourself with people that are getting what you want, you get ultimately what you want as well.
Love that. That's awesome, man. You're just awesome. All right. So we're coming down to the wire on this segment. What I'm going to do is I want to mention, with your permission, I'm going to mention my my mastermind.
I'd rather just endorse your mastermind. So I hereby, Greg Reed, which I rarely do if ever.
Oh wait, let me get you full screen. Go ahead.
Exactly. I hereby recommend, endorse, and support the actual mastermind that Erik Swanson is putting together right now through Habitude Warrior. This will be spectacular. He's been calling me saying, hey, man, I want to do the very best one I could possibly deliver and give the greatest value that anyone's ever seen. How do I do it? And we started giving him a blueprint of all these different modalities, and he's taking the best of practices and applying towards the mastermind that he's putting together. The price is ridiculous. It is the most high-valued program that literally I've seen out there in the marketplace today. I highly recommend anyone that's thinking about joining something that literally can get out of your own mind and surround yourself with positive other like minds. This is the program you're looking for.
Dude, you're amazing, man. All right, so let's talk about price. Here's the deal. As you already know, and by the way, thank you for that. That was amazing what you just said. As you already know, you and I, we text like schoolgirls all day long. Okay. So, and at night. And what I did was this, I reached out to someone for counsel, and he's the gentleman. And what I did was this, I said, look, I want to do it the right way, the way that Napoleon Hill did it, the way that we should do it, instead of going out there and just promoting crap and so forth. I mean, look, it's fine. If you're in another mastermind and they promote things, great. That's awesome. I want this to be a very, very, very true action taking mastermind. So what I'm going to do is this. For those, because I want to reward action takers. So here's what I'm going to do. Before I bring on my next guest, what I'll do is this. It's normally $3,000. It's a 3-month commitment, and we meet twice a month. Okay. It's the first and third Tuesdays, and it's for 3 months. All right. It's going to be awesome. It's about 90 minutes. It's all online, by the way. It's on a Zoom, a private Zoom. We have spots for literally around 12 people per mastermind, and it's already been filling up. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. It's $3,000. I'm going to bring on, in fact, let me bring on Shannon. I know Shannon's in the green room right here. Hey, Shannon, what's happening?
Hi.
So here's what I'm going to do. Let me just, because I'm not really, look, guys, I'm going to go full screen for 1 second. And I'll bring you guys back on. Here's the deal, guys. I'm not really, I don't like selling things. This is something where if you want to take advantage of it, take advantage of it. It's as simple as that. It's $3,000. But what we did, and Shannon, I'll bring Shannon back on here, and boom, there she is. What we did was Shannon and I decided that, look, let's make this really, really nice for people, right? So what we did is we're cutting out $1,000 for whoever signs up. Okay, that was last week, and I know we've already had some people sign up, which is awesome. Here's what I'm going to do. And by the way, the people who signed up last week, yes, I will take care of you on this. Here's what I'm going to do. I want to reward action takers, and I want to match $1,000 for whoever signs up today through you today, right now. Okay, so that means, I know Shannon's like, what? So here's what I'm gonna do. And the people who had already signed up, yes, I'm in a giving mood. So last week, however many people we had sign up last week, I'm gonna go ahead and write them a check for $1,000 back. All right, I'm gonna kick in $1,000 for this, so we can just really extend this, what I'm calling compassionate pricing for this world that we're in right now. So bottom line, it's a $3,000 deal. Normally I bring it down to $2,000 if you take action right now. I'm going to match that, and anyone who signs up for the first 7 people or 8 people, I'm going to do this for the first 8 people, I'm going to kick in $1,000 more. Yeah. So it's only $1,000 for the first 8 people. Let's just call it 8 people. All right. So what I'll do is this. You need to, there it is right there. You just text the word mastermind to that number, 55, whatever it is, 59925. Or you can, do you mind if I put your direct cell number in here, Shannon? Is that okay? You sure?
Absolutely. Go ahead and put it on there. You just open the doors to a lot of people. You're gonna change some lives and open some hearts, Erik. Thank you.
Okay.
And by the way, my son's friend just came to the door, and everyone wants to get in the door. Everyone wants to get into this program, it looks like. So there you go. There you go.
Okay, direct number. Here we go. And I know Shannon's a supermodel, so you're probably going to get a lot of calls anyway. But here we go. All right, what's your
call? 760 522.
Yep.
2156.
2156. Boom. I will put that in there, and I'll show it to people. I hope I got that right. I think I did. Call Shannon's number.
8, guys. First 8, and then.
Yeah. And we're gonna keep this going. Actually, we can have more than 8, of course, sign up. But for the first 8, I'm gonna kick back $1,000. So everyone gets in for, what is it? Only $1,000. That's it. Oh my gosh.
3 months program to take action.
Yeah.
Quick question. Have you ever seen a mastermind at this level for that price?
No.
No. Wait, I'm gonna go a step further. Shannon and I just sold ours out, and it was $6,000 a person, and we sold out standing room only. So the realities are, this is the most economically affordable. Just taking money aside, though, I guess. Here's the other thing too. Yeah. Look, in 3 months from now, trust me, things are going to be different. 3 months ago, things were different. The only thing that can separate ourselves from where we're going to be from our competition, our friends, or all the people that we hang out with, is who we're surrounding ourselves with, what other input we're getting. And the fact of the matter is, if we always do what we've always done, we'll always have what we have right now. You've heard the cliche. This is an opportunity now to be put into a deep end where you're getting input and guidance and being listened to from all these amazing people from a different perspective. And by the way, I have no vested interest. I get no money from this. I'm just sharing with you, because Erik and I have been friends for years, that this is something that is pretty amazing, and it's a great deal. I feel like we're doing a self pitch now. I got to move on, but you're the man, and I appreciate you greatly, bro.
Absolutely, brother. Yeah, let me just wrap this up, and 20 more seconds, and I'll let you go, Greg. I know you got to jump on another one. I want to congratulate Jennifer. Congratulations for signing up. Give it up for Jennifer right there. What's up? So I'm super excited about you guys being there. And just last thing I want to mention is, and thank you, Greg. I know that I'm doing this at such a compassionate pricing, because it doesn't matter about the money. It really doesn't. It matters about the commitment level and working as a team, bringing you to the next level. And I love that about our program. So super excited about it, guys. Thank you to the 2 of you guys. I want to hug you both. Really appreciate you, Greg and Shannon. Call Shannon at this number right somewhere there. There it is. Boom. Call her there, and we will we'll get you guys going on that. And I'll hold this open for today. Okay, so for the first 8 people, what did I say, 7 or 8? I'm throwing away money here. For the first 8 people, I think I said 8. I want to honor that and kick in. I want to invest with you. That's what I want to do.
Shannon, that's your real cell phone number. You know that, right?
She said it was okay. I know.
All right. Fun with that.
The mastermind text also goes to my cell. Either way, we're good. We're gonna take care of you guys.
What is that, like Poway or something? Where are you? Okay.
Yeah.
See you guys. Shannon, thank you so much. Any last minute comments you'd like to share, Shannon? I know people are going to contact you directly. Any last minute comments you'd like to share?
No, just no, and then I'm going to say something, right? Yes, I want to say something. Just Erik, thank you for putting this together and making this so accessible to people. There are so many people watching right now, and I'm sure that 95% of them have notebooks by their computer for taking notes from your event and all the other events. And I am excited that you are going to be the person that's going to help them actually put those notes into some kind of action plan so that when we come out of this, they're able to actually do something instead of just keep those notes by the side of their bed.
You know what? I love what you just said. You just reminded me of something. I'm going to add something into it as well. Here's the deal. You know how I have Habitude Warrior conferences like this? They're live. They're in person. They're in the fall, apparently. We can't get out of the house right now. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to include a ticket for whoever signs up will get a ticket. So I know Jennifer just signed up. You get a ticket to one of our upcoming Habitude Warrior conferences. That's a $1,000 ticket right there. Boom, done. I'm happy to do it. All right, guys. Connect with her. She's awesome. And Shannon, you're going to be around. Jump on this afternoon, okay? And we'll touch base. And let's take John Kovach. Go ahead and I'll connect with you, and we'll keep a tally as to how many we have left open and so forth, right? Because we want to make sure that people know if they can get in for the first 8. And I kick back the $1,000. All right. So John's going to keep track of that, and we'll make announcements throughout the day. Thanks, guys. Rock and roll. See you guys in a little bit. Rock and roll. Woohoo!
Thanks, Erik. Bye.
My pleasure. Thank you. All right. I'm so excited about this, guys. Super, super, super excited. So my next speaker, what time is it? 11:05. Awesome. And when I say 11:05, it's really 11:07. I know. All right. So my next speaker, I'm so excited to bring on. By the way, everyone give it up, by the way. Give it up for Greg Scott Reed and joining us and sharing some awesome wisdom on what he does. It's just awesome. And for the rest of the team, in fact, I'm just going to bring the team on right now real quick. Team members, good morning, good morning. I want to let you guys know. So let's keep the comments going. There's Steve Taubman. Let's keep the comments. Answer, please, because I'm live. Obviously, I'm the production manager. Right here, I'm dealing with this thing right here. So just keep in touch with the people who have any questions. Steer them to Shannon or to John Kovach, either one, and we'll go ahead and sign them up. All we need to do is make sure that you send them to Shannon, I guess, and she'll take care of them. And I'm already I'm matching that $1,000 for them. All right. So are you guys excited about that?
Oh yeah.
I can't believe you're doing that. That's incredible.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. So
and just a little secret, by the way, a little secret that I didn't mention to you earlier is we're gonna have within our mastermind, it's all about habits and attitude and business development and growing you as a person so that you can grow your business, grow your whatever you want to grow. You know, you want to be a best-selling author, great. We'll share with you how to do it. I'm a 6-time, I always say 5-time. I'm actually a 6-time #1 best-selling author, and I've been in compilation books as well. But these are all my books that are in best-selling author. So I'll share with you how to do that. We'll share with you how to have a voice, how to get out there, how to get on stages, how to get more eyeballs on you and build your business in such an amazing way. So I'm super excited about that. And here's another secret. Here's another secret. I'm going to get right in your face. Here's another secret: is surround yourself. I know. Let's do this. Surround yourself with people who are going to help you, because you can't do it alone, guys. That's key. And there was one more thing I was going to say, but I forgot what it was. So I got to go. You guys are awesome. Let me bring on my next speakers. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. Awesome. Hey, Yuri. See ya. Okay. And hey, what was that last? Do me a favor, Steve. Go ahead and snap your fingers for 1 second. Thanks, buddy. All right. So I love you guys. You're awesome. That was pretty cool. I got to do that one again. All right. I made Yuri smile and laugh again, by the way. All right. My next speaker that I'm bringing on, not my next speaker, I don't own the speaker, but I'll tell you what, I'm bringing on a gentleman who is just near and dear to my heart, honestly. This guy, when I first met him, I met him recently, probably less than a year ago, I think it is. And when I met him, just his authentic, he's authentic. I don't know how to say the word. He's very, he's laughing at me right now. He's in the green room. He's just so right there for you to help you. That's I work with, look, here's the deal. I work with a lot of people. You guys know this. I work with a lot of individuals, and I only like working with people who really are there to work with you. So this gentleman, in fact, let me just explain what he's built. He worked with, hand in hand with a gentleman named Og Mandino years ago. He's built something called Habit Finder. He is the habit dynamics expert. This gentleman, Paul Blanchard is his name, and I'm so excited about bringing him onto the screen to share his wisdom with you. Paul Blanchard, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you, Erik?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, man. How come you're bigger than me? Here, I need to get closer. There, I'm bigger now.
It's all trick angles and photography and all that stuff. So
that's right, man. Dude, I got to tell you, man, you're one of, look, you know, my father passed recently. I've got dog tags that have some sayings that he said, and he always used to tell me, hang out with the good people, right? And he'd say this after he meets someone, he would say, that guy's he's a good guy. Those are the good guys, right? And I really appreciate you, man. And I appreciate like you go out of your way, brother, to really help people and to honor them. And you know, I was at an event recently in Salt Lake City, and you and your father came over, and you literally wanted to come there and sit down with me and meet me and just chill for a little bit. I love that, man. It just speaks volumes of what you do. So I want to welcome you to the show, to the Global Virtual.
Glad to be here. I got to say the feeling was mutual. We live in a world where, Erik, you and I teach both our clients to be promotional for good reason. If you've got something good to offer people, you should promote it. But you don't always get a clear idea as to what's behind the promotion. There's a lot of people with a lot of technology and a lot of platforms that can look like something they're not. So it's when I got behind the scenes with you, just sitting in your hotel room, the people the people that listen to you, the people that you can call in the middle of the night, the people that will show up for you without wondering what the terms of the agreement are,
or the agenda, right?
Yeah, or the
agenda, right? Yeah,
spoke louder than, and you're a pretty loud guy, but it spoke louder than anything you could ever say. And so I really appreciate the recognition this direction, but it's reciprocal for sure. It's why when you asked, can you be a part of my virtual event? We really want to serve people during this time and not slow down the impact we want to have. Sure, when, where, anything. Yeah. So happy to be here.
Yeah. I appreciate you saying all that. And in fact, that was, I want to go back to what you were saying about, coming over, that first event, you literally told me one of the days, it was a 3-day event, I think, maybe Houston or Dallas. I can't remember which city. It might've been Houston, I believe. Was it? No. Which city was it?
Oh, we were in San Diego.
San Diego. There you go. So you came over, and that's right, San Diego. Now I just remembered. Oh, that's right. We had Brian Tracy on that event as well. Mm-hmm. And you came up to me during one of the days, and you said, you kind of squared me off. You said, look, man, I just got to tell you, I'm here to check. I heard about you. I wanted to see if it's true that you really are this genuine, you really are this type of person, and you're really there for the people, and you don't have some ulterior agenda. Now, we all have an agenda to have success and build, right? But we can only build with the people that we really want to build with, right? And that's what's going to make you go really far. My buddy Bill Walsh used to say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with a team. Right. And you're definitely one of my ambassadors of awesome. So I appreciate that. And that time in that hotel room. So what he's talking about is it was 11 o'clock at night. I was getting this is a live event that we're doing the next day. And I was getting some PowerPoints ready, and, I'm in shorts and, just PowerPoint, ready to do it. I'm in my hotel suite there. And I just texted a few of my friends. They're all getting in. My friends, meaning speakers. So like Sharon Lecter came up there. Who was it? Dan Clark, Steve Taubman, I think was there. There were a few more people. It was just really cool. Just a collective group of awesomeness to share their wisdom the next day to the world, which I really love that. So I'm going too deep into this. I really want to go deep into what's it take to find out what type of habits we have and how we can change those into harnessing the best habits, because this is Habitude Warrior, and you're all about habit finder. I want to hear more about that. In fact, I'm going to pull myself off screen so I can honor you and your time, so you can share your wisdom with our audience. Would that be okay?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Blanchard.
Thanks, Erik. So I love words. I'm a big fan of their meaning. And you think about habitude, the core that Erik brought together in a really inspired way are habits and attitudes. So I'd love to start there. A habit simply means to possess. I mean, it's something that we can hold in our control. And an attitude is posture, which is something that it's a way of dealing or considering something. So, I mean, you've got Erik here representing what I consider one of the perfect combinations of how to improve every area of your life. Because if you focus on the quality of things that you control, that you possess as a habit, and you focus on the quality of your posture, the way you deal with and consider things, there are a few things that you can combine to create a more powerful impact on your life than habits and attitudes. And as Erik mentioned, I'm president of Habit Finder. We've been around for about 20 years. The principles we teach have been around, as Og Mandino famously said, for forever. The principles of success has never changed, he famously said. And so we wanted to find an opportunity primarily to make personal development personal again. As Erik said, he looks for people that are showing up for an individual, for the quality and the value and the worthiness of the human being, not for some abstract or ethereal concept of the audience or the influence, but for the value of the human being. This has been the center of our company for 20 years, and it's what we infuse into our clients. And this is not about my company. I want to share with you some really powerful perspectives, but just to give you an idea of where we come from and the velocity of what we teach, we've had over 250,000 clients, and over 95% of those came from referral. I'll say that again. We've had 250,000 clients, and over 95% of them came from referral. You can't get that without quality, without really applying what you're teaching. And if you've never heard of me, that's by design, because the best coaches are coaching, not out there doing aggressive promoting. So, but the opportunity to be here today, I wanted to take the posture of the attitude, the posture of personal development, because that's what we should all be investing in. We should all be looking to develop ourselves. And the greatest place to invest in personal development is in habits. Now, a couple things for you to kind of take your approach to habits to the next level is, first, you're going to want to understand the 3 dimensions of habits. Okay. The first dimension is the one that most people spend most of their time and their money pouring into, and that's the behavioral dimension. These are the habits of what we do, what we don't do. And a lot of people try and approach this one to create greater levels of success, only to find themselves trying to do something different all the time and wondering if they'll ever get to a place that they can sustain it consistently and get rid of the procrastination. And then they just go into visualizing it more, and then that's going to somehow get them to do it. It doesn't work. Focusing primarily on the behavioral dimension leaves us usually broken, and angry. And then we get into the emotional dimension of habits. This is what we feel. Okay, this is our emotional intelligence, our awareness of ourselves in terms of how we're feeling and how we're processing things. The pinnacle of the emotional dimension is personality. There's a lot of science, there's a lot of assessments out there to be able to measure this dimension. It's my favorite definition of personality. It's the emotions we've memorized. One of the challenges with trying to use the feelings, the emotional dimension to grow, and especially using personality to do it, is all of us have about 5 to 7 different personalities. In aggregate, we take an assessment and find out what the most common tendencies of that are, but it's still based on our feelings, which are fickle and variable. We want to be able to focus on something more substantial, something that can help us grow, when many of us use our personality as an excuse to play small. Well, I'm just not that kind of person. Oh, that just doesn't work for me. I'm not a morning person. I'm not a gym person. I'm not a become better person, is essentially what it comes down to. So we want to move beyond the emotional dimension and do the work where it counts. And that is in the way we think, not what we think, but how we think. A lot of people are very aware of what they're thinking. And in fact, we think about 85% of the same things every day. What I'm talking about are not the 50 to 80,000 conscious thoughts we have a day. I'm talking about the 1 to 2 million unconscious thoughts we have a day. And we want to understand what are the patterns, because that's what a habit is. It's a pattern. And we are creatures of patterns. We are creatures of habit. And we are either, as Og Mandino said, a slave to good habits or a slave to bad habits. Well, there's no in between. And that we can only replace a bad habit with a good habit, and so on. And so we want to understand these patterns. How do we measure these patterns? Because for too long, the pinnacle of personal development has been this amazing buzzword called mindset. Newsflash, harsh reality, okay? I'm called a pattern disruptor by most of my clients. It's kind of how I describe myself. People say, what do you do? So I'm a pattern disruptor, because I'm not here to say I'm right, I know how to do things, but I know you're probably wrong. Okay, the great Wyatt Woodsmall said, you could be wrong, and you probably are. It's one of the greatest ways to live life, to constantly be shaking the snow globe on your perspective, because your reality is not the reality. So I like to disrupt patterns. It's not about being an expert for me. In fact, personally, I find experts to be rather dangerous, because experts are really good at teaching you how to do what they did, not to figure out how you could accomplish what you want to accomplish. Now, in principle, well, you built a huge influence on social media. Great. I'm not talking about the fundamentals. I'm talking about the deeper things. I'm talking about the thought processes, the mindset, and all of that actually get you there. That requires disruption. And we want to get really clear about that. That's why I try to stay away from the term expert as much as I can, because usually that's how they did it. And there's a lot to learn from those experts. But you're going to want to go into it with the context of, this is how they did it, and what are the principles, not the procedures, that are going to grow my life. Living a life after habits and attitudes, patterns, okay, what we can control and how we consider them, the posture of the attitude. We want to look at the patterns, we want to look at the principles, and not get caught up in the procedures. Because many of you have learned amazing procedures, but they haven't made the difference, and you haven't been able to sustain them. What if we extracted the principle, and then we're able to learn how to apply that and find our version of the procedure without having to reinvent the wheel because we held on to the principle? That's the goal of working on our thinking habits, working on our thinking patterns. Here's the best news. When you get your thinking patterns figured out, when you can actually measure them, and I'm pretty sure from what I know, we're the only company in the world right now that can measure your thinking the way that we do, as accurately as we do and as extensively as we do, and not to mention as simply and easily and short in terms of time frame as we do, that when you change the patterns of thinking, it matriculates. It pours right down into the emotional dimension, the behavioral dimension, and ultimately results. But it pours down in an exponential way. Meaning one small shift in your thinking pattern makes an even bigger shift in your emotional capacity, an even bigger shift in your behavioral capacity, and an even bigger shift in your results, versus the one-to-one exchange of behavioral development, where we start doing things that will allow us to be more successful, but we're not able to sustain them because our thinking patterns, all the way upstream, don't support them. So I want to share just a couple quick things as to why doing this is so hard. Because if you think your car is broken, you won't drive it. But if you find out all it was is the car had the emergency brake on, that's a completely different ball game. And there's too many of us trying to succeed in life that have bought into the lie that we're broken. You're not broken. You happen to have a world built on consumerism, which at its core is to teach you there's something you don't have that you need to get to be successful, which is not true. In 99% of the businesses that all of you are trying to build that are watching this, you have everything you need. You just haven't figured out how to unlock it properly. And that's where we want to understand habits. That's where we want to take on our attitude of how we assess and consider and posture what we can control, which is what we can possess, which is our habits. But you're not broken. However, if you're playing the wrong game, you won't win. If you're trying to develop yourself in personal development philosophically, which means it's all concepts, it's all ideas, it's all ahas, which is kind of what people put out there is, oh, that was such an amazing aha. And then we create all these notebooks that are smarter than us from all the events we've attended, all the ahas. And you can try and take those notebooks down to the bank and try and have them deposit them in your bank account. They're not going to give you anything for them. They're of no consequence until we are able to weaponize them to actually changing our habits and improving our attitude. That's critical. we've got to measure that first, but then secondly, you're going to want to understand the biology of personal development, because that's what it is. It's a biological game, not a philosophical game. And two things your brain does, and then I'm going to bring Erik back on here so you can pick my brain for your benefit. The two things that your brain does to hold you back are it wants to keep you safe and it wants life to be easy. Whether you want that or not, the core operating, the limbic system of your brain, okay, wants you to be safe, which means predictable. It doesn't care if you aesthetically feel safe, if you're in a dangerous place. If it feels it's predictable, meaning you could be in a terrible situation in your life, okay? We work with a cause that helps battered women get out of their homes and get safe and get jobs and get independence with them and their kids. It's near and dear to my heart, but the reason why most of them don't leave is because their brain finds it predictable. Even though their thinker brain goes, this is dangerous, I could get killed by this man someday, their core operating system holds on to the predictability. So when you grow, you're not broken, you're just fighting your biology. So how you interpret that resistance is critical. Because if you interpret overwhelm, stress, anxiety, depression, confusion as I'm headed the wrong way or there's something wrong with me, you're never going to succeed, because that's your brain saying, turn back. We don't want to grow. Turn back. We're getting away from the predictable. So how you interpret that is critical. Second piece, your brain wants it easy, which is along the same lines of predictable. That's why it wants predictability, because it wants it easy. Here's a hard and fast and difficult truth to consume, okay? That those who want life to be easy never get it. There is a huge difference to wanting an easy life and doing the things that will make life easier. When you want an easy life, your brain has no option but to create an easy life as a destination that will never exist. Okay, wrong planet. Life isn't easy. But if you can pull away from that focus and start building the habits and developing the attitude that actually makes life easier, then an easy life doesn't become a destination. It becomes a natural outcome of who you become. Now, that's much easier said than done, or in this case, much easier said than become. But if you can start leaning into the resistance of your biology rather than just relying on ahas and dopamine hits of, oh, this feels so good, but never actually creating any change. And if you can also recognize the resistance of your brain not wanting life to be hard and realizing that you want to replace, I want life to be easy with, I want life to be simple, with, I want to live in that place rather than where I am currently. And we can start to embrace this. We get to a point where our habits and our attitude make life feel easier, even though it haven't become any easier. In fact, clients that Erik and I work with, their lives become even more complicated. Their lives become even more elevated and require even more from them, but they feel like it's easier because they have become better. No one wants to win the gold medal because all the best competitors got hurt. That's seeking an easy life. We want to win the gold medal because we put the work in and it feels easier because it has become habit and we have leveraged the right attitude to win. That's the space we want to be working in. That's what you're going to get to dive into in Erik's mastermind. That's why he wants to take the care of not just giving you ahas and insights. He wants to take you through a journey through 3 months to just till the ground and plant some seeds that you may harvest some in those 3 months, but he wants to plant seeds that you will harvest for the rest of your life. And getting the opportunity to be able to measure that, to walk into a mastermind like that, knowing what thought processes, what patterns are standing in your way are critical. And that's what we do. That's why Erik and I work so closely together. Habits, attitude, that's everything. But it's not philosophical. It's not ahas. It's not just feel-good crap. Sure, have a positive mental attitude all you want. Paint all the fresh paint you want on a rotting fence post in your life. But when the wind of growth comes, what's going to happen to that pretty fence post? It's going to fall. Let's get into the real habits. Let's get into the real attitude, how you really shift those things. Get around people that do that. People like Erik, okay? And people that can measure it, like my company, the Habit Finder. And let's actually start creating lasting success from that thinking dimension that pours out abundance into the other ones. It's the small hinge that swings a big gate. A small hinge that swings a big gate. I think that's about enough for me, Erik.
Man, you're awesome, dude. I mean, I love it. So I want you to elaborate, if you can, about the small hinge, big gate theory. In fact, that's a book title right there. Somebody write that down. John Kovach. That's my next title. Small hinge, big gate. I love that because it's so true. Like, it's the David and Goliath, really. You don't have to be the biggest, the strongest, the craziest. It's these small little things that are really maybe small habits that turn into big habits, and big habits. It just expands. So my question to you, and I know we've got a lot of questions coming in. I love this, man. You're on fire, brother. So my question to you is it better for the client, which I know the answer, but we'll pretend you know the answer too. Is it better for the client or the person that's coming in to learn about their habit? Is it better for them to feel really uncomfortable at first, or to feel comfortable?
So that's a loaded question.
Yes, it is.
Okay, because discomfort is required to grow.
Correct.
Absolutely required. But relationships, foundational relationships, should be built, which I know you and I both do this. We don't just come in and knock people up over the head. We want to build some trust and keep it in proportion. Because if people think they're going to be able to go through your mastermind comfortably as spectators, then they shouldn't even sign up. Okay? Right. They're going to go through something like that and they're going to get disrupted. They're going to get uncomfortable. There's a challenge. Stress grows people, but stress also breaks down people. And a lot of us don't know that there are two forms of stress. There's eustress, E-U-S-T-R-E-S-S, and distress. And the most successful people I know toe the line between eustress and distress really beautifully. But the failures that I've met in life stay away from that line or run way over that line because the brain doesn't respond well to intensity. So if you stay away from that line, sure, you get to avoid intensity, but you don't grow, you don't do anything. You sit on your couch and dream about what you wish you had and then try to do the minimal amount to get through. Or what we see a lot of people doing, which I think pertains primarily to your audience, they run way past the line of eustress and distress and overdo the distress and get into a destructive way. Think about the way we exercise. I can lift 5-pound dumbbells for a couple of reps every day. I'm not going to get much stronger. But if I go in there and grab 100-pound ones and start throwing them around more than my body can handle, I'm going to get injured. It's the same thing in our growth, same thing in our business. Can we toe that line of, oh, I'm in distress, back off a little bit. Oh, I've been in eustress for just a little too long. I don't know where I am at in terms of that distress line, because being and becoming more familiar and more comfortable with that discomfort, that's how you grow, is how do you toe that line?
Yeah. I love that, man. Amazing, amazing. So tell us in just a few, in a few words here, what's it going through when somebody calls you and says, Paul, I want to hire you. I need to hire you. I need you. What's that process look like? What's that process look like? I have another loaded question, right?
It's an interrogation, Erik. It is, which I love the word. It needs to look in between the questions. I get really hesitant when people say, I need you, because that means they're more in the feeling dimension and not in the...
Should they say instead, I need me? That's why I'm hiring you.
Love that.
Oh, well, here, mic drop. Hold on.
What you just summed up is what I'll do in coaching interviews. I love it. If someone wants to hire me or any of my coaches, my team doesn't sell them coaching. My team interrogates them with love and understanding for what you just said. Is what you need you, and is this the way to do it? Not I need you. Because one thing we tell people right up front is the only thing you can't expect from Habit Finder is to fix you. But we've been conditioned as human beings to believe we need to be fixed. There's something we don't have that we need to acquire to be able to succeed. No, we believe there are gifts and strengths that are out of control that just need to be recalibrated. They're not things you don't already have, because skill set is overrated. Raw talent is overrated. They're great to have, but they will fall flat every time without the right habits and attitudes.
Love that. All right, I'm going to put on the screen here, if I can find how to do it. Production manager, please put this on the screen. Okay, that was me. There we go. Habitfinder.com/awesome. What's the deal with this? What is this all about?
This is our Habit Finder technology. It's the core of everything that we do. We started as the official Augmandino company because we got the film rights to The Greatest Salesman in the World, one of the greatest books ever written. But then we went back to Betty, who's on our board of directors, who's Aug's widow, and said, let's build a whole company around this. And we started going deeper and deeper and deeper and found out, let's not just regurgitate Aug's principles. Let's find technology. We're in 2020. Technology is amazing. It was 2000 at the time, but still technology was booming. There's got to be a way to measure what Aug was talking about, these habits, this other mind, your unconscious. That's what that is. Not only that, but when you're using sound science and math, objectivity rather than subjectivity, you can measure quickly, okay? If I'm using my hand to guess what your body temperature is, that's subjective. That's going to take time for me to get good at that. But if I use a thermometer, it's like that because that's science, technology, and math. The Habit Finder is not a personality test. It's not going to tell you which emotions you've memorized. It's going to tell you what 6.4 quadrillion patterns look like in your unconscious mind, and it's going to do it in less than 10 minutes.
Oh my God, in less than 10 minutes?
Yep, less than 10 minutes. And because we're so used to personality tests and behavioral tests and things like that, I'm going to give anyone who takes it through this link a one-time complimentary consultation so that you actually understand the results you're looking at. Because we built it to look like a personality test when you get your results. So it's familiar, but it's not. And so if you look at anything that's on there and go, oh, that's me. Oh, that's not me. No, it's not. It's your thinking. It's your unconscious mind that you're unaware of. Some of it, the patterns we're aware of, and that's where you go, oh, that's totally me. But it's not. It's a pattern of thinking. The ones you're not aware of, you go, that's totally not me. But you're also unaware of those. And that gives us a roadmap to personal development that people have never had before. Because principles are only as valuable as their application. And if you can't implement them, then it doesn't matter how big of an aha it is, it's not valuable to you. And this gives us the roadmap of where your own brain's going to get in your way of applying that aha or that insight or that principle.
That's amazing. I love that. All right. So they can go there and that has, I guess, a link where they can download this and utilize it and connect with you, and that's awesome. And this is a gift from you to them, is that right? I mean, you're not, dude. Really? I'm looking at you. That's awesome.
Yeah, we spent about $3 million, 20 years, and 200,000 people to hone it to what it can do today. And we're not looking to make that back. We want people to have access to this for free, whether they work with us or not. Do it through that link so that I can send you some extra gifts. Like I just finally, after being demanded of it for 5 years, built a Habit Finder Sales 101 course. Why Sales 101? Because sales should be simple. And sales is one of the most beautiful forms of connection on planet Earth. And so I teach people that don't like to close how to never have to close again and still get way more sales. And I'll give that to anyone who takes it through that link for free.
That's awesome. Awesome. I love it. All right, rock and roll. So let me bring on, with your permission, I'm going to bring on a few of our co-MCs to ask some questions of you. Is that okay with you?
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. So let me bring on first Dr. Steve Taubman, and he's a doctor. And know each other, yeah. So awesome. So Steve, take it away.
I'm just so blown away by you, Paul. I really so appreciate you and the clarity, and it makes me optimistic to see that there's a clear strategic way of thinking about what we call personal development, because there is so much nebulousness and BS, basically.
Well, as I tell people, mindset is a word that got manipulated to sell you stuff you don't need.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. So to me, like, this really cuts to the chase. I mean, I've spent the last many years practicing meditation and mindfulness, and in the practice of that, it's not about like having these like elevated, lofty, happy moments. Like it's hard work, right? Just like when you're doing exercise, it's hard work. And what you're describing is, we're not at this just to make you feel good. We're actually at this to help you truly understand who you are and truly change your habits and your patterns. And that's something that you just don't really hear very often. So I really respect and appreciate you. And the clarity with which you explain it gives me hope for the world.
Thank you, Steve. I mean, knowing who you are and where you come from, I appreciate that an enormous amount. So thank you.
That's awesome, man. I want to bring on Lynn Rose for a quick second to ask.
Lynn! Oh my gosh, I haven't seen Lynn since Universal. Holy crap!
I know, right?
Oh my God.
You know, all I got to
Incredible! Holy crap!
all I have to say, Paul, is that was boom, mic drop. That was fantastic. So brilliantly said. You just pierced through the noise in such a profound way. And thank you for that. Og Mandino was one of my favorite authors when I was a little kid growing up and as an adult. And one of his core principles is whatever goal you have, or whatever, even little goal, big goal, always go a little bit beyond. And that stuck with me. Even I'm jogging 30 minutes. I can't just stop at 30 minutes. I have to do 31 minutes. You know, it's a habit. It's a habit. And so I love the way you really brought that forward. Habits are like our system for success and well-being and what we want in life. And I just want to ask you a question. First of all, next step that's simple is go to habitfinder.com/awesome. I'm so excited about that. Thank you. I'm going to be one of those people taking advantage of that. But what's another, what you would say, just a simple step people can put in practice to start changing habits, like that little Og Mandino habit I just brought up?
Great question. I have a go-to that I go with all of my clients when they're not in a good space. My first question is, how are your mornings?
Mm-hmm.
The morning is where your life is built. It's where, even if you didn't have a good night's sleep, you still got a cleaner slate than you're going to have through the rest of the day. So that would be my first recommendation, is build the habit of an intentional morning. There's a lot of programs out there to teach you how to do that. I'm weary of the ones that get really detailed, because we get stuck in this, I need to do all the things. And if we can't do all the things, we do none of the things mentality.
Mm-hmm.
So starting a morning intentionally can be as simple as wake up early, but understand early is different for everybody. Okay. My early traditionally has been 4:30 in the morning, but that doesn't need to be anybody else's early. I've got clients where 10:30 is early. But early is defined by what allows you to wake up and start your day with you, not start your day getting to something, taking care of something, whatever it is. You get to start with you, check in with you for a few minutes, and then read something for a couple of minutes. And that alone will start building and paving the way for habits more powerfully than just about anything else can. So that would be my question, is, how's your morning?
Bam. Another mic drop.
Awesome. Thank you. Little mic drops over there. Thank you guys. Awesome. Well, we are coming down to the wire here. Really appreciate Paul, your knowledge and your awesomeness, and I want to give a big high five to you and your family, and to your, well, I guess an elbow five, whatever. And there you go. And respect to your father as well. He's just an amazing gentleman. So and also I wanted to share with you my so we're doing Zoom calls and everything. Here's my microphone, but sometimes I can just like pull it right there. So anyway, so I don't know why I like that. So really great seeing you, man. Again, habitfinder.com/awesome. Check that out and follow this gentleman. Utilize his all his awesomeness, and I really appreciate you, brother.
And selfishly, because I saw the shout out in the comments, I just got to say hey to Alex Stern. When mutually, you and I is one of favorite people on the planet. So love that guy. So fun to see him virtually, at least. And I'm sure.
I missed that comment. There's so many comments. There's literally 1,000 comments jumping in here. And I missed his. Let me see if I can find it. And I put it up here. Michael Butler says, epic, by the way. I love that. The crew. Yeah, there you go. Thanks to the Habit Finder, and keep Erik distracted. Thanks, buddy. Amazing job, Paul. We got all these people saying hi, and awesome. I can't find Alex. Was he on earlier? He was on earlier, I think.
1212 is he commented in. It caught my attention, and I just wanted to say hey to him, because talk about some guys I wish I could spend more time with. You would be on that list. Alec would be on that list, and you guys are already so generous with your time. So, but surround yourself with those kind of people, because that's what I strive to do, and that's another great way to develop good habits, is be around people that not just have the habits you want, but they're working on getting the ones that you want, because you'll learn so much watching their process.
So let me ask this question. That's awesome. Let me ask this question. For my mastermind coming up, what I just decided to do, I was on about 20 minutes ago. I was on
whatever you want me to do to help. Yes.
I love this. You guys think about what he just did. I love that. He and I have the same answer all the time to each other. Whenever we start a question, the answer is always yes, because we trust each other. It's amazing. So here's what I was thinking about doing on my mastermind. First of all, mastermind's pretty amazing idea that people need to get involved. What I'm going to do is this: I'm going to invite a certain type of individual that can share within my mastermind as well. And I'd love you to be a guest there one of the weeks. We've got basically it's a 3-month process. It's two weeks every month. So I'd love you to be a guest if you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, brother. Let's connect, man. Let's get out of this little pandemic thing. And Alec, you and I go have some steaks one night.
Yes.
Talk to you soon, my friend. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Oh, I cut him off. Sorry, I cut you off right there. Oh, he's gone. Oh man, I cut him off real quick. So sorry about that, Paul. Paul's amazing. Thank you very much for joining us. And just wow, what that guy is solid. I mean, such great material, not material, but knowledge. Right? I'm so excited that he's bringing that to the world. Okay, I want to bring on. I'm running about 10 minutes late, guys. It's all good. Everyone say it's all good. All right. In fact, everyone say it's all good. Ready? Say it.
It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good.
And Yuri's not there. Okay. And well, Wendi is. Hi, Wendi. How are you? You guys, Paul Blanchard brought it, man. I wish I need more power. He's just so amazing. He's so amazing. So super excited about him being on here. I'm going to bring on our next speaker, and this guy is going to. Let me pull this off first. I messed up earlier. I found out that I had something on the screen when I was introducing someone. I think I had Mark Victor Hansen's something on there while Greg. So sorry about that, guys. But let me go ahead and pull you guys off for the volume thing. We are good. All right. This is so much fun, guys. Are you guys having a good time? I hope you are. Share this with your loved ones because it's going to get real awesomer. Awesomer? Yes, I'm going with awesomer. Here it is. I'm going to play this pretty darn amazing intro video. So stick to your, turn up the volume on your screen, whatever you need to do, because this gentleman is going to bring it as soon as I can find the video. So give me a second. I actually had it up here a second ago and then it just went away. So I'm going to find it again. Give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second, please. Thank you very much. And I think I found it. All right. Here it is. Okay. Guys, ladies and gentlemen of the awesome summit and amazingness, here we go.
The majority of you, when I say the word failure or defeat, you will immediately correlate it with negative. If we can change that perspective, we can get you guys to walk out that door and start embracing failure. We wouldn't know what the wins feel like if we never lost.
As long as we are moving forward, if it's professionally, financially, emotionally, spiritually, as long as you are getting better each and every day, you're winning. It wasn't the fact that I had no legs and one arm. I didn't even look at any of this because I knew that my hard work and dedication would simply make up for my lack of limbs. I thought to myself, imagine how many lives I could change, how many perspectives I could change for the better if I focused my energy on helping people.
I can't describe how impactful that event was. It was like he alleviated everyone's pain and problems, and it carried on.
I was put on this earth to be, an example, to show people what they're truly capable of.
My first time ever even attempting to climb a mountain, and looking back when we started, I was just like, oh my God, this is really far and I just don't know what's going to happen. But I knew that I was going to grow as a person. I knew I was going to push myself, stretch myself physically, mentally, and people can see some of the clips and say, they probably carried them up when the cameras are off. I didn't ask for help once. And that's the same thing for you guys. When you get your goal, when you reach whatever you're trying to reach, you feel a sense of just victory within yourself. I'm on the top of the mountain. I achieved my goal, but most of the growth comes from the journey, and we achieve these goals and it's time for the next. What's next? What's bigger and better? How are we going to push ourselves more physically, mentally? So in your life, when you're trying to obtain a goal, trying to obtain a vision, you're going to have people in your life, the naysayers, the outside noise, the people that tell you you're not good enough, that you're not strong enough. But you need to realize that you can use all of that negative energy as fuel. Fuel to fuel your vision, fuel to get to your goal, and fuel to elevate yourself above all that noise, all the outside noise, the BS, to get a better view. And that better view is you obtaining your vision. So what you need to realize is that you're the captain of your hot air balloon. You have the ability to use the fuel to elevate yourself, to obtain your vision, to obtain your goal, and use all that negative energy for good. So you're going to realize once you use that negative energy as fuel to rise above, that the view is so worth it.
What's going on, guys? It's Nick Santastasso. I'm out here in Alaska, and I got to speak to some kids yesterday. And one of the points I wanted to make is, we look up to these social media people. We look up to these actors, these musicians. But, what we see currently is the tip of the iceberg, where they at currently. But we don't see 90% of the journey with the ups and downs, the hardships, the failures. So if you're going through some stuff right now, just know everybody goes through it.
We all have a choice, and we can either let the outside noise affect us or let it fuel us.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, please, Nick Santonastasso. What's up, man? Good to see
man.
you.
How you doing? Thanks for having me, brother.
Oh, I'm so excited for you to be here. Am I the most excited person in the room? What's happening? Actually, I'm the only one in this room. Hey, man, I'm so excited for you to be here, brother. I appreciate you. And wow, let's dive into this, man. What is going on with you, and how are you changing this whole world? Please talk to us. What's the deal, man? I mean, you were like, let's just get this out of the way. You were born. You're actually one of the 4 people alive right now with a very rare condition that you were born with, correct?
Yeah. So the condition called Hanhart syndrome. I'm 23 years old. In 1996, they classified me with Hanhart syndrome. At the time of my birth, I was the 12th baby in medical history that they've ever seen this happen to. And out of the 12, 8 of those babies have passed away due to undeveloped organs. And so at the time of my birth, I was the 12th. And I'm sure there are a few more cases, but basically a walking, living unicorn. And grateful to be here, grateful to be able to serve.
Man, and you are serving. So tell me more about, and I can hear a little echo. I'm not sure. Do you have an echo situation over there that you know of? There you go, much better. So you are serving, man. I mean, I'm looking out over here at my other screen, and you're on stage with all these individuals, from Tony Robbins to Ed Milet to, I mean, you name it, man. I mean, these people, and I know that these people are like, they're going to their assistants and they're going, get Nick on here because I need to connect with Nick. I know that. So tell me, man, how is it that we look? You were born with this rare condition. Yet a lot of us have our own rare conditions that we have that's really not rare. It's this mental attitude of maybe some negativity or maybe some self-doubt or, I can't do it, or should I stick with this, or is it working? What do you say to people like that? How is it? I mean, you must have a system. And I know you and I worked together a few weeks back on the School of the Unstoppable, and you were dropping nuggets, man. I loved it. So I'd love you to dive deep in that and let us know what do you say to someone who's sitting at home right now saying all these negative thoughts in their mind?
Yeah, a story comes to mind, and this story, I was probably about 13 years old, and I was driving with my dad. We were in a road trip, and we were in Kansas, somewhere where there were cow pastures. I don't know where that was. And I look out my window, and for the first time in my life, I saw a brown cow. And I look at my dad. I'm like, Dad, this is where chocolate milk comes from. And he goes, what? And I go, yeah, look, the brown cow. This is where chocolate milk comes from. And he goes, Nick, that's not where chocolate milk comes from. You just put chocolate and milk and you make chocolate milk. That's not where. And I said, what? And the reason why I share that is because all of us have beliefs in our life right now that we would fight over, that we would die over, that aren't serving us. There's beliefs in our past. We've all had beliefs in our past that we would fight over and die for. And you found out one day that they didn't serve you and you changed that belief. And so what I would tell people is, like the man before, I was watching him, he was outstanding. The human brain isn't designed to make you happy. The human brain is the survival brain. And what that means is that's going to focus on your insecurities, your weaknesses, your limiting beliefs, all the things that aren't going to empower you. So you programming your brain to focus on the positive, you programming your brain to have empowering thoughts is your job. And so what I would suggest people do is schedule a moment of silence, a moment of stillness. And that means where you shut your mouth and no one's talking to you and you're not talking to yourself, or no music's on, right? And you sit there or you lay there. And after about 5 minutes, what's going to come through your head is actually your thoughts. And so from there, you can evaluate if those thoughts are disempowering or those thoughts are empowering. But that's the time you're going to hear your true voice. And I don't think many people schedule times of stillness. And so a lot of the times, 80% of you operating is habitual. It's all just on autopilot. And so we need to take moments of stillness to really figure out who's talking to me. What does my voice sound like? What is the tonality? Is it negative? Is it positive? And a little fun fact for the majority of the achievers, the high level people, the majority of their self-talk is negative. It's you achieve something and it's like, well, I could have done it this way. I could have done it more efficient. I could have went left. I could have went right. And I told you a quote the last time we worked together. It's easy to feel like a failure when you don't keep score. It's easy to feel like a loser if you don't keep score. And what I mean by that is humans don't self-reflect enough. We don't self-praise enough, but we don't self-reflect enough. And so what I would suggest people do is when you're going through your day, when you're going through a week, regardless of if you didn't get some things done, don't beat yourself up over it. Just self-reflect on the little wins. I'll try to physically applaud myself, right? But you mentally applaud yourself, because what you're going to be doing is building the relationship you have within yourself. That's what confidence is. Everybody's looking for what this confidence thing is. Confidence is having a relationship with yourself that's so good that you don't care what anyone else thinks of you. And so how you build confidence is you commit to things and you follow through. Because as humans, we're all guilty of it, myself included. We commit to stuff and we don't follow through, but there's an underlying issue. And that underlying issue is every time that we commit to something and we don't follow through, we diminish the way we view ourselves. We diminish our work ethic. We diminish our word. And as humans, the word is one of the most powerful things we have. And so if you want to create momentum in your life, what are the 2-3 power moves that you can make today? And don't list them as to-dos. What are your major outcomes? And write them in a compelling, sexy way. I shared with you my copywriting example. And so right now in this quarantine time, Nick is adopting and learning new skills. And so one skill I'm learning is writing copy, compelling copy, right? And so instead of writing in my outcome list, oh, I have to write copy, I wrote, I have to finish this copywriting course so I can change millions of parents and kids' lives through my emails. Which one's more sexy?
I love that, man. I just put myself on mute for some reason. There we go. I love that. And I love the way you say, which one's more sexy, right? It's just all about self-talk and positive talk. In fact, some people are jumping on here saying respect, breathe in and breathe out. I love that. And also somebody, I just missed it. There we go. Positive self-talk. So how, it is vital. It's vital to really, I mean, do you have like a mantra that you say to yourself? Like, I think I shared this with you a few weeks ago. This is my mantra. I say, I am the best. I am focused. I will succeed. Now, I love what you talk about because you have one, and I'd love you. Do you have it right there, or can you?
I have it in my head. Yeah.
Okay, good. And share with the audience how you shared it with me earlier, because it's not just talking about it. Yeah, expand on this, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. So affirmations, many of you may know what affirmations are. And affirmations is you saying something in your head over and over again, like, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. And your brain's like, I'm not happy. You're not fooling me. But incantations are when you embody it, when you embody it with your physiology, emotion, intensity. And so for me, right, one of my anchors is me hit my chest. You'll notice in the wild, like a gorilla, if they're trying to intimidate or they're trying to get ready for a fight, what do? They bang on their chest. They're getting themselves in a peak state. And so that's one of my anchors. But incantations are I ams, right? But you say it with intensity. You change the tonality of the sentences each time. And so for me, it's, I'm an outstanding learner. I'm a student of the game. I am kind. Abundance flows through me. I am decisive. I am evolving as a leader. I'm becoming the man I'm meant to be. And I'll go over it. Now you see like my face is getting red. I'm getting really excited right now. And so that's the difference between incantations and affirmations. Affirmations are just, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. You don't believe it. Your brain's like, eh. But when you embody it, you can really engrave it into your nervous system when you do it over and over again. And I was talking to Erik about how one of my own limiting beliefs was that I wasn't a good student. And so if you notice, one of my first incantations were, I'm an outstanding learner, because that's what I'm currently working on.
I love that, man. That's awesome. So incantations are so important. And you actually physically like pound your chest to do that, right? And do you do this in public, or is this just something just private? I mean, it's like you're at a Starbucks and you're like, bam, bam, bam. And everyone's like, he needs a cappuccino. What's going on here?
Dude, yeah. So incantations I'll do in private, right? But like anchors, how Yuri said, anchors. Like before I go into a meeting, I was in the backstage of this. I'm going,
really?
Yeah. And I've also
that noise I kept on hearing. We had to mute you. No, I'm just kidding.
I've also anchored the scent of peppermint to my peak state. And so every time.
Wait. Say that again. What?
Yeah. So like essential oils, right? Okay. One of my favorites is peppermint. And so when I'm in a peak state, when I'm on my when I'm flowing, right? I will take peppermint and I'll smell it, and I'll anchor that smell to my peak state. And so now when I go on stage, when Nick goes on stage or when Nick goes on an interview, guess what he's dabbing up on his wrist? It's peppermint. Wow. So like when I'm talking, it's right in my proximity. I'm smelling peppermint. You know, when I'm on stage, you'll hear me, I'll get into a story and I'll be like, you know, I want to become a wrestler. That's an anchor. No one knows what I'm doing, but that's an anchor, right? And so that's keeping me in state all the time. And then the beauty behind that is it's a dichotomy, right? Because you need to be peak state, you need to be boom, 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 but then you need to come down with your voice, and you need to come from compassion, because people listen, or people have different tastes of how they learn. Some people like, hey, I want this in my face, boom, boom, boom. But other people want you to come down and really let them know you care. You see what I did there?
Wow. Yeah. And, you know, and that's all about relationships as well. I mean, it's literally relationship building. What you're doing there is tonality and so forth. I love that. That's amazing, man.
And also, he said confidence is having a relationship with yourself that helps, you know, create majority of outcomes. And you'll also notice that the high achievers, the people that are crushing it and feel confident, they often tie their confidence to their productivity level, to how much they're getting done. Not busy, but how much they're moving the needle forward. Because humans love the feeling of progress. You're going to feel more confident. You're going to feel more on point if you're crushing the day. And that's how I like the gentleman before talking about the mornings. That's time for you to be a human. You know, one thing that we can immediately implement is when you wake up, don't check your phone right away.
Right.
Because you know there's going to be a text message, there's going to be an email, there's going to be a phone call. You're going to have to start putting out fires. Give yourself the gift of being a human for the first 10, 20, 30 minutes for yourself.
Yeah, you know, I made the mistake. Also, I used to check my phone. Now I don't. Now I check my ex-pre-fiance's phone first when I woke up, and now we're not dating anymore. But anyway, long story short. But that's awesome. Everyone's dropping some great things here. Drop into your heart. I love that. Someone says, like, I spray a certain perfume when I go out. And that's awesome. You know, interesting. You say that we're talking. Interesting. We're all talking about this. I actually wear this right here. You know, the Jean-Paul Gaultier. And it smells great and so forth. It gives me more of an attitude of awesomeness. Yep. I actually I put it over here, literally at my desk here in my office, because, you know, this normally sits and lives over, you know, near in the restroom and so forth, right? In my bedroom and so forth. But I brought it over here because, you know, we're all here in this pandemic situation. And I figure, hey, look, you know, I even have pants on today. You know, I figure, you know, I mean, nobody's smelling this on me except me and I guess my dogs, right? So interesting.
That's also a thing that I'd like to touch on is during this pandemic, make sure you're getting up like you're going to work every day. Right. You know, make sure you're shaving. If you have a quarantine mustache, ladies, you probably don't, but for the guys, right? But make sure that you're getting dressed and you're showering and you're shaving and you're doing things that get your body in the movement that you're going to work, because it's not only for you, but people who have parents, people who have kids, you're the mirror for your kids.
Yeah.
You're the mirror for your kids. If your kids see you in the same sweatpants for the next 3 days, they're gonna be like, well, look at mom and dad. They're less structured. They're taking their foot off the pedal. Maybe I could be a little bit less structured. And so it's not only for you, but it's for the people around you. Because if you can't get to people by telling them something, you get them to do it by leading by example. It's one of the most powerful things. Like if I'm in my house and there's a piece of garbage on the ground and someone doesn't pick it up, and you see a guy with no legs and one arm jump off the chair, pick the paper towel up and put it in the garbage, what are you going to do next time? You're probably going to pick the piece of paper up off the ground, right?
Dude, I just love you, man. It's, and I've got something, it's similar but different than what you just said, obviously. I've got something of my own habit. It's a habitude. And when I learned this from Jim Rohn, the late great Jim Rohn,
the legend, OG.
Oh, man, legend. And he's actually the reason why we talked about this the other day, why my company name is called Habitude Warrior. And I'll share that story later on in the afternoon if they want. But here's the deal. When I'm walking down the street and I see a piece of garbage or a wrapper or something, a cup or something, that's not somebody else's. Most people say, oh, that's not mine. And I say, no, it is mine. It's in my sight of vision now. It's mine. It's mine to do what I should do with that, right? Recycle or whatever I'm going to do. Interesting. Very interesting. We got lots of comments and questions. I know we're coming down to the wire here. So tell us, you had just mentioned about, teaching kids, and kids don't learn just from your words. They learn from your actions. And I know you're such an action taker in regard to becoming victorious. And you talk about, and in fact, you've got a program. Explain this, because I want to actually put, do we have, forgive me if I forgot to put something on the screen, but remind me what I can put on the screen if there's something that is a link to check this out. But tell me about the program that you share.
Absolutely. So studies show that parents aren't the top influence in their kids' lives. And so then that goes to the teachers, and maybe it's not the teachers, but kids learn when they're learning from someone that they, sometimes it takes a different from walk through, break through the barrier to get into the mind, right? And also, I'm a master of planting seeds. So I just plant seeds and I say things here and I say things there, and they may blossom in a week, a month, a year, but it's going to sprout one day. And so kids are very receptive. And what I've realized is, I have an amazing time traveling the world, serving adults and entrepreneurs. But my greatest gift to this world would be trickling down my victorious mindset, my invaluable perspective to the youth, to the future generation. So when they grow up, they can take over the world too, right? And so we created Junior Victorious, which is a 52-week journey where I roll out a video to your kid or a kid you care deeply about every single week, and I take them through the acronym of Victorious. And so the month of V is vision. At the end of that month, your kid's going to know why vision is important to them, how to create a compelling vision for their future, the actionable steps to obtain that vision, and how can they communicate that vision to others. And then their heart work, we call it heart work and not homework because no one likes homework. We call it heart work, and they create vision boards, a compelling future for their life. And so we're giving away a free trial at mindofavictor.com. So mindofavictor.com. It's a 2-week free trial. If you like it, you get value out of it. You stay on it. And one of the things that we throw in there is every Thursday, I do group coaching on Zoom with a bunch of other kids. And so I'm facilitating, and we do some projects. We share. They get to be around other kids that want to play at a higher level in life. And it's just overall an amazing experience to trickle down all the knowledge that took me 23 years of living with no legs, one arm, to expedite the process for the youth. I want to expedite the process, right? Condense 10, 15 years into 2-3 years.
Wow. You blow me away. And this is the way I'm going to say, wow. Ready? I'm going to pull everyone on screen so we can all just wow and applaud you, man.
Wow.
I appreciate you.
Man. I'll tell you what, you're just amazing. Really appreciate that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask, I think Kaylee would like to ask you a question. She's one of our sponsors. She has, check this out, Nick, you're going to love this. Her name of their company is Love You Mean It Coffee. So it's LYMI. Did I get the initials right? I think I did.
Yes.
So Kaylee, talk to us.
Yes. Oh my God. Thank you so much for bringing me in, Erik. And Nick, thank you so much for everything, for your presence, for everything that you have to say, and your perseverance. So my question is, you know, there's so much adversity that you've overcome and challenges, obviously, and you speak to that very well, and it's very powerful. But what I want to know is there a specific, very profound moment of clarity in your life that you can recall that gave you love for life and love for who you are? Do you remember that moment, or a specific moment when you fell in love with yourself and life?
That was a great question. Yeah, absolutely. There was a moment when I was trying to dig myself out of a hole. I became a wrestler, and I was a senior in high school, and I'm at a wrestling match, and I wasn't very good. And so I got my butt kicked, and I came off the mat, and I'm trying to catch my breath, and this lady comes up to me crying. And I said, "Oh man, you know, what did I do wrong?" And she got down on my level. She said, "Nick, I want to thank you." I said, "For what?" "I just got my butt kicked." And she said, "It's much more than that." She said, "My daughter's over there on the sideline, and she never wanted to do a sport. She never wanted to do an extracurricular activity, but seeing you out there, you fired up something in her. She wants to try all these sports. I want to thank you." And that's when the light bulb went off in my head, because I was on the mat for myself. I wasn't trying to be motivational, inspirational Nick, and I changed a life passively. And so I thought to myself, first, what is this little fuzzy feeling inside? This feels good. That's called fulfillment. That made me, by me serving other people. Listen, suffering only happens when one is focused on their own needs. Suffering only happens when one is focused on their own needs. And so when I put myself on the side and I served another human being and helped them, I felt worthy. I felt like my no legs and one arm wasn't a curse anymore. And I felt like that if I focused my energy on serving other people, that amazing opportunities would come into my life. But if they don't, at least I have happiness and fulfillment, because I'm able to use this no leg and one arm thing to help serve other people. But that made me feel worthy enough to keep going, because I was a suicidal kid. I hated my body. I thought it was the most disgusting thing, until I realized it was my greatest gift. That was a great question.
Wow. It's even better answer. Man, you're amazing. I'm sharing a few images here of you rocking the stage. Let me take this off there so everyone can see full screen. Just you rocking the stage, man. And oh man, I forgot to grab it. I was gonna grab the photo, which maybe I have it here. Let me just double check to see if I do. Nah, I'm not gonna have it quick enough. There was a photo that I saw of a gentleman coming up to you and giving you a big hug and a kiss right there on stage, and that was your father. Is that right?
Yeah.
It was
I have it right here if you want it.
Yeah. Share it or show it right there if you could. Oh yeah, that's right. You've got it on your phone. Oh, look at this. So let me go full screen on you. Give me a second, and boom, there you are. Oh, look at that, guys. Isn't that amazing? And that's tell us real quick about that. How did that make you feel?
That was one of the greatest milestones in my life and in my career. That was in front of 15,000 people at the Miami Heat Arena with Tony Robbins. And so my parents had seen me speak probably like 2-3 years ago in front of a Keller Williams group of like 300. I said, "Hey, come to this event. You know, it's going to be great. I'll get you tickets." And I walked out in front of 15,000 people screaming my name. And I just like facilitated the whole entire room. And at the end, I said, "The power of decisions. Our life is changed by a decision." In that very moment, there's a very moment that you decide to change your life, or you decide to step up. And I wouldn't be here if my parents didn't decide to not abort me when everyone else said to. And
Wow.
then I spotlighted my parents, and I brought them up.
Wow. And here's a photo of you being a supermodel floating around. That's awesome, man. Wow. I can't thank you enough, man, for being here and being with us today. And hear what I'm saying. I can't thank you enough for being here and being with us today.
Thank you,
brother. The world needs you, and I'm so glad that you are here with us today.
Thank you, my man. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you, everybody, for taking your time and energy out, because you don't get that back. So I won't take that for granted ever.
You're awesome, man. I just put it on the screen there, mindofavictor.com. Go there. This is geared towards the parents to go there to sign up your kids for this course, and it's just amazing. So I really appreciate what you're doing there.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Talk to you soon. Thanks so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Nick Santonastasso. Wow, I think I got the name right again. Santonastasso. Yeah, I did. I got it right. I'm so proud of myself. Just amazing. And I'm going to bring Kaylee on for a quick second. How was that? How was that?
Like to be able to, it's such an honor. That's such an honor to hear his story and to just, he's such a light, you know, and that's so inspirational. And it's just so genuine. So thank you for allowing me to come on.
Oh, it's amazing. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna transition and bring on our next guest, which I know we're running about 10 minutes late or so, but he's so cool. He's already texted me saying he's eaten. There's no more lobster in the green room, he says. But
and there were M&Ms again, Erik.
No more lobster and something. There's like I'm looking at the screen of the green room. There's like a toilet paper fight going on down there. Guys, those are rolls of toilet paper. What's happening?
Me and Yuri were having a toilet paper fight earlier.
I also just got a text from my team saying that we have how many more? Wait, they just sent me a spreadsheet. Okay, so we have so 2 more spots are gone, 3 more spots are gone. So we're down to about 4 or 5 more spots for the Mastermind. So we'll give you an update on that in a little bit, guys. Thanks so much, Kaylee, for being here. I'm gonna bring on our next guest, rock and roll. Watch this, bam. So I'm really excited about our next man. Let me just say this, woman, ladies and that's what I should say, right? I just got to say, this gentleman is such an inspiration. Let me back up and say, first of all, thank you for Nick Santonastasso for being here and being here. All right, now hold on to your seats because this, and by the way, did I even mention there's no lunch break? You guys know that, right? Come on, just turn your screen, go to your kitchen, get whatever you're going to do, and watch this amazingness because we are ready to bring on a person that's done such awesome things. I don't see the screen. I'm going to play a quick video intro, and then we'll make sure he's on. I saw him a second ago, so let's just. There he is. Okay, we're good now. All right, rock and roll. So I'm so excited about bringing this gentleman on. He is just an amazing poetic voice, and I want to play the video first so that you can get to know who this gentleman really is. Here we go.
Poetry does not belong here. I said, well, this is a new category of speaking that's disrupted the industry. This is poetic voice. For those of y'all that are asking, what is happening here? They said, that's impossible. Building a better business. I said, watch this.
You think I'm impossible.
When in fact, our real impact is in our inspiration. It's inspirational speaking, seamlessly blended with spoken word poetry. We got the rap.
You think that is logical.
Innovation.
Think you know about me.
They said, our company is too conservative. They don't cry or cheer. They just come to learn. I said, and they will, but they are human beings, right?
You can make the time shake me, so try to rearrange me. No way to take me.
Watch this.
Impossible.
We booked a catalog talk today, and he delivered this extraordinary experience.
Sales!
Oh my God, you rocked the house.
It's 8 a.m. at a tech conference. It's 8 a.m. at a apparel conference, and I'm crying. That's the impact that you can have with storytelling.
I got things I could say that would probably change your view.
They had us at the edge of our seats for an hour. He got a standing ovation.
This man wowed me, floored me.
The messages he was conveying, the reaction was very positive.
I get to help people expand their possibilities. Any audience, on the stage, in any meeting. Don't miss the 53rd Grammys. I love being a poetic voice. And my vision was to take poetry beyond the slams, the festivals, the poetry TV shows, the Seiko, the Misfit, the theaters, even the films and the videos. Because I am.
I think that we're actually kind of proud of buildings now because you debuted this whole idea.
So I'm incredibly proud of what I've been able to do for this art form of spoken word.
They brought the house down, touched our hearts.
The letters I am are the only thing between possible and impossible, meaning I'm the only thing between possible and impossible. So every day I choose to do the I'm possible. This is not just speaking. This is not just performance. This is not just poetry or just education. This is all of the above. This is poetic voice. Watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to the global summit the amazing, the one and only, the only person on the planet, in the world, who blends inspirational speaking with a poetic voice, the one and only Sekou Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, man?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Good to see you, Sekou. How are you, sir? How are you?
I'm frustrated, man, because this green room has nothing but virtual toilet paper and the M&Ms are all holographic. I don't understand this virtual conference thing. Like, how come everything is literally holographic? Doesn't make sense.
I don't understand it either. The weird part is it's a co-ed bathroom down there, so it's weird. Like, it's virtual.
Right.
Co-ed, doing whatever
it's awkward. It's awkward. I don't know.
It is a little awkward.
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate you. And really, I want to thank you from everyone watching on all 5 different platforms right now. We got from the YouTube channels, the LinkedIns, and the Facebooks, and et cetera, et cetera. Guys, share this on Instagram as well. And just amazing. Really excited for you to be here. You're changing people's lives. I saw my team sent me this bio and introduction. I'm like, wow, it just kept on going, scrolling. I kid you not, I had to go get a different laptop. I went down to Apple. I got a laptop, a second one. So I literally have a confidence monitor for your introduction. Here it is. And
that was my goal, actually. That was one of my lifelong goals. I told my mom when I grow up, I want to have a 2 laptop bio. So I've achieved that. Yeah.
Oh man, it's awesome, man. It's awesome. I literally need to change it to the 17-inch rather than 13 now. So the reason why I bring that up is your bio speaks of your, hold on, not of your accomplishments, but of the world accomplishing to embrace a poetic voice such as you. And I think that's huge. Every single word on this bio, every single accolade that you have means that you went out there and touched the world in such a different way that we all need right now. And I'd love you to really embrace that and enhance on that. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the interesting thing about a conference like this, right? You've got an incredible lineup of inspirational folks, motivational folks, thought leadership folks, and so if you're paying attention, you see the threads, right? You see the things that everybody's talking about, their version of how they achieve a lot of the same things, because we're all following a very similar path toward impact on others, and so my version of that, I think I just heard a little bit of this in Nick's presentation before me, which was great. I love it because it's like it's both affirmation that you're on the right track, and it's confirmation that you have you can deliver it in your voice, and that your voice will reach someone differently than someone else's voice. And I think that's been one of the anchors for me in terms of what that bio has meant for social impact, for community impact, for world impact, because my unique voice was through poetry, right? And so I'm achieving a lot of the same things that other folks on this conference are achieving. But I remember when I sat back and said, I don't want to go into the motivational speaking business, like just a bunch of cheesy gurus, and everybody's got their 5 steps to this and their 6 steps to that, and here's my book. And I was just like, I got it. They're doing that well. I don't need to do that.
Right.
But as soon as I began to realize what my sort of unique access point to it was, then suddenly it became personal, it became individual, it became authentic just for me. And so I found myself going, wait a minute, poetry is my unique lens, is my unique access point to the world. And that is not done that is sort of an uncharted terrain for me. So that's what sort of got me excited about creating the impact that you're seeing on their bio, was that it was done through sort of my unique, authentic, individual voice and lens to the world, which is, I believe, that the art form of spoken word poetry is powerful. I believe that it deserves to have a commercially viable industry. I believe that it deserves to be on the world's biggest stages, of the world's largest organizations. I believe that everything that I was looking and seeing everyone else achieve can be achieved through my unique voice and my art form. And that purpose-driven mentality is what has pushed me to achieve that, and what keeps pushing me to raise the bar.
Amazing. I love it. And you know, when was the first time that you realized that you actually had this gift from God to share with the world? You know, our friend Les Brown talks about this. Wayne Dyer used to tell me this. Jim Rohn used to tell me this. A lot of our friends that are really well known always say, look, don't die with your gifts inside you. You know, let this out. When was the first time that you found out that you had this amazing, knack to change the world and change and hold on, it's a dovetail of a question, and change your own world? Because if you and I think are very similar in the fact that I change other people's world by changing my own at the same time.
So I pride myself on unique approaches, and I'm going to try to have my answers feel as different for your audience as possible, so that they can find a unique access point. Because you can ask me these questions and I'm going to be like, watch me say the same thing that Wayne Dyer said 50 years ago, right? I mean, that's a challenge. And so I think my answer, to be honest, is going to be this morning. This morning is when I realized that. Because there hasn't been one giant epiphany moment in my life, right? It's been a series of highs and lows, ups and downs, falling and getting back up, limiting beliefs and then realizing my true power. That happens constantly. And I think that it's important for people to hear that and to give themselves permission to go through that. And I say that because, just ironically, right, this wasn't planned at all, but I had a really crappy day yesterday. And it wasn't crappy for any monumental, oh my God, this tragic thing happened to me. It was just the accumulation of life, right? Real life, crisis that we're going through, tragedies that we're going through, loss that we're going through, fears that the world is in, right? And all of the things that I'm out there in the world helping to inspire people to help them get through it. I'm also a human being. And yesterday, it got the best of me a little bit, right? And I found myself just feeling beat up. And so I had to, one of the things I always said, right, it was, I think it might have been because I talked to you, Eric.
No, call me, come on.
Call you. That's the thing. I have no shortage of people like you in my life, right? And of course, I'm joking about talking to you because you were probably one of the sources of light in it. The fact that we had that conversation, right? You actually, that's the thing that I'm trying to explain, is that when you are in the inspiration business, you have a very powerful inner cheerleader, right? And it's a double-edged sword. The rest of the world gets to have a pity party. The rest of the world gets to go and just, oh God, I was down for a month, and that's why we show up, to help pull them out of that. They've been in it. They've been in a depression for weeks, months, years. They've been battling limiting beliefs. They've been suffering, and we help them to shift their mentality, raise their spirits, and empower them. But when we're in that business, and we're human too, and this happens to us too, our inner cheerleader is still so strong. It's kind of like, all right, I tell you what, I'm gonna give you one day. Right? You probably recognize this. Your inner cheerleader is like, you know what? Okay, you're getting hit right now. I'm gonna give you one day, Eric. I'm gonna give you one day, Sekou. Go on and eat a bowl of ice cream if you need to, and curl up in fetal position in your bed in the dark and binge watch something on Netflix for a day. Because tomorrow you're gonna get your butt up. Right, hall pass. Right. You get this pass, but tomorrow you're gonna get your butt up and you're gonna go out there and live everything that you preach. You're gonna walk everything that you talk. And when you think about what it takes to build that kind of inner cheerleader, that takes everything that I did, everything that's on that bio, everything you saw in that video, everything I've done for every audience, every word I've written, every thought that I've had was all my armor building, training ground, the architecture that allowed me to have a night, a day like yesterday, be able to have the tools for me to say, you know what, Sekou, do your own stuff now. I needed to meditate. I needed to allow, there was a point when I woke up in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. and my instinct, I was just feeling anxiety and feeling inadequacy and feeling like I need to hurry up and fix a bunch of problems, go to the laptop, start working. And I had to remind myself, no, yes, you can do that. Old Sekou would have done that, but new Sekou knows better. New Sekou knows you need to create the actual, you need to use the tools to cumulatively fight what it is that you're battling against right now, bit by bit. So go to your meditation, go to your positive affirmation, go to your planning, go to your sleep, go to everything that everybody's talking about in this conference, go to that. And when I woke up this morning after going to that, I was ready for the joy again. I was ready for the fight again. I was ready for life again. Like I was recovered. My cheerleader gave me my one day. I had it, and now I'm back on the battlefield. I saw your sign that says Sekou means warrior. You're absolutely right. Sekou means warrior, and I am a fighter all day.
It's an African term, means warrior, doesn't it?
It's an African name. That's right. It means warrior, and it means learned. How about that?
Learned,
depending on the tribe, like learn it or warrior. Yep.
Oh, I love this. And you bring up another point, Sekou, that reminds me of my father. Would always tell me this, and I don't know if you know this. I lost my father recently.
You told me,
yeah, just recently, and he was flying. It was my brother's 50th birthday. On his birthday, we had about 25 people coming to New Orleans for a big party, and my father was all ready. He had a tuxedo. Sekou, he had a tuxedo in his carry-on. He was ready. We're like, where's he going? He's coming to my brother's birthday party. He's wearing a tuxedo from my brother's.
It's a party, right? He was like, is it a party or is it a party?
Yes. And my father, unfortunately, passed away on the flight coming to see us.
Oh, my God.
And I was, Sekou, I was the one who received the call, if that makes sense. And what came out of that, and I have one for you, by the way. I have this sitting here. I've been waiting to present this to you and let you know I'm going to send this to you. I have his it's a dog tag that finally these initials came to me, and it's NDSO, which stands for No Drama, Serve Others. And I wear a dog tag that says that. It came from my father, and I'd be honored to be able to give you one of these if you allow me to. I'd love
Absolutely,
this.
I love that.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for that.
And the point is that my father said, like I wrote down, a hall pass, right? We all need hall passes. And what I did was I developed something called the power. Let me put it there. The power of 8. The power of 8 is very simple for me, but it's very profound. And I used it. If Natalie, Susi's on, I'm sure she knows this all the time. I use this a lot where we're all human. There's a great book out there called Even Eagles Need a Push. I'm looking at one of my libraries over here. I've got my library of success books and all over the place. And then over here, I've got my Sharon Lecter library. If you know Sharon Lecter. She's amazing. Wow. Yeah. So anyway, so the thing is, the power of 8, we all look, even eagles need a push. Even like you just mentioned, we're in the limelight. We're out there, and people are looking at us like, hey, do you, people ask me this all the time. Are you this positive? Actually, excuse me, I take that back. They don't ask me. They ask, I don't know if you get this, but they ask friends of mine, is he really that positive? Is he really, is he for real? Like, does he wake up every morning? He's like this. You know what? I get myself in the state of awesomeness because I figure the more I'm awesome, they named me Mr. Awesome. Les Brown called me that coming off a stage one time. It stuck. And the reason why it's Mr. Awesome is because the more I can be awesome, the more I can be awesome for the world. I don't drink coffee anymore. And although we have a coffee sponsor, ironically, on the program, but she knows decaf is good. But I don't drink coffee, but I feel that I am other people's coffee. I want them to be able to embrace anything I can help them out with. And the power of 8 for me is literally taking either 8 seconds, 8 minutes, 80 minutes sometimes, right? Or 8 hours. You had to take 8 hours last night or yesterday. You said, I'm going to Haagen-Dazs. I'm going to Ben & Jerry's, right? And or maybe it's 8 days. but get out of that funk, whatever that is.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to mention that, but I don't
that's
want
right. And I think that's why, when you ask me sort of what was that pivotal moment, I could name dozens of pivotal moments in my life. But I think the most important thing for your audience to hear is that those pivotal moments are unending. So pay attention to them, use them as your fuel, and recognize that, you might have a pivotal moment that got you to this level, but if you are a lifelong learner, if you are a constant bar raiser, if you're in constant sort of evolution and elevation, then that means that there's going to be another pivotal moment, right? We're literally, the whole world is in a giant pivotal moment right now. So this is going to be an amazing story or horrible story for us to tell in 2 years. And that power is in our hands right now and what we're doing during this time. So recognize that those nights or these giant crisis seasons are part of the continuum of life, and pay attention to the fact that when you think of what was that moment of inspiration where everything changed, it might have been last night. So what are you doing today?
Love that. Wow. Somebody, it reminds me, somebody was asked one time, a big motivational speaker, or might have been a comedian. You know what? It might have been the Rat Pack. I think it was one of the performances that, Dean Martin was going to do or something. Somebody asked in an interview, they said, which was your favorite performance that you've done so far? And he goes, the one I'm going to do tomorrow.
That's right. That's right.
I love that. I love that. So tell us more. I mean, look, you are a beacon of awesomeness. That's what I call it. And I love your, you could quote me on that one. I love your anthem of awesome. Tell us, how did that come around? Your anthem of awesome.
The awesome anthem.
Awesome anthem.
With you being Mr. Awesome, I'm sure you can appreciate. It's funny because there was so in the same way that kind of the name stuck with you when Les said it, I had a friend of mine that I was talking to her one day, and she was just this bubbly young girl, always just bright, always just feeling, electric and high vitality always. And I asked her, what are you doing today? And she was just like, oh, just what did she say? Oh, just sitting around doing awesome stuff and, checking out awesome things and doing awesome things like being awesome. And it was just like the way she said it, like it was so casual and cavalier or whatever. And it just stuck with me like, that's awesome. Like that is awesome. That's an amazing approach to the day, And she was just kind of like, no, I don't know. The answer really was, I don't know. But whatever it is going to be awesome because I make it awesome because I'm awesome, right? And I found myself going, that's amazing. I want to capture that in a piece, that spirit. And so I really began to kind of explore that. And I thought I want to kind of create an anthem of awesomeness. And what was interesting though is that whenever I wrote the piece called The Awesome Anthem. Whenever I performed it, for some cosmic divine reason, I always ended up hitting this pose. Whenever I said the refrain, I am awesome, and I would always hit this pose, right? And I found myself going, that's interesting. I didn't realize, I don't know where that came from, but it was in me. Then I found out that people were hitting the pose in their lives whenever they did something awesome, unbeknownst to me, right? And so there's a sort of an organic movement that took off. A husband and wife would do something amazing and they look at each other and go, or a business person would get the sale and look at their partner and go, I am awesome, right? And so I found myself, we've got to capture that because that's what you love. And when you're writing something, when you're creating something influential, is when it just takes a hold of people organically and they take ownership of it. And so if you go to theawesomeanthem.com, you'll see the video that I created. But you'll also see all of these people from around the world that I had submit footage, Quincy Jones and, Matt Mullenweg, the creator of WordPress, and Norman Lear and, actors and everyday folks, Eve Blossom in Thailand, and all these folks literally just hitting that awesome pose as what I call the soul selfie, right? It's like taking a picture. It's like taking a selfie of your soul.
Hey, wait, I want to do it with you. I want to do it with you.
So, all right, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it right now, okay? If you out there, if you sitting in your chair, you at home, wherever you at your remote work office, let's all take a soul selfie right now. And all you got to do to take a soul selfie is you got to stand up. Everybody stand up. Come on.
All right.
Up.
All right.
Stand
I can't
up.
stand it. All right.
You can't stand up. If you can't stand up, then just feel yourself stand up in your power, right? And then you put your hand in the sky and you turn it inward and you create a little claw like you're holding a hand mirror. You bend at the elbow and you look at that hand mirror and you lean into it until you see the person that you were meant to be, until you see your most powerful, your mightiest, your most beautiful, your awesomest self. And when you see that, just like taking a selfie, you say, I am awesome!
I am awesome!
There it is.
Oh, that's awesome. So we're going to do the rest of the interview like this.
Okay, got you. Done.
Dude, that's awesome. I love it. It makes you feel so great. Here, let's take we're going to do a screenshot. So go ahead and put it up. Right? And ready? Go ahead. Awesome. That's awesome.
Like Nick, Nick was just talking about banging on his chest, right? Like I said, everybody's going to have these techniques that you can use, right? A lot of the same stuff, but you're going to find the one that's meaningful to you, that's impactful for you. And so one of those anchors, just like beating on your chest, just like stretching, just like whatever, a pose, a power stance, is you can hit that awesome pose. You can take that soul selfie and let that just be an anchor, a physical anchor to put your awesomeness in your body, to put it in your voice, to put it in your mind, to put it in your spirit, so that it moves from just an intellectual concept to manifesting in your life. And then you can move on with your awesomosity, as I say.
Oh, I gotta write that down. Awesome. Oh, I love this. All right, well, we're coming. Wow, this is amazing. So we're coming down to literally just a few more minutes here, but I don't want to take. I know that you and I chatted a little bit about this. I would love to hear a poetic voice of Sekou Andrews, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you know what?
Are you up for it?
I'm gonna shift because I tried to kind of treat this session organically. I was like, I could have a whole speech prepared, but we have some interview time, and I was like, I'm just gonna see where it goes. And so since you are on the Awesome Anthem right now, I'm gonna change what I'll share with you guys, and I'll do a little bit of the Awesome Anthem if you don't mind.
Oh man, anything you want to do, and then we'll right when you're finished with that, we'll bring on a few people, because I know like people are knocking on the green on there. Look at them, they're like they just want to be on screen to say hi to you, and towards the end. So awesome. Well, I'm gonna go full screen for ladies and gentlemen, Sekou Andrews.
Okay, so now this is I just have to figure out where I want to jump into the piece, because it's more time than we have. I think, bear with me, I haven't thought about this. We're just going to go with the flow, right? If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, as they say. So let's go here. Because there are those days when I'm pushed to the edge, where still waters meet earth, and I fall to my knees to look upon the water's surface. But as I stare at my murky reflection with these broken down eyes, God sees her reflection in me through the other side and thinks to himself, I don't know what he thinks he sees, but he must not be looking at me, because I am awesome! Like the science of miracles and the mathematics of purpose, awesome. Like how the mind can always calculate the what of who and the when of where, but the soul must solve for why. Awesome. Like the thought of God and logic having faith that we will figure ourselves out. Awesome. Like how the moment I truly discovered the great I am is the same moment I discovered how truly great I am. And I am not perfect, but I'm perfect as I am. I'm not beautiful like I used to be. I'm beautiful like I am. Like a scar where a breast once was, like survival where a death once was, like the better where a best once was. Every gray hair a trophy, every wrinkle fold a story, every pound of fat a challenge, reminding me there is always something to pursue, and always something to celebrate. That's why I never smile for no reason. That's a concept I don't believe in. You ain't never without a reason to show off your teeth a bit, spread out your cheeks a bit, let your gums breathe a bit. If you can learn to reach deep for it, you can take yourself a piece of bliss and make yourself a feast of it. Like when you go buy a smoothie and they fill it too full, make it more than your cup can hold. But instead of letting it all spill all over, what do? They give you a little extra cup, and you feel like you just won the smoothie lottery up in here. What? Awesome. Like that perfect day when the stretch limo driver picked me up from the 5-star hotel to transport me to my first class flight after my sold out show, and curiously peering at me through the rear view mirror, he asked, "What do you do for a living?" And with a pocket full of sand and an air guitar in my hand, I replied, "I am a full-time poet. Now roll up the damn divider." I didn't actually say roll up the damn divider, but it would have been awesomer if I had, right? Well, hey, next time, Erik. And next, Erik, you better believe there will be no shortage of next times. Oh, you don't have to guess. Just check my specs. I'm no longer afraid to double down because I've tricked the deck. I've already seen my future, so I'm unfit to bet. That's why whenever failure challenges me to Russian roulette, I rock a waterproof poker face, impervious to sweat, because I don't gamble with my life. I count the cards. So my success is mathematics. So long as my dealer is God, I can always even my odds. Even on the odd days I can't get over it, I go through it till it's behind me. On the days I can't levy the waves, I just learn to surf tsunamis. On the days I can't slay the mighty beast of despair with my mighty sword of confidence, I can still tuck a razor blade beneath my tongue and paper cut despair to death, one positive thought at a time. So I'll pause there. Just if you guys want to hear more of the Awesome Anthem, you can go to
Wow, what's up? Oh my gosh, you are amazing. I'm gonna bring on a few people with your permission. Let's bring on. Look at these guys. They're doing the awesome pose already. Check it out. The anthem. We're bringing on.
There it is. What up, Lynn?
Hey, thank you. You rocked it again. So amazing.
Thank
so
you.
awesome.
Good to see your glow up in here.
Oh, I love the way he said that. And I gotta share this. Let me see if I can take that off. And I gotta share my screen because there's some people jumping on and showing us literally they're texting us the awesome pose. There's Jennifer Lee. You know, these are just comments coming in, so they love you.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm going to let the three of you guys ask a quick question, or two of you, excuse me, quick question of Sekou, if you could.
I just want to celebrate Sekou. So, Sekou, you were one of the best wordsmiths out there, period. And the fact that you've translated that not only in the traditional sense of spoken word jam, def jam, but in the corporate world. Yeah. And you have created videos that people don't even realize and anthems for different companies or businesses or people using these incredible, inspiring wordplay that pulls truth through the way that you combine the words and feeling. So I imagine you're still doing that, or how you made that transition, because you live your talk. You didn't take no for an answer. How could a spoken word poet be able to master the corporate stage? You know, you live it. So I don't know if you can just give a little awesome nugget about how you cross that bridge, or what people can think of when they come up against a seemingly impossible, I'm possible type of opportunity.
Yeah, I love that question, Lynn. You know, let me put it in the context of now, because we have so much that we have ahead of us that now is incredibly important for us. And I think that, you know, one of the messages that I am sending to my clients during this, one of the ways that our business is pivoting, is to just remind my clients, remind everyone that no matter what business you're in, you're also in the inspiration business. And I think that's one of the critical messages. It's one of the messages in the book that I'm working on. It's one of the messages of my trainings, and it's the message that I'm sending to my clients and to the world right now, because what I've preached for years is that the inspiration is only, the information is only so powerful, right? And the world, and particularly the industry and business, has been used to just, you know, getting out information, just disseminate the information, just make sure that people have the information, right? And that's where our value system is lied. And there's people are making a return now to the power of inspiration. That's why you're seeing such you know, value in TED Talks and storytelling, and everybody's sort of, you know, circling around humanizing business, because they're recognizing that the information is only as sticky and as moving and as memorable as the inspiration, the vehicle for the information in an inspiring way. And I think that that's what people need to remember now is that, yeah, well, the live events are canceled, the live gatherings are canceled, those kinds of things are canceled, but the inspiration is not canceled. The inspiration must go on and is needed now more than ever. So it's not just a matter of, yes, figure out how your remote workforce is working from home and with all the distractions that they have, figure that out, the technology of it, the information of it. But then remember, the minute they have the computer system set up and they're ready to start working from home and they've figured out what they're going to do about unemployment and all of that, they still have to have a reason to get up. They still have to have a reason to actually show up. They still have to have a reason to actually lift their team up. So you've got to actually deliver those messages that are also uplifting and not just informative. And that's what I've really been helping my communities to do in our business, because that is what led to everything that you're talking about. Those are the principles that have led to the career that I've been able to build. And now it's kind of like, this is the time for all of us who are in the inspiration business. This is the time for us to show up to the world, because the world needs it more than ever. But it's not just about showing up as the inspirers, but it's showing up to remind people that they are also the inspirers for their communities as well.
Love that. That's awesome. And John, do you have something really quick before we kind of wrap up this segment?
Yeah, absolutely. Sekou, I've been following you for years and I've watched your videos and I'm just super pumped up right now. I just feel like banging my chest.
Can't hear you. You're on mute. Can't hear you. I think you're on mute, maybe.
Oops. I don't know why he's
Can you hear me now?
You should be good now, John.
Yeah, can you hear me?
So John, you must have it's all good. He must have gotten a phone call. We'll pull you out of there. He must sometimes this platform, if he gets a phone call and then he's still on.
Yeah.
Now, so I'm talking to the founder about that, but that's awesome. So let's dive into this. I know we're coming down to the wire. I want to respect your time as well. How do people follow you? I know you've got some really cool programs and so forth. What can we kind of put something on the screen here that they can go to a website of some sort, or how do we do that?
You can probably I can give you a URL. I don't have anything in an image, but if you go to SekouSays.
Yep.
.com.
Okay. SekouSays.com
/go virtual.
Okay. Go virtual.
And that'll give you the personal message that we've been sending out, the message of you are in the inspiration business. Watch that video just to get a little bit of a jolt of inspiration yourself, and then you can check out some of the ways that we're helping companies, with digital videos, virtual keynotes. I'm doing voiceover projects as we're sort of all staying home. I've been a professional voiceover artist for years as well. So these are all things that can be done virtually. I'm doing enhanced elevated keynotes where it's not just talking head style, but we're actually shooting and doing some really cool special effects and post-production to make it more experiential. And then I'm doing, brand content. I've had some people that have hit me up and just said, man, I'm getting, all of our competitors are sending these boring, bland messages of, hey, we're here for you. And I want to do something that's more inspiring. And so I'm helping them to craft more inspiring brand message. I'm doing openings for virtual conferences, custom openings that are elevated and enhanced. And then I'm also, of course, helping entrepreneurs and leaders and people in any industry just to raise the level of their voice, to become more dynamic communicators through my StageMight speaker training system. And through that, I help entrepreneurs, I help executives, I have one-on-one trainings, I have an online e-course. I've got lots of things that I can do to help you become more inspiring in a time when you need to raise the level of your voice to compete against all the noise in this digital space. So lots of ways that I'm reaching out and trying to help businesses, my large businesses, my nonprofit clients, my small businesses especially. I'm fiercely dedicated to keeping small business alive during this time. So helping entrepreneurs with speaker training and inspiration training and things like that. And then just individuals to just be more joyful. So I have some amazing videos coming out right now. I just released a poem that's on the griot. And there's a new poem that's coming out. I have a really, 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 really surprise, powerful poem coming out in about a week and a half. And you want to make sure that you're on my mailing list for that.
Announcement on the Habitude Warrior Conference. Are you going to tell us the secret? What's it about?
I can't reveal the secret just yet. All I can say is on May 10th, make sure that you are on my mailing list by the time May 10th comes around, because I'm gonna release one of the biggest, best videos and surprises ever. So can't wait.
Man. So John, get me on that mailing list May 10th. That's awesome. And by the way, John's back here just to say hi to you real quick.
Just, hey, man, I love you and appreciate you. I've been following you for years. If I did have a question, I would be, how do you transition from the claw awesomeness to personal accountability?
Yeah, we don't have too much time on that answer, but go ahead.
Okay. Okay, let's see. The fast forward version of that answer would be the awesomeness to accountability. It's a complicated question, but I would say probably the simplest answer would be, to me, accountability is something that you have to be working on is tangentially to your awesomeness, right? I don't think that it's either or. You have to be empowering yourself, but a big part of empowering your awesomeness, empowering your strength and being mighty is in being accountable to your authenticity, being accountable to your purpose, being accountable to your community, your team around you, the people that are in your purview, and then being accountable to yourself. And I think that those are two separate skills that have to happen, because if you're just self-aware and awesome, but you don't have that accountability, then that's the chip in your armor, and vice versa.
Love that. Love that. All right. So the best way to connect with you and look at your programs that you have is this right here. Boom. SeiKu says.com/go-virtual. Is that correct, Seiku?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the way. Awesome, man. Any last quick words to part this segment?
You will hear me say this a lot. Clear your throat. Clear your throat. I see my boy Chris Wise from Wise Profits is just shouted me out. That's dope. I appreciate it. Good to see you, Chris. And Chris has been really embodying this spirit of clear your throat right now. It's from a piece that I have called Be Voiceful. And it's really just saying now is the time to dislodge everything that is preventing your voice, your most powerful voice, from being out in the world. So whatever it is, whatever limiting beliefs, whatever internal, whatever PTSD, whatever trauma, whatever fears, whatever uncertainty, whatever it is that's lodged in your throat right now that is preventing your most powerful voice from inspiring yourself and inspiring others, this is the time to invest in yourself, to invest in learning, to invest in growing and evolving so that you can clear your throat and be voiceful out there.
Love it. Man, you're amazing. I really appreciate you taking the time and sharing your awesomeness and your wisdom and your poetic voice, my friend.
Thank you, Erik. I appreciate you having me on, man.
I appreciate you. We'll see you soon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Seiku Andrews. What's up? That was awesome. Oh my gosh. Clear your throat. I love that, by the way. I'm going to bring on a couple people before we bring on our next guest. Here's a few individuals real quick. Oh, by the way, we have Natalie, Susi, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good afternoon.
I actually have
Hey, Natalie.
Natalie.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. That was incredible. Wow. The speakers this morning are amazing. Hi.
There's everybody, and let's see. There's Natalie, Susi. This is Natalie. Look to your right or left, and that's
I never do this.
Natalie, Kaylee.
Hi, Love. How are you? Nice to meet you. Finally.
You guys are
Nice
awesome.
to meet you.
Thanks for joining us today. I've heard so many good things.
Oh, likewise. This team is awesome. I'm so stoked to be here, you guys.
Yeah, very cool.
Yay! Well, let's take a 2-second break. All right, that's enough. So let's go into. I'm so excited for our next speaker. There's no break for the wicked, right? Or whatever that. No rest for the wicked. What's that saying? I'm so excited. You guys are.
Theory.
So just real quick, just like going around the table in 10 seconds or less. John, morning so far.
Mind-blowing awesomeness. I could not want to scream, I am awesome, more than I do now. That's it.
Love it. Love it. Kaylee.
So high vibe. Like the vibes coming through the screen this morning are amazing, and it's penetrating.
Yeah. Thank you. Lynn.
Seriously, ignited, elevated. It was amazing.
That's awesome. And my great friend, Natalie Susi. Where's Natalie?
Hi. I just feel inspired and steady. It was a beautiful morning, and I loved what he said about like yesterday was a challenging day and how it can be challenging for light workers too. Like I felt that too. It was kind of heavy yesterday. I was exhausted, and it's nice to hear from somebody of his, you know, what his work is doing. Like, yeah, it's okay. Like it's okay to feel that way sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love what you just said there, you know, and if I think Yuri had to jump off for a second because she's and by the way, guys, just to let you know, I mean, we have this team is just amazing, and they have things that they're doing, right? They're coaching, they're doing all these different things, and today's Monday as whatever day it is today. And I mean, well, it's not Monday, it's June week, whatever day it is. And they've got different things that they're doing, so they're popping in and popping off and doing their thing, their coaching and so forth, and coming right back. So, but Yuri and I were talking the other day about this. That she and I went to an event one time. It was the World's Greatest Motivators, and she was with me, and I was one of the presenters or stage presenters with a lot of different amazing world. I was so blessed and honored to be on that stage with all these individuals. And it was so cool because she told me later on that day, she's like, you know, it's so interesting being behind the scenes and being in the green room, and literally it was a physical green room that we're in, and watching the process that each speaker goes through to get
but Yuri and I were talking the other day about this, that he and I went to an event one time. It was the World's Greatest.
I'm gonna find it. Who are you? Who's listening? I think it's Natalie. Was that you, Natalie? No. All right. So somebody is putting their.
I promise that was not me. Every other
John?
time.
Was that you, John? Who was that? Somebody. All right, guys.
The process.
I think from John's smile, it was him, but I could be wrong.
Just play me. Just play me.
I can't wait till you eat lunch in a little bit, brother. I'm gonna put you full screen on that burrito again. All right, here we go. There we go. So anyway, my point is, there's a process, and what she said at the end of the day, she's like, you know, I really appreciate the fact that people are just, they're so real. Like Sekou comes on, and you know, he has a bad day every now and then. You know, he has a process to get into a great mood. So do I. So does Sharon Lecter. So does everyone has their own. You know, I should show. Maybe I'll find it in a little bit. I was in the green room, and there's, you know, Michael Beckwith doing something really cool with his higher being. You know, he wasn't doing that. He was doing something else. But it's just, you know, and Lisa Nichols was there, and Jack Canfield. I was so honored to be on this stage with all these greats, really. Jack Canfield, John Asraf. The list goes on. It was really cool. So with that being said, I'm excited about bringing on our next speaker. I'm gonna Natalie, do me a favor and snap your finger now. There she goes. And snap your finger again.
I don't like doing this.
There she goes. and one more time. Do it, Natalie. Do it. He's gone. That was funny. He's like, no.
There's some power in that, but I don't love doing it. I feel bad.
You know what? I love doing it, to be honest with you. It's like so cool. It's like, psh, it's on. So I always forget to put my real big microphone out here. So there's my microphone that I use for the broadcast. Yeah. But not many people realize that it's just a little tiny one. So anyway, so I'm really excited about this next presenter and leader and just amazing individual. And I know she's in the green room now. She finally got here. She's in the green room for 10 or 15, 20 minutes or so. She just got here from France. And she lives in Belgium as well. She lives in California as well. She's everywhere. And you and I, you know, Natalie, you and I talked about, like, you have something called conscious conversations, and I love that. Your conscious conversations, you actually teach people how to converse not only with the outside world but with yourself, and I love that. I love that. And part of that is all about intention and putting things out there in the universe. And lo and behold, it's not a coincidence. It just shows up. So tell us briefly about that. How does that work? You know, real quick.
Well, so it's all about getting your thoughts, your speech, and your feelings in alignment, and coming from a place of love over fear, or if your language feels better, peace and calm over stress, frustration, chaos. And I study a lot of people in this space who do magical, miraculous, incredible things with manifesting and abundance. And they're really trained at putting their thoughts, their speech, and their feelings in alignment. And I think what you want me to kind of step into is the story around Marie. Is that what you're thinking? Maybe here.
Don't give it away. So I'll take it from there. So you and I were talking the other day, and we were talking about some guy named Joe Dispenza. And then some other gentleman named John Asroff, and then we just kind of we're just talking about all these really cool thought leaders, and then you brought up a name. You're like, oh, well, Marie Diamond's amazing, and I was like, that sounds familiar. I don't follow her yet. Let me know. And you're like, oh my God, The Secret, Marie Diamond. Like, hello,
Get on it.
Yeah. And you and I just had this conversation about it, and that's where it starts, doesn't it? It starts there. It starts with a conversation in your mind and in your heart, and then in the universe. And you and I decided, we I don't know if you remember this, like specifically, but I said, you and I were on the phone together. Here's my phone, and I said, well, I'll reach out to her. And you said, well, do you know her? And I said, no, not yet. There's actually I never told you this. I never mentioned this to you before. There's a Latin term that my brother and I we love this term. It's one word. It's called bellum, B-E-L-U-M, bellum. And it just means not quite yet.
Not quite yet. I love that. That's beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? So I was thinking, oh yeah, bellum. And you're like, well, do you know her? I go, not yet. But I will, and we'll see how long it'll take to have her respond back. And I reached out to her through some sources that I knew, and lo and behold, 4 a.m, I get this. It was like 9 o'clock over there in France or something, but 3 or 4 a.m, I get this notification, and it's Marie Diamond, and she's like, yeah, I'd love to converse with you. I'd love to, discuss this. What do you have? I'm always open to sharing awesomeness with the world. And I was like, what a beautiful thing. So, and I want to thank you for bringing that to the light, and I love that. Yeah. So I'm
excited to have her on today. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. Thank you for, I love that story. And we're so excited to have her on. We need women, spirituality, manifesting, abundance, all these terms that we love to use. And I can't wait to hear her speak today.
And what's cool is this. She is going to be the only individual through this whole summit that is introduced by 2 individuals. That's
fancy.
Natalie, you and I are going to introduce her. So Marie Diamond, she was in the hit movies, because the hit movie and book The Secret. She is a magical living master featured in The Secret, as I just mentioned. She focuses on abundance, feng shui, spirituality, and modalities. It's awesome. She's literally changed, and she'll elaborate on this, I'm sure, I hope. And I see her smiling in the green room right now. She's hanging out. She's high-five. Oh my God, Sekou and Marie are doing this together. What's going on? Oh, we need a photo of that. All right, so I'm really excited about bringing on. Natalie, will you help me welcome Marie Diamond?
Welcome.
Marie Diamond, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Marie? You. And do we have...
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
To be with you.
Welcome to the stage. We're so happy and blessed to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So let's make sure, I know you're coming in from France, and we've been working together on the internet connection and all these things. So let's just test your mic. If you maybe can just come a tiny bit closer, the mic might be a little bit better or louder, just a tiny bit. And welcome to the virtual summit show here at the Habitude Warrior. Marie Diamond, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. So happy to be with all of you and in this Habitude Warrior. And thank you, Erik, for allowing me to come and speak. We actually discussed what would be the best topic to talk about. So, Erik, I shared with you my take on the law of attraction. And so I would like to share that with you.
Absolutely. In fact, what I'll do, I know we have somewhat of a like a power, not a PowerPoint slide, but a few images. Would you mind if I put that on the screen for you?
Yeah, that would be perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll do that. Give me 1 second, and it is there now. Excellent.
Wonderful. So yes, you know, I attracted to be in the movie The Secret. I'm the only European teacher in The Secret, actually. And I was probably the only one that had no name, no million books already created. I just actually had moved to America from Belgium. And but I had used the 3 levels of the law of attraction. And that is how I really attracted to God into The Secret and became a brand, a global brand of transformation. So my background is I'm a lawyer, an international lawyer. And when I was 7, I started really focusing on meditation, on consciousness very early on. And at 15, I had a very huge epiphany that I was actually missing out on something very important to create consciousness. And then when I really started focusing and studying about this, I understood that there were actually 3 levels of the law of attraction. And the first one of the first level of law of attraction, some of you I'm sure already are practicing, is what we call the heavenly luck. It's actually, you have to think about your soul, your spirit came into this vessel that has a name, it's you, and you already have some talents and some challenges perhaps that you have, like a basic package of the law of attraction that you came in within the world. And I mean, for example, one of my basic packages, I love dancing, but don't ask me to sing, right? That's a challenge for me, right? So there are this basic information that you have, and it's like your soul has kind of chosen to come into with that name, that identity, the parents, the culture, your talents. And we call that sometimes destiny or your karma. And this is about 1/3 of your law of attraction. So we are, I would say, fulfilling this as we're living through our life. So you can actually improve that, of course, by connecting in with the source, the soul, the spirit, as you call it, by meditation, by clearing energy, by praying. So there are many ways to really connect in based on your spiritual or religious belief. And it's an important piece to connect with, and that we cannot just push aside. So I hope you're doing that in your own way. That's not the part I'm going to talk about today. There is a second part that is called the human luck. And this is actually where the self-development is totally focused on. And this is, how is your mindset? How are your feelings? How are your level of gratitude? And also, what actions do you take? And I can imagine that many wonderful teachers already have been sharing about this aspect and how to improve this. And this is very important, but it's not the full 100%. It is also, again, about 33% of your results. Because a lot of people, even in The Secret, I would say I was the only one not talking about that aspect. All the rest was talking about how to improve the mindset, right? And that is so important to do. And I'm not going to talk about that aspect either, because so many others have been connecting with that in such a beautiful way. So again, it's not 100%. So that's why a lot of people think The Secret is not really working sometimes for them, because they're saying, I have all the positive thoughts, have all the positive feelings, and I take massive action, and still I don't have the results I really need to have. So then they're thinking the law of attraction is not working for them, because they're missing out on the last part of the law of attraction. And that's the part in The Secret I mentioned. I mentioned in The Secret that there was this man, and he had his paintings that told in the paintings, like he had this woman kind of looking away to him, like kind of, you know, dressed, but like saying, I'm not interested in you. And definitely that is what he attracted. There were all these women that were just not interested in him. And so the earth lock is your environment. You have to understand that everything around you, where you sleep, where you work, where you live, it is like a 3-dimensional vision board. I'm sure some of you have created already a vision board to put in your thoughts and your mindset and all the goals you have, but you have to understand where you live, where you sleep, where you work is actually stimulating your goals or not. It is possible you have all these goals and that your environment is telling a complete different story, because 24 hours a day, you're always surrounded by energy. And so when I came out of an accident at 15, my spiritual teacher was telling me, when I asked him, why do I have this accident? Because I've been thinking positive, I've been feeling positive with all my gratitude, I've been taking all the right actions, and still I attracted this accident. And he told me at that point, Marie, you have bad feng shui. And I'm like, what's that? He said, well, there is this knowledge that the Chinese have really focused on for 4,000 years, that your environment creates energy. And you have to think about it is like that if you go to an acupuncturist, they're checking out the flow of energy in your body. Well, your home is also a body. And it is possible that your home is stopping the flow, is stopping your goals because it has the wrong setting, the wrong colors, the wrong environment. And so I was like, okay, what do I need to do? And so I moved to another place, changed the colors. Before that, I was very alone, had no boyfriend. I was bullied at school. I was not in a happy place. And after I changed everything around based on some principles, I literally got, a boyfriend. The bullies became my friends. It was like this huge shift that started happening. So from that moment on, I practiced these principles and I became a master in it. And so for the last 25 years, I've been bringing this together because I started understanding that your environment can help you shift your mindset. So it is possible your mindset is right now in your house that has a mindset of its own in a way. When you come into your house, it has a certain feeling to it, a certain energy to it. And you come from this amazing workshop, right? Or this amazing seminar, or this been working with an amazing coach and mentor. And then you have to implement all these amazing actions that you learned, amazing information. But it's possible your home is stopping you and is not making it happen. So that's actually what I brought to The Secret. And I started practicing that in the teachers from The Secret. So at a certain point, Rhonda Byrne, who was actually working with The Secret as a producer, created this. Things were not moving forward for her. I mean, The Secret was going to be a failure. And so what happened is that I taught her some basic principles. And that is actually how it shifted. I told her what to do to attract to be an Oprah. I told her what to attract to get all the abundance. We changed her whole apartment. And about 50% of the people in The Secret were already my clients. So it's one of the reasons why literally they call me The Secret behind The Secret. So let us go into the first step. So what can you do? So if I can have slide number 2, that'll be great. So the first thing is you need to create space to make your goals manifest. You have to create space to open it up for abundance and success. So when you look at the left page, the left picture, you'll see a very cluttered area. And I hope really that your area, it doesn't look like this, right? But what it really does is when you create chaos, when there's clutter around you, your mindset will become a mindset of poverty, a mindset of chaos, a mindset of stuckness. And so you actually connect in what we call the beta brainwaves, where it is very hard to focus and to concentrate and to be creative and to get solutions. Now, there is another way, and that is to create order, to create cleanness, to create space around you. And so if you go back to the image, you will see that this is like an office that is organized and decluttered. So what happens when you do that is like your creativity goes up, your focus will go up, and literally you will go into alpha brainwave. So a lot of people are paying thousands of dollars to get into alpha brainwave because they know that is the highest level of creativity that you can have for most people. Now there's some higher levels, of course, you can also attain, but a very easy way to change and to shift your energy is by creating order, to start getting the energy moving. So that's the first thing, that first homework I'm going to give you. And now you have perhaps time in this transformational era that we have right now, is to clean up, to declutter, to release energy. And it's not just in your environment, but it's also in the drawers, it's on your computer, it is on your cell phone. So let go of the things that you do not longer need, because the universe wants to deliver all what you've been desiring for, but there's no space. Literally, you have to create space. And the fun thing is, when you create space, there will be space coming inside of you. And I've seen so many times when I declutter a drawer that I find money, or I find a business card that could be amazing, or it like a project I forgot about. Recently, I was actually going through my drawers and cleaning up, and I found an envelope with $1,000 cash. I'm like, oh, I forgot I had this. So it is actually, wonderful things will show up when you create space for it. So that's the first tip, that when we talk about feng shui means wind and water. It means you have to always keep the wind clear and the water clear. And that actually happens when you open space in your environment. So can we go to the second slide, if that is possible, because that's the next step I always talk about. I don't know if Erik can do that. So wonderful. So there are also the way you position yourself. Right now, I am sitting in such a way that I see the door. I am not sitting with my desk against the wall. When you have your desk positioned this way, you're literally going to hit the wall financially, communication levels, relationship level, because nobody else can sit on the other side. So when you are focusing and seeing the wall, there's no space of opportunities. There's no space to connect with people. Even if you're saying, well, I'm working online, and don't have ever somebody coming with me, I said, still then you will hit literally the wall subconsciously. There's no space for creativity. There's no space for abundance. And so people that sit this way will never really come to the top of their level, even if that is putting your desk in such a way that you're seeing the view through the window. Because I always say, people don't come through the window, people come through the door. So if your desk is facing a window or a wall, you are actually literally hitting something. And on top of it, there is this openness behind you. And especially if you don't see the door, then literally you don't see the possibilities coming in, because possibilities come with people. Even if nobody comes physically in to that space, it comes with the wind, and the wind always comes in through the door. So the door of the space you are in, and that's not just in your office, it's in every place, in every meeting room. Always make sure you see the door. One of the things that happens is right away when you are facing the wall, within 3 seconds, and we have done testing on that, your brainwave will go actually into beta brainwaves. But again, it's less focused, it's more stressful, it's more difficult to create opportunities. So what do we do in order to make that change? So if you can go to the next slide, that would be lovely. Thank you. We actually need to turn that desk around, right? So think about CEOs, a king, a queen, I would say a president. They will actually turn their desk around. So if you could put me in the next slide, that would be lovely. I appreciate that. So when you see the door, you actually become like the king or the queen of your castle, and your castle is your office. Your castle is the dining room. The castle is when you are in your bedroom. When you wake up, you always want to see the door. When you do that, you are always in greater strength. And so you will also have space and in front of you. You literally can put a chair on the other side. And I always would suggest that, to even put a chair, a little couch or a little sofa on the other side of your desk, because then you're actually saying that you have a client. Even if it's subconsciously, there's always a client ready for you. Plus, the best would be that you have some support in the back. Literally, like right now, I have the curtains, so that's support. I have a high back chair, so I have some support. So never sit with your back to the door. So that is for not just your office, that is also for any meeting you have. You always want to make sure that you see the door and you have a wall, you have some support behind you. Because when you do that, something shifts right away. And this is a very small shift, but with huge results. Literally, I remember this experience with Jack Canfield. I came to do the consultation and feng shui of his space, and he was actually watching the view, and he said, "Marie, I love my view." And I said, "Yes, but through your view, the abundance doesn't come there. You're actually with your back to the door." And I said, "How is it going recently?" He said, "Well, not actually so great." I said, "Let's change it around." So I changed his desk so he could see the door. He had a great wall behind him. And what happens, he immediately felt a shift, and everything started changing again in his business because he was stuck at that point. So he focused into becoming abundant again. And literally what started happening is that, the phone started ringing. Literally, it's like your law of attraction opens up. And when you see the door, your brainwave will go into alpha brainwaves within 3 seconds. Literally, that's how fast it goes. And we have seen so many times people just doing this small thing, and right away having people calling them, giving them better revenue, better contracts, because suddenly you say to yourself, "I'm the king, I'm the queen of my business," right? So you don't want to be the receptionist that watches the wall. You want to be the CEO, the king, the president of your business. So that is a very simple thing to do from now on. Any meeting you have, always do that. Now, when we focus on feng shui, these are some basic steps that I always say implement that right away. But there's also something more personal. And so we have, when you're born, there is some energy that is very personal for you, that gives you success and abundance. So I actually did that with dear Erik, right? And I know Natalie has already used that also. So based on your birthday, everyone has an energy number. And that energy number connects you with a certain direction in your life, a compass direction. So there are 8 compass directions, and every number has a success direction. And so you can actually go and download the free Mary Diamond app, where you can put in your gender. And I think that's the next slide. So if you could put that on, that would be great. So you can put in your gender, your birthday, your full birthday, and then you click on getting your energy number. And your energy number connects in with a compass. And you will see the third picture of the slide. There's like this compass with all these colors. Now, everyone has a success direction. Now, this is crucial for your law of attraction. I remember with Rhonda Byrne is that she had her garbage bin in her success direction of her office. And I said to her, well, all your success subconsciously goes 24 hours a day in your garbage bin. I said, what do you want? She said, well, I want all the world to really see my movie. So we put the DVD at that time in that area. And I said, what else do you want? She said, I want to get on Oprah. I said, okay, let's get a picture of Oprah. We bought an Oprah magazine and we put it in her success direction. So what you will do is you'll get this app and you will put that in, and then you will get this compass, this wheel that will show up. You literally will, I cannot show it because I'm on the phone right now, but you will see, you will then take your compass, you will hold it in your hand, and then literally you will see there is, yes, thank you, Erik, for showing. So you will see there is a blue aspect, and that's called success. And so as you're holding it, you will see which area of your home shows success. So you do that in your office, if you can, in your bedroom, if you can, in your living room, but definitely the place where you work. So what you do then, you check out where is that success direction. I know for Erik, it is the north, right, Erik? So
everywhere says success.
Yes. So we kind of change some things around. So in your success direction, you can put in, literally you can put a cabinet, a bookcase. You make a success altar. So you can put in your awards, your certificates. You can place there books on success. You can place there your products, your personal books if you have them. You can have there your business cards, books of other people that are very successful, biographies and so on. And so that is exactly what you're going to start doing, right? Once you start changing that, and of course, there's so much more information that you will see we're going to talk about a little bit more in hopefully in next step. But what happens is you're first of all going to check what is right now in your success direction. I mean, recently I was in somebody's office, and they literally had the paper shredder, literally a big paper shredder. So I said to that person, how is business going right now? I said, well, it's really hard. It feels like it's coming in and then it falls apart. Like I have all these projects and then phew, it falls apart. I said, yes, like it kind of got shred to paper. And he's like, oh my God. So right away, he took his paper shredder and threw it in another corner. That was not so strong for him. So when he started doing that, and I asked him to create a success altar, literally within 2 weeks, he had a huge contract that came to him from one of the major TV channels. And he hadn't been on major TV channels for a long time. He was a celebrity. And so suddenly he got all these offers coming in because he told the universe, my three-dimensional vision board is now aligned with my thoughts, with my energy, because just having the thoughts in your mind or just having them on a vision board doesn't manifest them. You have to understand your space is like your first market space in the universe, right? So you have to align everything. So it's not just having the conversation, but let your home be having a conversation with you. Make sure your office has a conversation that you have with your clients, and it's all aligned. So declutter your success direction, put symbols of money and so forth. So there is so much more about this, but I think this is a very first big step that you can start practicing on finding your success direction. So have you already changed everything, Erik, yourself?
Absolutely. I got rid of the clutter. I got rid of the shredder. I didn't have a shredder, but yes, and I changed everything. Mostly, I'm 90% changed. So I did have a question about something specifically. You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. I do have a question. First of all, I love you. You're amazing. I just got to tell you that. Secondly, I love this. This is awesome. And I know we went, and your memory is absolutely correct, because it is north is my success equation. I don't know if you guys can see this. You know what? Let me just take a photo of it right now, and I'll share with you the screenshot so it won't move around as much. There it is. So it's north on my compass. So what she's saying is you literally download the app. Do it now, guys, or do it in just a little bit on a break or something. And what happens is you hold it, and it's almost like, what do you call that when it's like a GPS thing, or what's the word?
It is, yes.
When you
well,
turn
it's a
it.
compass.
Compass.
It's a compass, so it will move around wherever you are.
Amazing. It's amazing. And you'll see, like it says, so we'll use this as an example, I guess. It says success is in the north. And then what else does it say? Does it say abundance? I can't read
Yeah,
this.
there are other directions. So you have relationships. So if you are looking for relationships or better teams or,
Health.
better, more clients, you will work on your relationship energy too. And there's health and wisdom. But let's focus already with creating some success here.
Yeah, and notice, by the way, notice all the I'm gonna call it gray area, but all the area that doesn't have anything, right? So
Yes.
that's just wasted energy in that area. And I also love what you said when I was pointing my desk. So my desk is pointing in the what is it?
East.
The east, right?
The east.
Yeah. But I don't want to be on the heading of 90 degrees. It's either 89 or 91, etc. I love that, what you were talking about there. And there was another thing I was going to mention about this. Oh, I have a question for you. This is so fascinating for me, by the way. I love this. My question is this. You had mentioned where I'm sitting. Somebody's typing, by the way, or something. I need to mute you somehow, maybe. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just a connection. So, although it did stop when I said stop typing. So when I look at my north area, what happens is you had mentioned to have my books in front of me, and accomplishments, not anything about like me, but it's really important to have things that are in front of me that I can see as I'm going forward to the future of awesomeness, which I love.
Yes.
And then having the support system behind me, which is pictures of like, I mean, I'll share with you, I have photos right here, which I need to put them in frames and so forth. There's a photo of my mom when she was younger. So I literally have my father and my mother right here behind me supporting me, but also the books of my support system, I guess you call it, which are on the full screen a little bit. So there's a lot of books back here, but they're my books as well. So you see how I have
Yes,
some
so
of
whatever is yours, you put it in your success direction, right?
Right.
Because that area that you put your personal books on is in your space, the west. But if you look at your compass, the west for you is blank. So it doesn't give you energy at all. So it's possible you have your books out, your products out, and it's possible they are not in the right direction. You have to understand your environment is responsible for 1/3, 33% of the results of the law of attraction. So if that's not aligned, then you will still be able to manifest things, but not with the ease and the effortlessness that you could have, because it will be like the wind is not with you. When you work with compass direction, like the wind is with you. Otherwise, like the wind is against you, and you still get there. You still get to the top of the mountain, but let's be honest, right? It's much more difficult. Yeah.
Absolutely. Wow. So my quick question, by the way, people are commenting, where do I get this? And what is it called? I think it's Marie Diamond. It's on an app. It's just Marie Diamond. Yeah, that's easy. So just go to your iPhone or the other silly phone and download Marie Diamond, and that's it. You like that joke? I don't know. So another question, or the question I had was this, and I'll go kind of full screen so I can ask you this question at the same time. So it's a specific question about my books that are behind me here. I know I need to put them in front of me and my awards and so forth so I can see them in front of me. But if I'm one of the individuals who I do lives like this, and you do want to have branding of your own things behind you as well. So I'm kind of maybe answering the question, would it be appropriate for me to have it in front of me and behind me as well to support for branding?
Well,
purposes?
you definitely, for your branding, you can do that, but then put them back after you have done the live goal.
I see.
Right?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah?
So it's a back and forth. Wow. Okay.
It is, because you have to understand that area is just not supporting you at all. So you always want to focus on the good directions for you, right? Now, if I would be you, I probably, in your space, I probably would even turn your desk so you're facing south. Yeah.
Right.
So then you actually would have your branding all behind you. Right?
Gotcha.
So,
yeah. Right. Right.
So
Got
that could be possible.
I might be facing the wall though. I'll be facing this wall. So
well, I already see that John is immediately finding out that he's energy number 2 and his success direction is northeast. So you take the compass, you always try to stand in the center of the room to find out which is the areas. So if you stand in the center of the room, then you're like the center of the universe. And then you look what is in these directions, and you will be amazed that you will probably find your blockages like as images. Like literally, I had this woman and she was like saying, well, you know, things are all happening, it's not good. And then she had a painting with the words victim in her success direction. And she literally felt as a victim all the time. So be careful what you have there. Right away, when you see something that is not aligned with your success, take it away. It's better to have nothing than to have the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, this has been amazing. I know we have tons and tons of comments and questions coming up. What's the best way to follow you? I know you have you may have a gift and or offer for people to take advantage of, which I love. Can we share that right now? Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Yay. Okay, let me see. How do I do it? Where do I go? I forgot what I'm doing. So, we forgot to see this.
But you have the link.
I know. I have the link somewhere, which I'm going to find. And it will be somewhere. I'm going to find that in 2 seconds here. Just we're going to talk amongst ourselves now. I remember what I needed to do. I needed to go to the website, right? So the website is going to be, let me just go there. I'm going to let you speak while I'm looking for the website right now.
Yes.
Because I do have the link. And I believe we just called it, what do we call it? Goodness, I'm drawing a blank on this.
It's something with Habitude Warrior.
Yes. I think it's Habitude Warrior Marie Diamond. No, Diamond. That was what it was. Habitude Warrior Diamond. That's what it was. Okay, let me look it up right now. Sorry, guys. I'm doing a lot of things all at the same time. But here it is. I found it. Okay. So, John and team, could you put in habitudewarriordiamond.com? That's what it is. Okay. And I'm going to share with you guys the screen now. Let me go to share screen and do this. And boom, there it is. So tell us about this. Tell us about this page. So when we go to habitudewarriordiamond.com, what happens at that point?
So yes, you asked me to really look for a package that would be really perfect for the Habitude Warriors. And so I really looked at what you could use right away, what you need to have. And the first one is a program called Feng Shui Your Life video program. And that is actually to right away learn how to set up your home for your personal feng shui. Both like looking what to do to make the most money, to create the most romance, what are the best colors and items and symbols, and to really create the most harmony. So it's actually creating your 3-dimensional vision board. With this program by itself, you already will be able to really get into feng shui in your home, even that for your family. So both the office and your personal home. So that is already a very beautiful space. And the normal value price of that is $298. But then the second one is actually, we're going into the magical 2020, because every year the energy shifts a little bit. And we really want to know for 2020, what are the best colors, the best areas to create abundance. And there's a beautiful ebook that comes with it. And you have to understand every video program is about 5 sessions of 90 minutes. So it's a video program where you can really listen to and understand. And it's me sharing that with you. But also we're doing a lot of clearing on that level, a lot of meditations there. And on top of it, I'm actually teaching you there how to make a vision board based on your personal birthday. Because a lot of vision boards are just like a paper and I put all these pictures on it. But there is a way where to place your vision board and how to design a vision board that is the most awesome. I'm going to use that word, for you based on your birthday. So it's completely different. It sets the vision board to a whole new level, a whole new standard. And also that program is a value of $298. And then I'm also doing something called the Inner Diamond. And there's always a feng shui is the programs, and the magical 2020 is all about what you can create outside of you with feng shui, but the Inner Diamond is all about the inner feng shui, so that you really are clearing the energy in yourself. So they work both very well together, because the law of attraction is not just something outside of you, it's also something inside of you. And again, that is 5 sessions. Actually, this is 6 sessions of 90 minutes. And the price for that is also $298. But what I'm giving special as a bonus for the Habitude Warriors, I'm going to give you personal time with me together in a 90 minutes, a personal video moment with me, where I will, as you have gone through the programs, we're going to really answer your questions, because I really feel there, like now I can imagine so many of you read, oh, how does that look like? So it will be a Zoom call, so I can actually take some videos, can show what you have been accomplishing, and starting to really design. It's a redesigning of your home and your office to really have the most success, the success that create you the millions, the billions, because I have worked with 20 and more billionaires. I've worked with so many celebrities when they were stuck, when they were hitting the ceiling, even top transformational teachers like people like Bob Proctor and Jack Canfield and John Gray, when they were stuck, you know, when they felt their own method was not bringing them to the next level, guess who they called? They called me. And what I'm teaching there is exactly what they paid me thousands of dollars for. I created a program so that you can have it in a much easier way and still have some personal time with me to answer your questions. Plus, on top of it, I also put in my 2 ebooks. One of them is about the colors that are so important to work with in my system, but also to know more about your energy number book, to making sure that you use the feng shui the best you can for your personal direction. So all this, you know, this is a special deal that Erik has asked me to give you. So normal value price is $14.24, but this is available for $498 right now. So this is like, I would say about 20 hours of videos, personal 90 minutes with me, but I'm so excited about, because I love connecting with people and helping you out. So if you're interested in that, go to habitudewarriordiamond.com and click on it, buy it. And this is not just information for this year. This is information you will get for, you can use this. This will be one of your tools that you forever will use, whatever place you're moving to, whatever direction you're going to in your life. And that information, you'll be able to help your teams with this, because it's not just for you. This information, you will learn to give that to your team, to your children. So your life will totally start transforming and uplifting and using 1/3 of the law of attraction that you've been missing out on.
Wow. Okay, this is amazing. And I'm gonna, let me pull both you and I on this. This is amazing. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're giving all of that, and you're giving a super duper Habitude Warrior price of that right there, $498 total. That's it?
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty much unheard of, and I really appreciate you doing this. That's amazing. So let me see if I can pull both of us back on here. Here we go. All right. So how do they do this? Where do they go? Oh, I guess they go to the site that I just put on there, right?
Yes,
I'm
correct.
so good at this, aren't I? That's right. So let me put the website on there again. I know that we had put it on before. John put it up there. Here we go. So it's habitudewarriordiamond.com. That's the website. This is fantastic. I'm going to bring on a couple people if I may. Just to kind of have a chat with you and talk about this as an offer, because I think this is a lot of people have a lot of offers and so forth, but this is something that really is so worth it. for their life in general, for forever and ever. And I really appreciate you doing that and reducing it down to basically your cost, if you will. Let me bring Natalie on here. We got Natalie, Susi right now, and we got John Kovach Jr. Jumping in. And let's see, we've got Lynn Rose as well. Hello, everyone. Say hi to Marie.
Marie, you're amazing.
So incredible. Can I also just add, guys, that I've used her candles, I've used her sprays, I've used her products before. They're amazing. They do work. Everything that she's saying is right on. I know that's very evident in all of her content too, but I love your product. I used your joy spray during one of the most incredible moments of my life.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. And we're going to bring Yuri Choi. Oh, no, we're not.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is.
Magic text. Hi, Marie.
So guys, this is amazing. So let me ask you all. Oh, everyone's downloading the thing. That's awesome. So we should all hold that up. Let's all hold this up. So we take a screenshot. There we go.
I'm not on it yet.
There we go. All right, rock and roll.
I love it.
So again, so Lynn, have you seen something like this much power in such a great offer, if that makes sense? You know, what are your thoughts real quick?
Oh, yeah, it's just super action-packed. If you want to, if you're inspired by what Marie is sharing, like now you want to really integrate it and to take advantage of that package, especially because of your offer. That's so awesome, Marie. And I was like, I want to know more. And this compass thing is incredible because it makes you not have to go back and forth try to figure it out. Although I can see where you want to go deeper with it. And you want to go deeper with it with what you're offering so we can really understand and the more complexities, right? Because I'm facing a complete picture window. So I have space between the end of my desk and this, but I feel like I'm not really facing a wall. And there's tons of beautiful nature and stuff like that and water. So there might be differentiations like that. I'm not sure, but and it is also mostly towards north, and north is my compass. So anyway, but there's things like that where I'm curious in this package they'd also be able to go even deeper into understanding all those complexities and finer points, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. That's awesome.
Correct. And,
the answer is.
The thing is, I don't know if you can hear me. So, but yeah. So, one of my strong points is that I can explain that are very difficult in a very easy way. So it's very practical what I'm teaching. So this will be definitely helping you.
That's amazing. I'm so excited about having you here all the way from France. I love it. And you're such a dear individual, dear human being. And I'm so excited about this. I'm going to put this up on the screen again, just for people to see this Habitude Warrior Virtual Summit package. All you need to do is go to this site right there. Boom, there it is. HabitudeWarriorDiamond.com. And that should bring you to the landing page to be able to grab that. And that's today, yes. So like we want to make sure you guys realize that this is something that she's doing special for the summit. So if you're on the summit, grab that. Is that right, Marie?
Yes, correct.
Awesome. Excellent. I really appreciate you. You're such a dear human being. I love you. You're amazing. And I want to thank Natalie for introducing us. And really, you're amazing. So thank you for being here at the summit.
Thank you so much, Erik, and thank you, and bye to everyone, and good luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. Okay, talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Wow, that was Marie Diamond, ladies and gentlemen. Such an amazing individual. I love her so much. She's awesome. All right. So we are, I'm going to speed this up right now. We're going to go real quick here because I've got people in the green room, which is awesome. And I'm going to bring up Shannon for 30 seconds real quick here. Shannon, what's happening? I heard some news. We're down to we have only 3 or 4 more spots right now. Is that right? What's going on?
4 spots. It was funny. Half of the text messages I got were from our influencers saying, I can't believe you put your phone number out there. And I kept saying it's okay because only the high vibe people are going to actually be able to see that phone number. So it's been so great because my phone has been busy I'm getting calls from all these really cool, kick-ass people. They're joining the mastermind, and everybody's really excited to have some guidance. There are so many people that have a plethora of ideas, that, especially I think being in COVID, it must bring something out in us where our creativity is just unleashed because maybe we have more time. So there's a lot of guidance that people are excited to be able to be getting.
Yeah, that's so true. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you giving us a quick update. We'll see you in a little bit, and just keep those, keep them coming to me, the updates, so I can let people know. We got 4 spots left right now that I'm chipping in $1,000, guys. So contact her. Her phone number's right there. Thanks, Shannon. You rock. See you in a little bit. Rock and roll. What's up? All right, guys. I'm gonna bring on our next speaker. We've got, like, you should see. I wish I could show you my screen down here in the green room. You should see the caliber of speakers that are lining up, hanging out. I think they're playing like ping pong or something. I don't know what. There's like a game going on down there. It's amazing. I'm gonna bring on a gentleman who's awesome. I know he's gracious enough to spend some time with us right now. He's got a jet out of here very soon. I think he's going on national news. He's always doing something for the community, and I love that about him. So we're going to just interview him real quick for about 15 minutes, then bring on our next speaker after that, so that she knows that. And I'm going to actually share the quick video, which is really cool. I want to share this with you guys. So check this out. Ready? Here we go. Here we go.
Contact Nick today, seize the moment, and ask what he can do to help your team take it to the next level.
Football, 1993 is turning out to be the year of the kicker in the NFL. Touchdown seems to be coming harder, but field goals have never been so plentiful. An average of more than 3 a game so far. One result, superstar quarterbacks are having to share the limelight with superstar kickers. Nick Lowry, for example. Here's ABC's Dick Shack.
This will be a 41-yard attempt. No one kicks better than Nick. Nick Lowry of the Kansas City Chiefs, the most accurate kicker in the history of the NFL. But long before Lowry was a hero, he was a flop. He tried out for 9 different teams and was cut by the New York Jets and the New England Patriots, by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Baltimore Colts, cut by the Cincinnati Bengals and the Washington Redskins, by the New Orleans Saints and the San Diego Chargers, before he made it in Kansas City in 1980.
Each time I would go through it, it made me stronger.
Physically and mentally. Now at 38, superbly conditioned and supremely self-confident, Lowry is the master of his special art. Nick has worked in the White House during his off seasons for 3 presidents on projects ranging from drug abuse to national service legislation, which probably explains why, when he kicked 5 field goals against Denver, scoring all of Kansas City's points, he received a handwritten note that said, "All your national service pals are very proud." It was signed, Bill Clinton. Dick Schaap, ABC News, Kansas City.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring on the amazing, the awesome, the NFL superstar, and a really good friend of mine, Nick Lowry, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Lowry, what's up, man?
Hey, Eric, actually, it's funny because that letter is right there from President Clinton. And,
wow.
You know, I was listening to Marie Diamond talking about alignment.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you have your life aligned, amazing coincidences happen. For instance, that game, which was the first game on national TV with a guy named Joe Montana against John Elway, and the next day's paper after I scored all our points was kicker upstages Joe Montana. So I flashed that in front of Joe the next day, and he didn't like he didn't like that, being the competitive guy he is. But my point is this: the next day, Tuesday, next morning, I was invited to be at the White House Rose Garden ceremony for the signing of AmeriCorps, which is a bill that was the first major bill passed by the Clinton administration, which allows for young people at the earliest stages to make a difference in the lives of others. And so I couldn't be there. So I got that note right there, and I want to read it to you because it's really cool. He says, "Dear Nick, congratulations on a great, underline great, game Monday night. All your national service pals are proud. Thanks for the thanks for all the time you gave to the national service effort." And basically said the kids will be better for this or this country, and so will the rest of us. My point is, that all came right together. It's funny how more and more, like Marie said, when we have our lives aligned, the right people come in. We notice the right people. We also notice the wrong people. I mean, a big part of this, John Kovach, thank you. A big part of this is also, of course, not spending too much time with people that drain our energy and don't keep us aligned. So, it's that interesting dance of being compassionate for all human beings. Nobody's perfect. I'm certainly not perfect. I may have been the most accurate kicker in NFL history. I still missed, 20% out of every field goals that I tried. So it's learning from your mistakes. It's when you see your mistakes as part of that journey, part of that way on the way to something great. And I'm honored to be on this show, honored to see one of the most loving people in the world, who Miss Happiness herself, Yuri and Natalie and Jerry and all you guys on here. I'm really honored. I haven't met some of you, but I'm looking forward to. Hi there, Yuri. How are you?
I'm bringing them on, man. You mentioned them, I bring them on. What's up? You asked for it. So there you go.
There they are. Hey guys, whoop whoop.
Oh, it was muted. Hi.
There's this whoop whoop. Natalie.
Nick, you're amazing. Your heart is so big. I can't even.
I was thinking, because you have all these packages today, and the only package I want to talk about is the fact that we can get more people in San Diego, in Kansas City now, and as we started this week, the first city in America to do the rapid COVID antibody testing for the homeless. And why? Because that act is such a powerful statement. I'll get emotional talking about it. Such a powerful statement about what we're really about, and that we're all important. We're all valued. We all deserve to feel that, that our lives matter. And what does it say when, in the midst of already feeling, forgotten, now you're on the street with this invisible energy and an enemy that could kill you? So it's such a powerful thing. And you just noticed how many people have responded. So talking with Harris Faulkner, there's the interesting thing that 1993, she was at that game. She was the anchor for Fox in Kansas City. And then she picks up on the story and she calls me up and says, we'd like to have you on the show. So I love that, because in the midst of all this adversity, all this pain, all this death, is this beautiful sense of people overcoming and working together. So that is the legacy. We'll look back on these 10 weeks. It's going to be more than that, but these particular 10 weeks of quarantine as being some of the best things that ever happened to us if we align ourselves with the things that really matter.
That's good. I love that. That's so beautiful. I keep saying it's like a collective ditch moment that leads to a collective ascension. I love what you're saying.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Yeah, call you Professor.
I have an interesting question for you, Nick. And by the way, I had no idea. By the way, I knew you through, I think it was City Summit or something like that, whichever community that we knew each other in. And I just loved your energy. I had no idea this like legendary status. But my question is, seeing that, how would you, or how have you been applying that mindset that it takes to have that type of accomplishment that you did for the NFL? And how are you applying that in your own way within this type of time in COVID right now?
Well, first of all, I have to start every day by acknowledging, that's a great question, and thank you, how lucky I am. I'm not stuck in a studio or apartment in New York City with 40 floors and everybody touching the buttons and all of the people, we're close to 18,000 people that have died, I think, in New York. I've got a beautiful backyard. Erik, you've seen it. It's a comfortable house. And so my prison is no prison. It is. I'm
in your backyard right now.
It's a place to just, cut away all the crap, all the stuff that doesn't matter. And by the way, the people that really care about you, they're still going to be in your life. One thing that happens in faster motion as an athlete is you get paid more at an early age. You get temptations. You know what I'm talking about. And you get money, and then suddenly, and you get recognition, and then you notice slowly, and sometimes, unfortunately, surprised by the people that drop off when that stops. So you begin to think, what are the true relationships? And, I'll share this quick story with you about that. because it's what helps me take advantage of this time by just channeling it into what can we do now, not what can't we do. So I'm in Sports Illustrated. I'm on a show called 2020. It was a story about the loneliest player in football, the kicker, and it was actually there were 4 kickers, and I was the only one that seemed reasonably sane, which isn't true either. I'm crazy, but and then I'm at the Pro Bowl in Hawaii, which has its own surrealistic, beautiful aloha feel. There's 17 Hall of Famers on the field with me, whether it is Dan Fouts or Lynn Swan or Jack Lambert, and it's just amazing stuff. And yes, 58 yards. Thanks, buddy. Anyway, and I kicked the game-winning field goal. Now, the game-winning field goal in the Super Bowl is a bigger accomplishment, believe me, by a lot. But it's not a bad thing to do it in the All-Star game. And there are 25, 30 cameras in the locker room, and I'm thinking this is kind of a Hollywood moment. This is great. And as soon as the players were leaving, I felt this huge silence, this echoing void in myself, and this, what's missing in my life? What have I forgotten? And it's that classic situation where we work our tails off, like each one of you is doing that's not right on now, that's with us in this discussion. We work so hard, and then we get to the mountain and we're alone on the mountain. How good is that? So it was such a clear message from God, for me, that I had to make sure that success always was making sure that you share your success with your parents, with your family, with your loved ones, with the people that will always be there, and maybe a few others as well, because that's what lasts. Those memories last. And I was lucky enough to kick 2 more game-winning field goals in the All-Star game called the Pro Bowl in Hawaii. But Mom and Dad were there in the front row. Mom and Dad were there for dinner afterwards. Mom and Dad were there the dinner before. And I have this rich memories, because that's what we take with us, is the quality of our memories, along with, of course, as you asked, the quality of my time now. So I try to stay physically healthy. I try to eat well. It's been hard because I'm a social animal like Erik. We're talking about going to the Henry, right, buddy? No, which
don't tell them where we're going, man.
We're going.
Tell them where we're going. We're not going to the Henry.
We're not going. For the social distance thing, but I think it really is about discipline. I think the answer is, if your discipline and your focus is there, then you're not going to be knocked off track. But those alignments have to do with core values. They have to be the things that really matter. And love is at the top of the list, right, Yuri? Love of yourself, love of what you do, love of the people in your life. And for me, one of my biggest problems, because I remember you talking about anger before, is the anger that we carry with us because the general manager let me go and we could have made it to the Super Bowl. I could hang on to that forever. And what you do with that anger and channeling it from negative energy into positive energy. So I thought maybe, and now that you're on, and I get to look at that beautiful smile, tell me also, and any comments that come to you about channeling our energies, particularly anger, particularly impatience, when things aren't working. How do we do that so we transform it into something?
I think there's a distinctive energy called courage, and any of the negative energy, which I actually call them destructive energies. And there's nothing wrong with any emotions, even anger. And though we can turn destructive energy into creative energy through this energy of courage, always. So through courage, we can pause and say, hey, like anger, what can we channel this into? So yeah, I love that. And anger is love. Like if we didn't love something, we wouldn't be mad. We'd be just chilling. So yeah.
Well, I like the other word you use, which is creativity. So Erik and team, one of the things I really believe, because I've studied the brain, I had a show on Sirius Satellite XM for 3 years called Head Games. And there to me is that part of the brain, the unlimited part of the brain, the spiritual part of our brain is linked like this, hand in hand, maybe not like this, but like this, with our creative part. And those people that have these traumas, whether it's, you can feel right now, that have these traumas that they're overcoming or trying to overcome, when they stay in the creative state, they can get to a place they couldn't get any other way. So to remember, God made Yuri and Erik and everyone on here uniquely gifted, and to connect, hold on to those gifts and polish them and love them, those creative gifts, because those will literally be affirmed in new growth, literally in the dendrites and the structures of the brain itself, and they'll create new highways around the pain, around the dark things that are held onto, so that we can be completely full of energy and in the right way and move past all the junk, because it is hard. It is hard, as you said, to love what you do and then to be angry because you can't do it or it's harder, and then to push through it. But sometimes I've had to learn it doesn't just mean pushing your head through a wall. Sometimes it means being creative and steering around it to something that's so much better.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. And, you know, we're getting lots of comments. My buddy Tim Gillette wants you on his podcast. I think it's a done deal. Yep, there you go. It's a done. Here, raise your right hand. Here, I was gonna say, Nick, raise your right hand and say I do. Okay, he's in. And I gotta go full screen because I think behind me, if I can just move this way. Let's see. Can you see this? In my bookcase, I have a I do a lot of I like pain.
Ooh, that's a great idea. We should get Nick to sign one.
This is a great football. I got to tell you how much this football cost me. It was for a good cause. So I meet Nick at the Think and Grow Rich Legacy Tour, and it was awesome. And Nick's like, "Hey, actually, you know what? This was, I think this was my idea. Remember, you were in a weren't you in a car with, what's the dude's name? Brandon, maybe? Brandon?
Oh, sure.
In Chicago or somewhere. I'm like, dude, you should go pick up some footballs. The real, you're like, I'll bring the real ones. I'm like, great, let's all sign it and let's raffle it off for charity at the event. So that's what we did. And guess who ended up buying one? Me. Here it is. It's awesome. I got to show you your actual. Whoops, I just went full screen from me. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So Nick, I appreciate it. Where's your signature, man? Where is it? It's got to be the biggest one right there, right?
Yep. I turned the Y into a goalpost, and I told people as I got longer in my career, because I played 18 years in the NFL, if I started absent-mindedly drawing the ball, not going through the goalpost but wide right, that might be a powerful sign. The universe was saying it's time to retire.
Wow. So you actually drew it going in. Wow, that's amazing. Wow. And this is awesome. Everyone signed this, which was on that stage, from John Shin, of course, Sharon Lecter, myself.
I touched on that too, because what was really cool is I don't barely warm up, and I almost always have a great kick, and I try to kick it to particular people, and of course the people holding like Tim. If I'm speaking in a room, they're like, oh my God, you know, it's going to break the chandeliers. But that act of kicking is always about the alignment of your focus on what matters right here, right now, our daily work right now, surrounding yourself with a person that holds the ball for you so that you trust that person. You know they love the work too, to be ready, so there's no excuses. All you have to do is kick. Then you've got to not be distracted by 11 large people wanting to kill you. But the magic of it is to remember the big picture. In this case, the goalpost, which sometimes looks like tweezers when you're on the field because there's so many people there. And people ask, why do some people thrive like Joe Montana in the big stage and others don't? But when you're aligned and when you love the work, it becomes easier. And that's what happened for me. And so the capacity to do those two things, see the work right now, be disciplined and do it, love it, have fun with it if you can, but also always keep in mind of where it's going. Where is this going? Like for Yuri, you know, I see a television show. I see, you know, more books that help people be happy. One of the things that Erik, you and I see all the time here in Scottsdale is a lot of the most wealthy people in the world that are beautiful, wealthy people and are miserable.
So. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's so true. You're a beacon of awesomeness, man. You're a beacon of light. I've got so many different things. Lynn Rose just wrote a paragraph, and I can't
see that.
It's right there. Everyone read that. And everyone's just jumping on. Robert Freeman, what's up, man? Good to see you. Pushing somebody else's head through a wall. Okay.
Well, you know, sometimes we are able to do that, like with Yuri and Natalie and some of the other people. They have those deft verbal and love skills, so the person doesn't really know that it's their head that's being pushed through the wall. But right. What I'm getting from that is simply, you know, to be able to effortlessly help another person feel and know their idea, the idea that was your idea, but somehow they feel like it's their idea now, because that's where change happens. And that's, you know, all of us have a great idea that somebody didn't think of first, and then it doesn't happen. That is a particularly unique gift.
Love what you just said there. All right, we're going to close this session by showing one more quick little thing, which I'll just surprise you on. It'll be a lot of fun. And here it is. Check this out. Oops, I didn't push play. Here we go.
We have something very exciting right outside on 53rd Street. Hal, turn on the camera out there. There you go. All night long, we have the New York Jets field goal kicking unit, Nick Lowry, Brian Hansen, the holder, and Roger Duffy snapping the ball. Will be going for 3 all night long. Here we go. It's good.
Right to the pipes, baby.
So you see, well, I believe the young man's under the making impression he's won something.
Dude, you're amazing, man. I just appreciate you being here, and you're just awesome. Did you actually get to meet David Letterman or not really?
Oh yeah, I was on the show the next year inside the studio. Very quick story, because it's worth it to tell.
We actually probably don't have enough time for this story. I hate to do that. I've never done that before, but I do want to stay on.
It's all good.
So,
thank you,
so we're gonna have to bring you back for that story. Is that good? Is that good? Yay! And I know you,
Natalie, Yuri, Jerry, everyone. God bless you. God bless you, Erik. You're awesome.
Brother. And I know you're going to be on the news in like an hour. Is that right? Something.
We have more fun stuff. Yeah, the big thing right now is we're doing these tests for the rapid antibody test for the homeless. So we're very excited. We're getting interest around the country.
How do we get involved with that? That's what I want to know.
If you go to nicklowry.org and go to the donate page there, nicklowry, LOWERY.org, and then we're creating a new website literally this weekend called nicklowrychampions.org, and that way you can donate directly, and that goes 100% to these rapid antibody tests that are 92% to 95% accurate.
Wow. Thank you. We're putting it on the screen right now. Thanks, John, for doing that. That's amazing, man. I want to hug you, brother. I want to give you a high five or whatever. Give me a little love over here. Here we go. Boom. You're awesome, bro. I really appreciate you, and I'll see you. I'll see you at the Henry when I wake up tomorrow afternoon. Okay, bye.
Thanks, guys.
Take care, brother. Wow, that was Nick Lowry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited about him being here. He's just so amazing, and in fact, you know, I want to bring him back. So he will be back with us because I honestly I've spent so much time with this dude, this gentleman, this soul. It seems like for about a year we were traveling around in different circles and different stages, and we would always gravitate. You know, you gravitate towards amazingness, right? Towards awesomeness. At least we should, and that's what I strive to do. And he's one of those guys. So really appreciate that. Rick Denley says, awesome. By the way, remind me in a little bit when we take a 2-minute break after our next speaker to give all these shout outs to all these individuals that are jumping on. We have so many people coming on these 5 different platforms that we have. And we want to give you, you know, a shout out and accolades for being here. Also, we want to do some raffles and so forth. So we'll talk about that later. Let's bring on my amazing friend. That's just she's so amazing. I've said amazing like 3 times. I'm going to say it one more time. She's amazing, and she's so heart-centered. She's hardcore business. A leader in the community of awesomeness is what I say. I'm going to share with you a quick kind of an intro video, and then we'll go ahead and bring her on. So let me try to do that and see if I can do it the right way this time. And here we go.
You got one life, one chance. You got to make sure that it matters. You got to make sure that you have a legacy that far exceeds your life. Here's what I know for sure. If you have a desire to become a millionaire, don't do it for the money. Do it for the person that you become, the legacy that you lead, the difference that you make in the world. I mean, sure, making money is awesome. But the truth is who's taught you to build an empire? If you've been working at this for a while and you're wondering, why do some things work? Why do some things don't work? I'm going to tell you that you're not alone. There's people all around the planet right now that have a dream just like you to transform the world. And what I know for sure is that money will never make you happy, but it provides opportunities that you should never live without. My desire to help you today really comes down to the fact that I know you. I was you. I was somebody that had a dream, and I didn't go and create this path just for myself and just for my family. I have a legacy, and you are my legacy. And what I know for sure, without a doubt, is that you're standing in front of me because you haven't quit yet. I haven't quit, you haven't quit. We are the same individuals, which means that you have a possibility of creating some of the same results that I've created. And many of you, you have the possibility of far exceeding what I've created. We can create a world that we want to live in, but it starts with you and I making a decision right now. So here's my promise to you. Everything that you hear come out of my mouth is going to show you how to make money. But most of all, it's not going to show you how to become a millionaire for the money. It's going to show you how to make the money so you can be the change that you want to see in the world. I got your back. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm so excited, guys. This is I'm excited about this. I'll tell you why. I'm so excited about this. I see everyone smiling down there. They like, seriously, just raise your hand if you're on my team down in the green room. Raise your hand if you've never seen me this seriously, I'm excited about this. Here's why I'm excited. The reason why is because I met this young lady recently on stage at the greatest, world's greatest motivators. And she's just so heart-centered and heart-core, amazing individual. I want to bring on Shanda Sumter, ladies and gentlemen. Shanda, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
I love you. I want to give you kisses. There it is. There it is. Lots of kisses. How are you? In fact, I'm just going to go over there and say hi to you. Okay, I'm back. All right, so it didn't work. How are you, Shanda? Good to see you. I'm so excited for you. People are excited. Look at this. Shanda in the house.
That's so great. Well, thank you for the warm welcome, especially since we can't touch each other.
That's right. That's right. We can do the cat paw thing, whatever that is. I'm so excited for you to be here. So tell us, Shanda, like, what's going on? Look, you're a leader in the community for years and years and years, except let's get down to, like, you know how you interviewed me, I don't know, a month ago or 2 months ago, whenever it was. I want to interview you. I want to ask you a question. It wasn't all blueberry muffins and roses for you every single day of your life, right? and I know you shared this on stage, and you're real vulnerable. You're so just authentically awesome. And because we've got a lot of listeners that might be looking at this going, oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. You're of course you're amazing because whatever reasons, but it wasn't always like this, right? We have to strive to be heart-centered and heart-focused and really strive to create the life that we're looking for. And a lot of people don't create that life. Can you elaborate on that? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we need, I think I even said this at Greatest Motivators. I said we don't really need another Thanksgiving or another, right now it's Zoom lives or StreamYard lives. We don't need another, conversation around this conversation about, how great things are all the time. Because the truth is that we need to have some of the real conversations that are going on underneath the surface. And the truth is that, this company was on a massive trajectory and growing, and then coronavirus hits. And, being a holy optimist, I had no idea, I don't think anybody did, that that the coronavirus was going to take storm like it did, like just take the entire globe to our knees like that. And, but when that happened, it was like 45 days later, and, we're down like $2 million a month in revenue. And I had this commitment to like not let anybody go. And it wasn't easy. And I know you're referring to before, my backstory. And my backstory, you guys can find my backstory anywhere. I'm happy to unpack it. But like, what about right now? Like right now, we've only pivoted in the last, I would say 4 weeks. Before that, there were some sleepless nights where I'm like, first I watched Tony Robbins, all of his events get canceled. Then I'm like, ooh, that means it's coming, right? He's getting canceled. We're getting canceled. Everybody's lockdowns in cities. And then it's like, then I see people letting off staff, right? The same, and I mean this with so much love, but it's like we get out there and we motivate people and say, you know what? Like, you got to figure out your problems. You got to like change your habits. You got to stand for people. And then it's like, cut the cord. I can't go under. And everybody's cutting the effing cord and letting all these people get laid off. And I have failed before. Every single one of us have. So this is not a moment to judge people laying off or not laying off. But I do think that there are layoffs happening that didn't need to happen. And I think complacency was in all of our lives. It was in mine, you know, like it was definitely in mine. I was kind of even like, I was happy, grateful, and a little bored at the same time. Right. You know, and yeah. Like,
did you go through those cycles? Like, you know, like the 4 weeks.
Okay. So if you don't like, I love hearing people say they wake up every single day fired up. I just don't believe it.
Right.
I just don't believe it. Like, I don't believe it. No, I don't believe that. And especially when somebody says like, oh, and I've been divorced 5 times. You did not wake up every day. Like, that divorce didn't happen because you're happy every time. You like every day. Like, and so we're all human. And I think what the world is craving is a real conversation. Right. And so like, even, I'll give you an example. We're launching, we just created an amazing team. This is going to be at the end of next year. We're launching a new book called Blind Spot, and it's like our blind spot. And as this company is growing after the pivot, like in the last month, I realized that I didn't have a new purpose with our marketing team doing things that they don't need me anymore, because I'm not speaking in front of a bunch of events anymore. I'm not strategizing and tweaking out funnels anymore. They're building out new funnels that actually have nothing to do with me. And so I've had to recreate my job description inside my own company. Meanwhile, this week I hired 10 new people, right? And so as I'm hiring these 10 new people.
Can you hire me, please? I want to work. Here's my resume. And here's a testimonial for me. Go.
It's a big deal, you guys, because it's not like it just falls in your plate. It's like, it's through humility. Like, I got to meet the 10 people that we hired today a few hours ago, and like 6 of them have been following us online for 4 years or more, and following my coffees with Shanda and things like that. And it's like, they're like, how do I get more consistent? I'm like, you don't depend on your willpower. How do you get happy or hungry? You have a new purpose. So I have a new purpose with this new book coming out in 1.5 years. I have a new purpose. Right. And as this new purpose has taken over my life in the last week, as we found our team after months and months of putting this team together, it's like, oh, now I can let go of my controlling behavior in the marketing department. What am I talking about right now? Yeah. I'm talking about fear. I'm talking about the areas where we're getting emotionally triggered. I'm talking about the areas that we're pulling back and retracting in because of all of the stuff that's happening in the world. And knowing that there's a whole bunch of people who are focused on positive news, are priming their minds, and they're working through their challenges as they're skyrocketing up, as all of this wealth transfer is like coming right now. And we're going to have to wait another 10 years. I don't know about you, but in 10 years from now, I mean, I'm 10 years older. I don't know what I'm going to want to do at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where my ambition level is going to be. I don't know. I assume my health is going to be great. I assume all these things. But the truth is that I don't know, right? I don't know. You don't know. So, you know, I know you want to ask me questions, and I'm game to answer.
No, I don't. Keep going. This is awesome. By the way, in 10 years from now, you're probably going to be, well, you'll be old enough to drive at that point, which is perfect.
Well, there won't be any cars driving.
You're full screen, ready, go. I love this.
There won't be any cars driving, but there's some fundamental pieces if we all look and go, where have we been complacent in our life up until this moment? Like, where have we like allowed a lack of a relationship in our life when we've wanted to be in love? Or for me as a mom, I have not trusted the school system for a long time. This is just me, not trying to get into a battle with anybody. I'm just saying, like, I have not trusted the school system because of the fact that I have my child in Montessori school and we pay that private school tuition and he's only 5. I still don't trust the antiquated system for the world that our kids are going to live in. Because the truth is that in Las Vegas right now, you can get, well, maybe not right now, but you can get a Lyft, a self-driving car to drive you to the airport. You know, remember when cell phones were a big brick and then all of a sudden they were a flip? It's like artificial intelligence, you guys, was already coming in. Coronavirus just sped up what was already on its way, as far as unemployment, as far as fear, as far as the things that people were going to have to contend with. Regardless, it's in our space right now. Here's the cool moment. People are afraid for their health. That's not cool, but they're focused and distracted on their health right now. But what's going to happen when they realize that they might not be going back to a job in 30 days, 60 days? My asset attorneys are calling me saying, watch Airbnb right now, because everybody who's Airbnb are starting to put their homes up for sale because they're getting in trouble. We predict in about 60 more days, we're going to be coming in with some cash offers. So what are you doing right now to shore up your cash in the next 60 days, 6 months, 10 months? What are you doing? Like, because I'm seeing people go, and I love, like, I'm super spiritual, like super spiritual. My journey, even financially, has been about my journey with God, right? And so I say that to you to say that you're still responsible for getting yourself tooled up. And I hear spiritual people that are saying constantly out there, this is a time to reflect. And yes, I do think, I mean, I'm journaling, I'm reflecting, but do not get so fascinated with yourself and your self-reflections that you miss the wealth transfer that can set up the rest of your life that's happening right now. Not to mention, forget about your life. What about the checks you need to write to Africa and the places in the world that are struggling big time, and even in our own neighborhood? Like, where's the responsibility above the bigger house or the better car? Like, those are just representations of some things that you get to receive in your life. But truly, truly, it's about your biggest success comes down to when you hook into something bigger than you. And I see a lot of generous giving people on this planet. I really do. But I also hear under the same breath, people kind of take advantage of me. I gave too much. They didn't buy because I gave too much, or he walked all over me because I gave too much. I have to learn how to put up boundaries. And I'm listening to this coaching and this training, and I think there's a time and place for boundaries. I do. It's not that I don't, but I'm saying, guys, gals, like, this is a time to not get so like observed with yourself and start to realize why should you get up and be hungrier than ever before? Why should you be? Right? And start anchoring into something, and please have something monetarily connected with that. Money is not a bad word. It touches everything you love. It touches our dental. It touches clothes we wear. It touches the gifts we give. You know, I just wrote Sarah Blakely a check for $25,000 for, you know, the female entrepreneurs. At Christmas time, we filled a truck, and I'm not saying that, like, I'm humble. So I'm even saying this, I feel like I have to say a disclosure and say, don't look at me. Like, it's not about me when we filled a truck for kids for Toys for Tots. You know what was cool? What was about me is getting off my rich ass and driving myself down to the school where some of the Toys for Tots toys went, and taking my team with me and wrapping those toys and playing with those kids and handing those toys to those kids that never would have gotten those toys. They may have not had any toys. And then finding out there's a rival gang picking these kids up, you know, these lower income kids up in Oceanside, 20 minutes from my house, right? And I sit there and go, oh my God, like 20 minutes from my house, I need to make more money. I need to give more. And I share this with you because I think so often we have these conversations in ourselves that we're like, what's my purpose? Your greatest purpose will be discovered and claimed. It will claim you. It'll claim you when you're serving somebody else. There's so many books that have been written around passion. Every great passionate person knows you feel tons of passion when you're good at something. And confidence. Let's talk about confidence. Shit, you guys, confidence comes from competence. And so we spend all this time in a personal development world. And I've met more women in their 40s that didn't have children, aren't going to have children, or maybe they are, right? I don't want to seed that into anybody. I'm 44 and I'm trying for my next child. And I've had 3 miscarriages and 1 DNC, you know, but I'm not giving up. On my wall, I got twins. I'm not praying a small prayer. I'm praying for twins, right? So I can be a testimony for God. What am I saying right now? I'm saying, stop self-reflecting. Stop self-reflecting. Shift yourself and go, where are my skills useful? Forget about what you've done in the past. I don't care if you, like, I teach entrepreneurship. People are like, they put so much pressure on their business. Like, I got to have a business that I love. Yes, you will love it when you're good at it. You will love it when you see big ass checks coming in that you can do some good with in the world. You will love it. You will love it, right? But I've been teaching the same thing for 9 years. Talk about getting excited, bored, like, but commitment has nothing to do with that. Commitment has to do with the fact that people need me to keep training and teaching that one thing over and over and over again. And as they need it, and as I see a hole in the market, it has nothing to do with my passion. My passion is hanging out with my son. My passion is renting a yacht in the south of France. My passion is buying toys. I get so much passion out of buying toys for kids and actually giving it to them. My passion is I really would like to become a spokeswoman for physically abused children. I haven't done that yet. That's my passion, right? But my business and my purpose is you. It's you, and yours is me. Meaning that it's about the people around us and how can we help them? And who are we to keep in this conversation about, oh, it's my worthiness. I wish I could, I don't want to, I'm trying to class it up and not use F-bombs, but pretend I just F-bombed that. because the truth is that, like, it's like, you're going to spend another 10 years of your life. Haven't you noticed your purpose hasn't showed up, right? Because it's all in contribution. And so I feel like the enemy, the devil, whirlwinds us, and good people teach great stuff that only has a piece of the information. My friend Pete Vargas was talking about this the other day. We were chatting. It's like, it's got a piece of the information. And it's like, listen, your purpose is other people. Go for eternal life, which is relationships. The Bible says become very, very wealthy because of the relationships that you acquire, connect with, and pour into. Those are also your network is your net worth. There's so many clues about this, but yet we still grind it out every day for the holy dollar. And I'm telling you, you will grind it for someone else much more. You'll have much more energy. You won't have adrenal fatigue and all of those types of things. You won't feel guilty taking time off. You won't feel like people are like taking advantage of you or you're giving too much when you don't have a get in the equation, but yet you will receive droves. Does that make sense, Erik?
It's like, oh, I just, look, guys, that, I mean, it's the, I bring this around when I hear this is exactly what I want to hear. And you're mic dropping all day long here, which is amazing. It's so, it not only does it make sense, it makes me look, let me say it this way. You did it. You're doing this. You're making me look at my own stuff and say, what am I doing? And I need to reevaluate what I'm doing to make a huge difference out there in the world. So yeah, you're touching my soul.
Yeah, like even like, so I knew this is how deep like it gets. Like I knew that Hardcore Business, my company, needed a New York Times bestseller. I knew that. I have no desire to write a book. It's not like I got a book in me, I got to put it out. No, there's a book in me because the platform needs a New York Times bestseller, right? And so this has nothing to do with passion. It has to do with commitment. So I'm going to put out the $250,000-$300,000 that it takes to run the campaign. And I've made an agreement with my husband that, you know, maybe my working out won't be at the same level of consistency, which means that my pitchiness might be a little higher. And like, can we get into alignment with each other to be partners for a year where it can be a little bit heavier on me that year of needing support, you know, as we grow this book. But the book, I was like, I thought it was the new entrepreneur. It made so much sense. Artificial intelligence, the people who've lost their jobs, the people who are not going to have jobs, the stay-at-home mom, the coach, business person, financial. We have a financial advisor that just made $1 million in her first quarter working with us, right? It's like all the people who haven't hit the income they want, that want to make a difference in the world. And then every coach on the planet I can help, because obviously that's my model. But we also have leadership, performance coaches, all of these type of things. So I say all of this because it made logical sense for me to take care of. So my generosity was about people, but I was like, okay, I see the problem. The problem is no jobs. There's going to be a new entrepreneur. And then at the same time, while I teach them, I could teach these guys how to level it up. Right. But then as I worked with the team and we started going through the storylines and the storylines and the storylines and the surveys that people have been filling out for me, we realized this blind spot. There's nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you. Like what you're supposed to do next. People get so wrapped up on their goals and aspirations. I'm like, listen, even the New York Times bestseller chose me. Right? Like it wasn't coming from, like, I think the world needs to hear this. Like we need to get off our soapboxes. Yeah. We need to get off our soapboxes, because the truth is like even the top authors in the world that are New York Times bestsellers are having relationship issues, are having financial issues, are leading their companies like totally irresponsibly. Like we're all human. And when we start to talk about this, I think that more people will rise up because of the fact that they'll realize that there's nothing wrong with you. Like all of your breakdowns and all of the stuff that's not working for you that you're trying to make perfect is what's stopping you. What was stopping the growth of my company as I was redefining my role was the fact that I was starting to get angry. I was like, why am I getting angry? I'm embarrassed that I'm getting angry. I'm like, why am I getting angry? My assistant knows I'm getting angry. Everybody knows I'm getting angry. Why am I getting angry? And then it was a blind spot. It was like, oh my God, I'm getting angry because I know I can do the right plan. I can do the right content. I can do the right email. And I was more committed to being right, not in the traditional way of like, well, yeah, it still is. The traditional way of even a conversation. Do you want to be right or you want to be rich? Do you want to be right or you want to be in love? You know, I had a blind spot. I didn't realize the core of my anger was my commitment to being right about taking care of our clients and putting out great content. It was all in good spirits. But so I share this with you because you know what's missing on my two vision boards in front of me? My blind spot. That's what's missing. And it's missing for you too.
I love this. This is amazing. Wow. We only have time for about 4 more hours of you. Continue. This is here, do me a favor, John. Go ahead and text the rest of these people on that list. Sorry, Brian Tracy. Sorry, Jeff Hoffman. Sorry, everybody else. Wow, you're just. I know. In light of time, I know you're heading over to work with Pete Vargas. Tell him I said hi, by the way, and all this. Actually, we have Wendi Freeman. I don't know if she's on this right now. She is not. That's okay. Wendi Freeman is going to be one of the celebrity judges over there as well, I believe. Cool. So definitely connect with her over there. I'm so excited about this. Okay, I know we're coming down to the wire on time right now. How can we get in touch with you? How can people absorb and just like surround themselves with you? And Ash, your husband, just texted me saying you can take the rest of the year off and you'll just work with us. That's all he said that. So and I know. And by the way,
I was like, that would be something that he would say.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one more thing. Okay, please just don't tell any of the other speakers this, but I got to tell you this privately so nobody's listening except the 5,000 people on this thing. There are all the you know how the phones light up, you know, the old school, the phones are lighting up. All the icons are lighting up. Everyone's holding their hands going, I have a question. I want to talk to her. Like everyone down there, I've got 10 people doing this right now. So do you mind if I bring in on a few
Sure.
people? Before I do, how do we follow you? How does that work, Shanda?
Yeah,
Love your stuff.
There's two places that you could follow me. If you want to listen to me stream every day, I have moved our coffees with Shanda till 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday.
Okay.
That's on our Hardcore Business page on Facebook. If you want to talk to me directly, where my teams are not dominating my thread, it's on Instagram. So if you go find me on Instagram, it's under Shanda Sumter on Instagram. Shanda Sumter, we can connect. I'm still in my inboxes there. I'm still voice messaging, texting. Happy to help you think through anything you're working on in your business or priorities or any of that.
Amazing. Okay, so Shanda Sumter on IG there. I'm really excited about that I just put IG down there because now I feel cool. So I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Do you mind if I have somebody crying down there in the room right now? And she's literally crying. She's she's done wiping her tears and now she's gonna come on. I'm gonna bring on a few people if that's okay, real quick. First off, we have of course Lynn Rose, a good friend of mine. Lynn, you guys know each other, I'm sure, from the past. We've got Kaylee Ocampo.
Hi.
By the way, Kaylee, Kaylee, I mean, connect the dots here. This is awesome. Coffee with Shanda and
I know.
Kaylee runs a company called Love Ya Mean It Coffee, and
cool.
it's awesome. Definitely going to connect the dots with you guys. I know Steve Taubman wants to jump on here, and I'm positive Yuri Choi wants to jump on as well. And in fact, I'm going to have John Kovach jump in, and I'm going to jump out for a second so you guys can chat with Shanda for a second. Go.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Hi, Shanda.
Your energy is
Yuri.
amazing. Like I was going downhill the rest of the day, and then you came on, and I'm like, where can I go right now?
Good.
Shanda, is your best friend Alicia Keys? Because I kept thinking to myself, this girl is on fire.
That's actually my walk-up song.
Yes.
Shanda, what I really like is the idea that you're not looking for your purpose in like some kind of introspective process, but that in the doing, you discover it. That in the doing, you discover it. And so, because I know that for myself, I mean, I spent a lot of years doing personal growth and like self-reflecting, and it after a point that became just self-indulgent.
Yeah, it does. And there's a lot of directions we can go in that, but I will tell you it's an epidemic of powerful women that are missing the opportunity to have children and missing the opportunity to sound with amazing men because they think they haven't found the right men, and they feel like they need to work on themselves still to be able to attract the right man. And the law of attraction is real, and all these things are real, and they're all pulled out of scripture. But you need to understand all of the pieces because you realize that's just one part. So listen, I met my husband and I've grown more with my husband than I've ever grown from a personal development book. And by the way, I have a personal development training. Like we have performance coaches. I think a performance coach is the difference between being able to apply any formula and crush it. So it's like, I believe in all of that and it's true. But the thing is that we spend so much time forgetting that the whole purpose of life is to grow with each other. And we're all trying to like reach this destiny. And it's like, you're going to wake up, you're going to be 80. You know what I mean? Or you're going to get hit by a car and miss it. My dad's on an air ventilator thing right now and has been for a long time. And he says to me last night, he goes, well, when I get better, I'm thinking to myself, you're not getting better. He's not getting better. Do you know what I mean? Like when I get better, I'm going to start being more positive and doing this. And I'm like, Dad, like, I don't want to say you're not getting better, but like, what about right now? Why don't you what could be a conversation you can have with your girlfriend tonight? Like, what could you do right now to be positive? Like, what's working in your life right now? Like the fact that I pay for everything and you don't have to worry. The fact that I take care of your girlfriend, you don't have to worry about her. The fact that you can do anything you want. Like, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like anything you want, like, it's like you got a grandkid, you got to meet them. You want to FaceTime with them more? Do you want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to talk about your dad? Like he loves his dad. Like, let's kind of juice it up.
Yeah.
Versus someday. And so it's breaking my heart.
A friend of mine calls it the one size, and in fact, he was on earlier today. Greg calls it one size, the one side do this, one side do that. Once this happens, once that happens, then I'll be successful, or then I'll be doing, what I really set out to do. Amazing. You're just amazing. I really appreciate you. First of all, I love what you're all about. I want to give a shout out to my buddy Matt Schaefer, who's the one who he's like, oh my God, you need to know Shanda Sumter. I'm like, all right, I'll meet her sometime this year. And sure enough, I did. So we showed up together in one of these environments.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's next for you? So you're heading over to Pete Vargas's. I know you're doing that. And then,
What
you're
happened
changing.
to the ladies? They disappeared.
What happened to the who?
The ladies, they disappeared.
Yeah, I have this way of I don't know what happens. I detract women. I don't know what happened. Let me bring them back on. Here we go. There's one laughing. There's another one laughing. All right. Here, tell you what. Let's just make this a ladies' room right now.
Shanda, I just have to run in there. I just have to jump in there, and then we got to hear from Yuri, because Yuri is like, you've so impacted Yuri. And I have to just say, as you know, I've known you since even before you started transitioning into this business, and seeing the evolutionary path, your commitment, your passion, you're willing to be real as you came up against it, and what do you need to adjust? I mean, you literally walk your talk. This comes from those years of experience. And before that, you were successful in a different industry, but you walked your talk, the vision board, the husband, the child. And, to have really presence too, though, because the passion and how you speak and that's coming through you versus maybe initially it was all there, but there were other stuff in the way. So to speak into the fact that it doesn't matter where you are right now, that it is completely possible and getting to where you're wanting to go. You are such a prime example of that. So thank you for walking your talk.
Yes. A lot of people might not know this, but Lynn Rose was my first speaking coach. Oh. And she was the first person that I went and did her WOW workshop. And I remember being so scared to even open my mouth. And this is the power of mentors, right? Like I just hired mentors for my sales team. It's the power of mentors. Like literally she spoke life over me. And she's like, you have the ability to transform lives. And she spoke life over me and she believed in me. And, so I thank you, Lynn. I thank you, because who knows where I would have been if you wouldn't have stood for me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. And as you stand for me and all those in your life. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Yuri, you got so impacted, as everyone is hearing Shanda just share her heart and her passion and her soul. So.
Yeah, I had the honor of meeting you at World's Best Motivators. And I just remember, I think we just sat down at a table and we just had like a real conversation. It wasn't anything about anything that was going on at the event. We were just like, yeah, let's have a conversation about body image and what women are going through. And I thought that was so amazing, because a lot of people talk about authenticity and being real, and Shanda, you just showed up so authentically, and I just really appreciated that about you. And I don't think I ever told you this, but I remember like a couple years ago, I think I randomly came across Coffee with Shanda, and this is before I even like went into like the coaching world. So it's such an honor to not only have met you, but to be here with you. So thank you for your amazing energy. I love your faith. I love your just your passion. So I really appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. See, this is what it looks like when women don't compete and they build each other up.
Yes. You are amazing. Like I'm telling you, you brought so much life, and I'm just ecstatic right now. I'm going to go follow you, and I'm going to download all your stuff, like data download dump into my brain right now, because I want what you have.
Yeah, you can go to Yeah, She's Driven podcast. Yeah, She's Driven. And all of our coffees with Shanda to date are on there. So it's an easy way to do it.
And guys, be careful of following her too closely. You do get a restraining order. I've got one right here. So be cautious. Just I've learned my lesson. And Ash is a UFC fighter. So I'm really excited about this. You are just an amazing soul, amazing human. I appreciate you being here, Shanda. And I'm gonna say it. I love you. There you go. I said it.
Thanks, Erik. Thanks, Erik. I'm sending you so much love, and I love that you're out here doing this work in the world. More people just need to grab a hold of these summits and these models. This is what we teach, and get out there and just do them, because they transform lives. And It's a way that people can get connected with people that they want to mentor with and people that they want to, you know, they want to follow and pour into. And it's just positive news in a world that can be so fearful right now. You know, when everybody's fearful, there's a bunch of people getting financially free. So choose financially free over fearful right now. You don't have time to be in that. You know what I mean? You just don't.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that. And I just, it's amazing what you just said. And oh my gosh, I just got a text. Really? That's awesome. Kaylee just said that she's giving Shanda 17 years of coffee for free. That's awesome. Thank you for sending that. I'm kidding. But I'm positive that Kaylee's going to be sending you some coffee because I think that would be really cool. And obviously, it would be a great opportunity.
For you.
Yeah. Hint, hint, Kaylee. It'd be a great opportunity to connect with Shanda and have a conversation with coffee over that. So that'd be awesome. Thanks, guys.
I would love that.
Yay. All right. Well, I'm going to let you go. I appreciate your time. You're amazing. Please say hi to Pete and all the rest of the team over there. And we'll see you soon. Thank you, Shanda.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. That was Shanda Sumter, ladies and gentlemen. She is 1000% amazing. Absolutely love her. In fact, we're just going to bring on a few people to say hi. Everyone's it's so funny. I'm pulling up full screen and I see everyone. I see you guys doing this because you're texting. I mean, you're commenting on the video. I love that.
I think she's hurting from smiling so much. Like she got me stoked.
She's amazing, right? I mean, she's awesome. Yeah, I told you, like, it's just gonna keep on getting better and better every single second of the day here. So it's awesome. It's really what you know, the energy that she brings, and it's so authentic. I love that about her. So
it's
love
amazing.
that.
It's like, how on earth can we talk it with the next speaker? And every single time it delivers.
Trust me. I got some surprises coming up, guys. You guys are gonna be floored. So
Erik, can I just say, oh my gosh, like I can't believe you have all these people on this summit. It's been incredible.
I know, it's crazy.
Like, oh my goodness, yeah.
It's awesome. Oh, somebody just commented on Yuri.
No, that was me.
I love that, Yuri. That's so, I love that. That's so true.
And we got standing ovation. Yay. And Tiffany Cook, let's give a shout out.
Tiffany Cook, she won a bag of coffee today.
Did she really? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Tiffany won.
I'm so excited about that. That's awesome.
Hooray.
All right. Who wants to do it? Kaylee, you ready?
I'm ready. What are we doing?
Snap your finger. See you later. Oh, wait, you weren't supposed to do that.
Oh, no.
Do it again. Ready? Wait, let's try it again. Snap your fingers. Ready? Now do it. Go. Oh, that was so cool. Wait, go ahead. Which one do you want to go first? Go. We should do a lottery on it. All right, let's see. Let's see if you guys can do it. 1, 2, 3. Go. Oh my God, John, you got rid of Kaylee. What happened?
I thought it was scissors.
You won. All right, John, I'll see you later. Okay, so I love this little technique I have. So you guys are awesome. Good morning. I want to wish everyone a good morning in Australia right now, and welcome to the show. So we are at roughly around 3 o'clock right now. We're about 20 minutes late, by the way. It's all good. Everyone say it's all good. It's all good. Because we've got some special surprises coming up, and I'm really excited about this stuff. People keep on passing. My production manager keeps on passing notes to me, and they're like, it's me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on a gentleman who's really rocking, really awesome. He just gave me 3 thumbs up. There we go. 3 thumbs up. And he's just a really cool dude. I met him years ago. He blew my socks off, literally. Oh, you know what? I have 0 socks on and no shoes. I'm just telling you. I really do. But he blew my socks off because I saw this firsthand. I witnessed this firsthand. I went to I got to make this like better. I went to this event. Not really an event. It was like a workshop he was doing, and I saw all these individuals like respond to him in such a great way, and he literally like the whole room opened up all these doors of sales opportunities. And man, I mean, I talked to him afterwards. I'm like, what did you just do? He goes, oh, it's my program. I'll show you how to do it. And I've been learning from him for years and years. I'm honored to call him one of my close friends, and he's just an awesome guy. We call him Mr. Charge Higher Prices. I'm super excited about bringing on the one and only Sorrell. Scott Sorrell, welcome, brother.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! What's up, man? I don't know how you're gonna do it, by the way. If Shanda's still watching and so forth, I don't know how you're gonna do it. Good luck. Really? Like you know when I'm on stage and I do the things, when we're in the public, some people get nervous about following me because I bring some energy. But man, like what up? Shanda Sumter.
Absolutely, man. Talk about getting pumped up. Wow. I'm like going, how do I get surgery? I want to be a woman now.
I don't know about that, brother. But that's amazing. So giving you some accolades. In fact, let me interview you here. Just talking to the mic. Here we go. Let me turn this way. There you go.
Okay.
So no, turn to the other side. It would be funny if you could turn to the other side. Yeah, keep on going. No, this way. Back up a little bit.
This way?
And, yeah, that way. And
Okay.
back up. Back up a little bit. There you go. And now go. There you go. There.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
So we take
Yeah.
a
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
So Scott, tell us about the sales journey, because in fact that should be a new book of yours, the sales journey. Actually, I think that's Michael Tracy's. Tell us about this. Like is sales bad or good? Is it good to be a sales individual, salesperson? And they call you Mr. Charge Higher Prices. How did you get that? Elaborate. I'm literally turning over the floor to you. Teach us, man. You are the guru of sales. Talk to us, brother.
All right. Well, I'll tell you, it was not always easy. They may call me Mr. Charge Higher Prices now, but I was Mr. Charge Lower Prices at the beginning. I mean, I tell my story sometimes. I was a philosophy major in college, no interest in business. Then I went to seminary, wanted to go into ministry, no interest in business, and then took a hard turn into business. And man, I floundered, man. I was charging such low prices, like literally 10% of what my competitors were charging. And I was sleeping on the floor, of my room and then my office, sleeping on the floor. And then I had a warehouse with employees and everything, sleeping on the floor with my dog Winston for like 5 years because I could not make a living. I could not make it work. I barely kept the lights on and the employees paid. So it was a tough journey. And I started to realize everybody's in sales. This isn't just about people that want to be, professional salespeople, with that on their business card. It's all about everyone. About 150 years ago or so, who was it? Robert Louis Stevenson, the great classical author. He wrote, Treasure Island and Kidnapped and all these classics. He said, whenever two people meet, one of them is selling something. It can be a product or a service, might be an idea, an opinion, trying to get the other person to your point of view. Everyone sells. So I started studying selling and started getting better at it, started listening to programs, reading books and internalizing it. And now it's really funny that a guy with no interest in business, a guy with no love for money whatsoever, money does not make my it does not crank me, not whatsoever. I now speak and train some of the greatest and biggest companies in the world financially. Cisco Systems, MetLife, BMW, Rawlings, on and on and on, all over the country, different parts of the world. Why? Not because I'm naturally great at it, but because I have learned and then I've developed some concepts that have literally taught companies how to charge higher prices and get your customers to thank you for it. Because Erik, as you know, that's my specialty. And that's my most popular program, how to charge higher prices and get your customers to thank you for it. How to find more customers, close them faster at higher prices. And I've identified more than 80 different techniques, methods, strategies for getting customers to pay more than they thought they were going to pay, but still be happy they did so. And it's those techniques that help sales professionals navigate to the top of a customer's price range and stay there. And so I teach these, to big companies and small. And you've asked me, Erik, to share some of these today, and I'm going to do it because in today's challenging economic environment. I mean, right now as we're recording this, I mean, I know there are people that'll listen to this and watch this years later. As we're recording this, as we're capturing this, we're in the middle of the COVID-19 coronavirus crisis. It has shut down the economy in many countries. It's shut down the economy of America, China. I mean, everything is down. I'm speaking at 3 events next week, virtually, of course. We're all sequestered and locked down, but I'm speaking at 3 events next week. And one of them, the person said is for a big association meeting, and they took a poll of their people. 25% are really cranking. And they said about 25% are just staying level, and about half of them are going down. I mean, their ship is going down. And so they've asked me to come in and give them some actual techniques, some tools to use. I'm not a guy that's big on motivation. You're not going to see me, stand up on your chairs, guys, and clap your hands, repeat your affirmations, and, pat yourself on the back, tell yourself you're a good person. I'm a good person. I mean, all that stuff's great and it's fun, but for me, it wears off really quickly, and I don't feel like I got anything I can put into practice. So I want to give our global audience today, because we're on the Habitude Warrior Global Virtual Summit today, I want to give the global audience some tips, some techniques on how to charge higher prices and get your customers to thank you for it. You ready? Everybody ready? You're going to want to take some notes. So grab a laptop, pen, paper, whatever you do, take some notes. The first thing I want to say is price cutting. Okay. So much pressure right now downward on price. People are saying, oh, well, I'm not making money, so I can't afford what you have to offer. So, can you give me a discount kind of thing? Price cutting is the first retreat of the inexperienced, the ignorant, and the lazy salesperson. I'll say that again. Price cutting is the first retreat of the inexperienced, the ignorant, and the lazy salesperson. Price raising is the personal playground of the confident, the educated, and the value-driven sales professional. So let's talk about that. I want to first share with you what I call, years ago, I said, Einstein's got, the general and special laws of relativity, right? Newton has, law of gravity and Newton's laws of motion. Kepler has, Kepler's laws of planetary motion and stuff. And I thought, you know what? Scott Sorrell, you've been in business long enough. You need a law. So I came up with Sorrell's first law of pricing, and I want to share it with you because it's really important for you to internalize. Sorrell's first law of pricing says, price doesn't matter if you have what customers think they need and can't get elsewhere. I'll repeat that because it is absolutely important and absolutely true. Price does not matter if you have what customers think they need and can't get elsewhere. So the questions you have to ask yourself, number one, is how do I make people think they need what I have to offer? And the emphasis is on the word think. They have to believe it. You have to convey that in such a way that they perceive incredible value. I'm not going to go into all that today. I can do a whole seminar on that one topic. But the second question you have to ask is, how can I get them to also believe they can't get it anywhere else? And one thing they can't get anywhere else, by the way, is you. And I don't mean you as like, oh yeah, just me. No, you are an integral part of any sale. Even if you're selling online, because I work with companies that do face-to-face sales. I also work with companies that do online selling, that do exclusively e-commerce. And these, you can imbue a website. Sorry, my screen just went blank. I guess I didn't go blank on your end. I didn't touch my keyboard long enough. But you can imbue a website with your personality. You can tell your story. You can have people feel like they have a relationship with you as well as with your product or with your service. So it's super important that you need to get customers to think they need what you have to offer and believe they can't get it anywhere else. You can actually, I actually work with companies on how to do both of those things in very profitable detail. But I want to just challenge you to think, okay, what are some ways that I can set myself apart in such a way that customers think they can't really get this anywhere else? Even if you think that you're just selling a commodity, you're not. I mean, if everything were just a commodity, how many kinds of water would be on the shelf? There'd be one kind of water on the shelf, one bottle of water, whatever was cheapest. But how many brands of water do we see? Oh my gosh, you go up and down the water aisle, not shelf, not section, but the aisle of all the dozens and hundreds of kinds of water. How can they all stay in business? How can they all charge different prices? So we need to look around and say, what's my unique, compelling benefit? My unique, compelling benefit. Okay, so that's Sorrell's first law of pricing. Second thing I want to share with you is to crank your cred. Crank your cred. I consulted with one guy because yes, I speak and I train for global corporations, but yes, I also work with small and mid-sized companies. I even work with some startups. I mean, some startups will get in touch with me, and if it's the right person, they'll email me or call me or get set up with an introductory. We'll go to coffee or something, or have a Zoom meeting. And they'll say, this is what I'm doing and starting. And I'll give them some advice. They'll go, wow, you're amazing. How can we work together? And I'm going, dude, you can't afford me. But I believe in you. I believe what your product is. And so I'll take a little piece on the back end, a piece of the upside to help accelerate them and do some ongoing consulting and coaching. So I do that with my credibility and then also what I give them for free right up front. So crank your cred, and all that coming back around to a guy contacted me and he said, I'm going to start an app development company. I'm going to help entrepreneurs and companies create an app online, an app for at that time it was for the Apple Store. He wanted it specifically for the App Store on Apple. And I said, well, what's your background? He said, oh, well, I used to work for Apple. I was part of the original App Store team. I was one of the original hires with the App Store team. And that was his answer. And I went, and I said, so what? And he's like, well, what do you mean, so what? And matter of fact, we were doing this back and forth via email. Well, what do you mean, so what? And I said, what outcomes did you create? What was your credible? I mean, the guy gave me a resume and he said, I was in charge of this and I was personally responsible for organizing that. And I was given responsibility for this little area of endeavor. It's like, fine, who cares? Nobody cares. What were the outcomes? What results? What ROI? What return on investment did you create? And after about 6 times back and forth, he finally got it. And he goes, oh, well, I helped develop the original app for Starbucks and Walmart, or Whole Foods, and who else? Some other major players. And this is how much money, this is how many millions, I made for them this time, and how many millions of that. I said, now we're talking. So we started quantifying his outcomes, which made his credibility crank so high that we were able to position him as even as a startup with no clients before that. We were able to position him as a premium provider at premium price. See, there's this misconception that a startup, or even many of you companies that haven't raised your prices in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, that, I need to build up, over time. I'll start with a low price and then I'll raise it over time. That's one way to do it. You can make a lot of money by charging a low price if you're Walmart or 99-cent store or Dollar Tree or something like that. But if you're like most of us and you're not those giants who can make billions of dollars making, pennies per transaction, then you got to do something different. And that means charge higher prices right from the get-go and get your customers to thank you for it. Another way you can get a higher price and get your customers to thank you for it is to sell on cost, not price. Sell on cost, not price. I hear companies, it drives me up the wall when I hear a CEO or a regular sales rep or a marketing director, talk about cost and price interchangeably. They're not. Price and cost are 2 different words. They have 2 different meanings. And I want to explain my difference. I'm not talking about cost in the accounting sense, although I am when you think about it. Here's what you want to do. When someone says, well, how much will it cost, or what's the price, or or what are you going to charge me? What you need to do is you need to build. Number one, you build the value very high, perception-wise, before you ever mention a number. Okay, you don't need to talk about numbers. You need to build value, so that in in comparison, your stack of value ultimately looks smaller than their stack of cash, so that they make that trade with you. I'll trade my small stack of cash for your big stack of value. And that's the way you want to position it. But when I say sell on cost, not price, here's my definitions. Price is simply the invoice total. It's merely the invoice total. Price is just a price tag. That's all it is. Cost, make a note of this. Cost is the invoice total plus the obvious and hidden expenses and losses associated with buying, maintaining, replacing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, your product or your service. We've all had this happen where we've paid a low price, and I've done this too. When I first decided to shave my head. I mean, I kept hair as long as I could. I was doing the comb over, and it was just tragic. And then finally, I was speaking to. It was funny, professional audiences don't say anything. I was asked to speak to a group of high school students. This is from a continuation school, to give them some motivation and some business tips and stuff. And one of them raised their hand, and he just made this slam on my hair. And I was just like, I was mortified. I took it in good fun, but I got home and I went, okay, it's changing. So I said, I'm buzzing this down. So buzzed it all down, went to wherever, I think went to like Supercuts or something, paid $15 or something. And I thought, that looks easy. I'm not going to pay $15 every week. So I went and bought myself, clippers. And so the first, I went to the store, and there was like the high-end brand that was like, it was like maybe $40, and it was all metal. And then there was a lower price one that was like $20, and it was mostly made of plastic. And I said, well, that'll do. So I bought the $20 one, and I used it for a while. It was fine. Then I dropped it on my kitchen counter. Thing shattered. What did I do? Yeah, you're right. I went back to the same store. I bought the $40 one, which I should have gotten in the first place, to replace the $20 one, because I cheaped out on price. What did paying a lower price cost me? $60. So instead of paying $40, now it cost me $60. So price and cost have an inverse relationship. The lower the price, often the higher the cost you end up incurring. The higher the price, the lower the cost. So when you sell on cost, not price, and you start reminding your prospects how much you're going to save them, how much you're going to make them, how much even competitors, we call them our worthy competitors. You can tell stories about your competitors, still always build your competitors up, say this is a worthy competitor. But a story that I heard from one of my clients who came from another company, which we've spoken of, who shall not be named. They came to me and then they told me a horror story, which I pass along to my current prospect, and they say, oh, okay, I get it. So even though the other guy is cheaper, I'm going to come to you because I don't want to get that cheap experience that's going to cost me more out of my pocket in money, time, effort, morale, company health. I don't want to experience that. So I'm going to pay you a higher price than that competitor, so that I don't incur that massive cost buying the cheap competitor will subject me to. Does that make sense? Cool. So the last thing that I want to share with you, because I want to get into a quick conversation with Erik, who has just slid me to the side and inserted himself, is, and this is something I know is near and dear to Erik's heart too, and this is a concept that I call, especially in this economy, okay? Think outside the bucks. Think outside the bucks. In the crash of 2008, the economy was down and everything. I was still training and I was still, doing lots of programs. But sometimes companies would say, Scott, we can't afford, Mr. Charge higher prices. You don't just teach how to charge higher prices. You're an expensive dude. I mean, you're getting 5 figures to speak, and so we can't quite. And this is not just small companies. There were bigger corporate giants that said, we don't have it in our budget. Our budget's this much for this conference. Can you work with that? And so instead of just saying, yeah, I'll do it for a discount, I'd say, well, what else you got? And so we would think outside the box. I got things like from a major professional sports team. I got season tickets in addition to a nice chunk of cash. They couldn't quite make my full price, so I got season tickets. I've gotten annual cell phone contracts, fully paid, unlimited. I've gotten, what else have I gotten? I've gotten installations of products and services for my home. I've gotten all kinds of stuff. And it's amazing when you think outside the box. Don't just discount, take something else in trade for the amount that you're giving up. Now, disclaimer, talk to your accountant because the IRS wants you to disclose that because they want you to pay your fair share of taxes on that. I get that. So that's between you and your accountant, but think outside the box. Don't just say, heck, what if the CEO of the company, you ask a few questions, you find out they've got a mountain cabin retreat. Oh my gosh, I've done that before. Great. You know what? Let me take my family up there for a week and have a full-on vacation. And that's what happened. They charge mega bucks to rent this thing out. I got it for me and my family for free. And then I had some guests up and we had a mini business summit for my clients. So it made me a whole lot more money than I gave up with the small amount that I decided not to charge in addition to the cash that I did charge. Does that make sense? Erik, what do you think of this stuff? Charge higher prices and get your customers to thank you for it.
I love this stuff, man. I'm getting all these texts from people saying, dude, this guy should keep on going for like 70 more minutes. I don't know why they picked 70. I don't know where 70 came in from. But
okay, Erik, you know what? If they want me to go for 70 more minutes, I'll tell you what. No, seriously. I just booked this yesterday on May 19th of 2020. If anybody wants to, because people might listen to this later, if anybody wants to get a free full 1 hour of this stuff, we're doing a 1 hour webinar courtesy of an association that's a client of mine. And if you email me, Scott at chargehigherprices.com, I'll send you the info, send you the link. You can do it absolutely for free. Scott at chargehigherprices.com, or go to my website, chargehigherprices.com, fill out the contact form. If you want, consulting or whatever, email me, send me a sob story. I spend way too much time giving free consulting to even small business owners who say, oh, how can you help me? And then I crank open their business and they go, wow. So let me know how I can help. I will if I can. And sometimes it turns into a business relationship. I'll take a little piece on the back end, they'll crank up, and we both make money. I love it.
Yeah, I love that, man. Well, this is awesome. It's super valuable. I love it. I just put my team member put Scott at chargehigherprices.com. It's right on the screen there.
Yeah, John, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll put that. What you're going to get is on May 19th. It's a 1 hour session that he's providing in depth for a whole hour on this. And what time? Do you know what time that's going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be 11 a.m. Pacific.
Okay, awesome.
11 a.m. Pacific time. And oh, by the way, you know what? I totally misspoke. I am Mr. Charge Higher Prices. So the session's not free for anybody on this program today. It's $10,000 to attend. Okay, and we'll talk later.
Yeah, there you go. I do have one question from the audience. A young lady who I know very well from Philadelphia. She's a dear friend of mine. She's I'll just put it up here. Her name is Jessica, and she says, how do you suggest thinking outside the box, which I love, that during the pandemic, during this situation we're in right now?
Okay, Jessica, while we're on lockdown, we can still think outside the box. You know why? There's this thing called deferred payment. Okay. Now we can take stuff online right now. Like if somebody's like, I've got one website, for instance, that needs some work. If somebody contacted me and said, hey, Scott, I can't afford your fees. Can you give me some consulting? I'll spruce up your website. Fantastic. Let's do that work together. That's fine. But just like people and companies can pay me, can finance it, meaning, pay me half now and half in 3 months and the other half in 3 months after that. So I get three halves, right? But same with deferred.
Three halves. I'm still on a deferred payment. I think I'm doing like a 365 day plan with you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. No, Erik, you're $1 a day for the rest of your life. That's the plan.
Oh man, how did I sign up for this? That's awesome, man. Well, I appreciate your answer there. That's awesome. Jessica Lee says, offer more. No, Jessica Lee, offer more. I don't know what that means. So that's awesome.
Jessica, offer a little bit more, but at the same time, if somebody offers a physical product or service, say, you know what, when all this is over, I'll do my thing for you now. And when all this is over, you deliver that other thing to me later.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as it's in writing and you create a contract, and that's super important. Get everything in writing, document everything, or people have really short memories. The faintest ink is preferable to the strongest memory. Trust me.
Wow. It's powerful what you just said there. Awesome. And Jessica says, let me read her next comment and I'll put it on the screen. I just want to get it perfect. Ha, 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 ha. There we go. All right. See, you're repeating. Well, you're repeating what you said. That's awesome.
You hear that?
Somebody says, hey guys, and it's a Facebook user. Stop using Facebook. All right. So I'm just kidding. All right. Hey, Derek, what's happening? Derek Keller. And then we got another one. Ha, 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 ha. All right, so this is awesome, man. I really appreciate you, and this is just an amazing offer that you're offering to have them join you for May 19th. Again, I'm going to put it on here, which is 1 hour session, May 19th, 11 o'clock Pacific. That's 2 p.m. Guam. I'm just saying.
And that is 2020. That is 2020. In case anyone's listening to this in 2024.
That's right. It's this year, not next year or the year after. Scott, you're just amazing, dude. I really appreciate you, brother. Enjoy don't go to the beach. I know you're in Newport area, so just chill and don't go out, and be safe, man. And this is amazing. I really appreciate you sharing this awesomeness with us. Again, check out Scott at chargehigherprices.com. You should actually charge people for sending you an email there. That would be actually apropos. I think.
You know what? There's an automatic reverse billing that happens already. It's taken care of.
That's awesome, brother. You're amazing, man. I'll give you a fist pump or elbow pump, whatever that is.
Over here.
That's right. I went the wrong way.
Other one.
There you go, man. Boom. Yeah. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you being here, man. You're the best. I appreciate you, Scott Sorrell. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Sorrell.
Woo!
Woo! We got some applause from Mr. John Kovach right there.
He gave me the golf clap.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'm on microphone.
That's right.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you. John, dude, that was Scott Sorrell, man. You need to interview him. Bring him on one of your mastermind deals over there.
Yeah,
he's awesome, man. Yeah, he's a great guy. And really, and in the light of sales training. We have another expert, in my opinion. This guy is he's just awesome. I've known him for years and years. He started working with, and he'll tell you the story, I'm sure. He started working with a gentleman named Tony Robbins, and he has, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm going to see him smiling in the green room. If I'm not mistaken, he won every award for being the worst salesperson at the Tony Robbins camp. I kid you not. He'll explain it. And then he decided one day, that's enough. I'm winning too many of these awards. I need to change this around. And he became one of the best closers, the best guys to learn how to use the process of acquiring awesomeness and new clients and building systems and really tackling this sales arena. And it's just great to be able to bring him on at just following Scott Sorrell. So I want to bring on a good friend of ours at the Habitude Warrior community, Mr. Erik Lofholm, ladies and gentlemen. Erik Lofholm, what's up, man? How are you, buddy?
Hey, Erik, I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm awesome, man. Did you like that? That was actually probably the first time I've ever introduced somebody by the most awards for not being great at something, right? But tell us a little bit more about that, because I know you speak publicly about this, and I think you've written a book about this as well. It's really cool how you decided one day, you're like, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm going to tackle this, and I'm going to become excellent at communication, excellent at sales, excellent at changing people's lives, and in turn you change your own life as well. Can you elaborate a little bit about that, Erik?
Well, I ended up in sales working for a real estate investor, a gentleman named Dante Pirano, and I was his bottom producer. At the end of my first year, I'd missed quota 2 months in a row, and I was told I had one more month or I was out. And so it was prior to Tony Robbins. I did work for Tony for 3 years, but when I had my breakthrough, it was when I was told I had to hit my quota or I was going to be let go. And I met a gentleman named Dr. Donald Moyne. He professionally trained me. Within 60 days, I went from worst to first in sales, and I've never looked back. I've gone on to do millions and millions of dollars in revenue, and had a stint with Tony Robbins for 3 years. And then Tony hired me back to train his sales force. So I had that training contract for 2 years, and I've had my own business now since 1999, and it's dedicated to helping people increase their sales results. And so that's what I do full time now.
Amazing. Sorry, I messed up your the timeline there, but I love that. So
you had the essence of the story.
Yeah, I had the essence, right? The essence. So wow, yeah, I won't bring you a full screen then. Sorry about that. I love it. You're like, whoops, I'll pull that out of the way.
Oh, in the kitchen.
I did even worse. That's so funny. So tell us, so what do you do with your clients? If somebody says, well, I want to, what I'd love to do is I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and then I'm going to give you the floor. The first question is, what do you do with your clients? Like, what's that process look like? And number 2 is, will you share some of that process with our audience right now for the next, 15, 20 minutes?
Well, when I'm coaching somebody, it's from an intuitive place. And so we get on the phone and I just get present and I listen. And I've been doing this for over 20 years. I've done over 7,000 one-on-one coaching sessions. I've done over 5,000 speeches. You and I have a similar career. We've been out speaking now for a couple of decades.
Yeah, and, speaking right now.
That's right. That's right. And so it really, it's really just about being with somebody and hearing them. And in sales, there's so much psychology to selling. People, they resist sales. They're uncomfortable with prospecting. It's like, Erik, I'm not good at social media. Webinars. I've never done a webinar before. I've never written a book. I'm uncomfortable. You're telling me to write a book. I'm uncomfortable writing a book. And so there's so much psychology to selling and dealing with comfort zones and expanding comfort zones. And so it's really just listening to somebody and where they're at, and sharing information with them that can help them create a breakthrough.
Yeah, I love that. And that's what it's all about, is creating that breakthrough. Would you agree that it's a lot of people have these limiting belief systems in their mindset already, and that it's their habits, right? Their limiting belief habits, and they carry that throughout their whole life. And you have this, like, as you know, my mentor is Brian Tracy. Brian Tracy used to tell us it's like a thermometer. Right? We all have thermometers of how we feel that we are certain things. Like, how will you feel if I said, how good are you at driving a car, right? Or how good are you at dancing? You're going to a wedding, you got to dance, right? How good are you at doing live streams? Really good. How good are you at you all have we have these belief systems. And is it possible to change those belief systems? Because I believe that you work with people in really harnessing their limiting belief systems to moving them into awesome belief systems. How does that work?
Yeah, well, one of the takeaways that I wrote down to share with you guys is mindsets are not fixed, they're flexible. And a lot of people operate from a place that they're fixed. So they'll say, well, Erik, I'm a procrastinator. And they talk about it as if it's who I am now and it's who I'm going to be in the future, right? Or they'll say, I'm not good at selling. And they're speaking as if it's a fixed mindset, and it's not a fixed mindset. Tony Robbins taught us the past does not equal the future. So when you realize that you can learn any skill, selling, closing, objection handling, lead generation, Facebook, live stream, writing a book, writing an article, LinkedIn prospecting, whatever, it creates a whole different possibility when you realize that mindsets are not fixed, they're flexible. And that's a really important thing to realize. And so, some of the work I do, not all of it's mindset. Some of it's just very practical how-to sales training. How do you handle an objection? You know, how do you close the sale, right? How do you do a live stream? How do you put a deal together? Yes.
I have a question. How do you handle an objection? Like somebody gives you an objection. We all have, okay, let me give you a scenario. I'm going to put you on the spot. Here's the deal. We have this new normal that we're in right this second. And the new normal is this situation where we have these awesome products and services that we provide normally. And now we're in this pandemic situation. Regardless of the pandemic situation, we're in this situation mentally as well. And we want to provide this, but we're getting all these objections, and people are giving us like, what are the top 3 objections? I'm guessing, is it price? You know, I don't have the money. I guess I don't have the time, or I already have a current provider. Those are my 3 guesses that would be the top 3. What are your thoughts on that? And I'll pick one of them. Yeah.
Let me answer it a couple ways. So first is the way you sold before coronavirus may not work right now. Okay. Right. So you've got to rethink your offer and what your message is. When it comes to an objection, there's a pattern. So I'm selling to you one-on-one. I say, how do you feel about moving forward? And then I'm silent. Part of the language of influence is silence. So it's like giving you the hot potato. And then you go, well, Erik, don't you know, coronavirus, I don't have the money. So now you give me the hot potato back. So what do I want to do? I want to give you the hot potato back. So I want to say, other than the money, is there anything else preventing you from moving forward? So now you have the hot potato. And there's this banter that goes on back and forth. And this is a pattern. And so anybody can learn this pattern. You just need somebody to teach you, somebody like myself, somebody who's very effective at teaching sales. And you could be listening to this right now and going, Erik, I'm not good at objection handling, but we can teach you the pattern. And then you can get really good. And it's like mind-blowing, because I started off, I was terrible at selling. And then this master taught me all these patterns, and then boom, my results skyrocketed. And so it's important to know that you can learn any skill set you want. And I actually did a piece of content this morning, 15 minutes on objection handling. And if any of you would like that piece of content, you can just ping me. I'll send you this piece of content. It was 15 of my best minutes on how do you handle the common objections that come up.
That's amazing. I love it. All right. So yeah, we definitely want that. I think that's awesome. So I love the fact that you're saying it's a pattern. It's almost like what I always say is it's a recipe. You know, there's a recipe, and that's not going to work for everyone, but because let's face it, let's say if you're gonna make a Caesar salad or whatever, there's a recipe to do it, but some people are going to like it a different way, maybe a little bit more garlic, maybe a little bit whatever. No anchovies or anchovies, whatever. So it's interesting, but there's the basic ingredients need to be in there, and that's what you teach, which I love. So somebody's asked me, what's the best way to handle I can't afford it? Like, how does that? Can you give us a systematic way to handle that one?
Before I address that, let's go back to your mentor, okay, Brian Tracy. Science of personal achievement, okay, right. Science, okay, right. Predictable, all right. I'm a former cook at McDonald's, college dropout, went to junior college for 5 years and never graduated. Wow. And I learned how to become successful. And right. So we all have the ability to learn that. So the objection is, I can't afford it. That was the objection, all right?
Yep.
So you can hit it a couple different ways. Number one, say, tell me more about that. No matter what they say, well, tell me more about that. And then you're going to gather more information. And then the next thing you can say is, well, if you could afford it, would you move forward? And then they go, well, yes. So great. Sounds like you're very interested. Tell me tell me what interests you most about moving forward. And then how much can you afford? Let's say it's $1,000. Well, I could afford $750. Oh, okay. Well, are you going to let $250 stand in the way of you enjoying the benefits of my product or service? Now, those are just a couple of ways to handle it, but it's a pattern. It's not, I'm not good at sales, okay? You could say that. That's just a story. But you can get good at sales. I'm not good at Facebook. That's a story, okay? You can get good at Facebook. And I'm all about possibility thinking. A lot of people think in terms of realistic thinking, right? What's a realistic goal to set? I like to go, what's possible? I talked to my friend Les Brown. We have that conversation about what's possible versus what's realistic. It can just open up a whole new way of thinking for you.
Right. Amazing. I love that. And it's all about, sorry, I'm bringing myself back on. I'm really getting like really good at this. It's about the thinking patterns. I love what you're saying, man. It's not only the systematic words that are coming out of your mouth, but it's actually the way you actually think about it and
think about it like this, Eric,
as well.
Why do we think the way we think? Okay, it's because of our parents or whoever raised us, our coaches, our teachers, the people that put us down or whatever, and then it created our self-esteem. It's how we view ourselves. So I worked at McDonald's because I viewed myself as that, right? Now I view myself as an international sales trainer. Right. And I get to do business with people like Les Brown and all these amazing people like yourself, Brian Tracy, Tony Robbins, etc. But I had to shift my thinking. Okay. And so that's when you get around people like both Eric and I and other people like us that we teach people how to think differently, and you change the way you think and it changes everything. Your relationships, your health, your finances, even how you view what's going on with coronavirus. I'm actually surprised at how good I did last month. I had a phenomenal month. I was surprised that I did that well, but I pivoted my messaging, and I'm a little opposite of the last person who spoke in that I lowered my prices to meet people where they're at. I created irresistible offers, which is the opposite of charging a premium. They're different strategies. It's not one's better than the other. They're just different strategies. Yeah, there's Scott there, right? So sometimes we charge a premium. And a lot of times people tell me, Eric, you need to charge more. I'm known as the Mother Teresa in the personal development industry because my prices are so low. I made over 200 sales last month.
Look at him going.
I'm all about serving people, and not that you can't serve them at higher price points. I'm not saying that. But at the end of the day, it's thinking through your offer and what's going to match with where people are at right now. And so anyway.
I love that. Yeah, man, this is awesome. And just to show, Scott Sorrell's nonverbal answer of shaking the head, it looks like this. Okay, so that's just a video, by the way, because he knew you were going to say this, and I just keep on bringing him on. He's not live. It's just a video. Watch him. He'll do it again, right? The same way, right? Watch. Okay, all right. Enough about that. So amazing, man. I want to literally go through your course because it's awesome. That's what I want to do. And just you're changing people's lives, man, by doing this stuff. And what's interesting about what you do, and it's just a major compliment to you. Okay, it might not sound like it, but it is. What's awesome of what you do is you systematically teach people how to do this stuff. I don't have the patience to teach people how to literally teach what you're doing, and you have it down. You've got I remember seeing your binder, your book. It's like, which course are you taking? Moby Dick or Eric Lofholm's? It's huge. This thing is like huge. And it's just amazing what you do. And I literally don't have the patience to do that. So I'm glad that there are people like you that are teaching people how to be better in be doing. And the reason why that I think that we should all be better at sales and so forth is, well, look at the economy, right? We got to get really good at doing great things because we all live with each other. We all know each other, whether you're doing service industries or product industries. And that's one question that I just got text to me. It's my own question, by the way, is what's the difference? Is there a major difference between a product sale or a service sale?
Well, the methodology that I teach is the same, but whether you're going to meet with them and it's like there's a one call close, you meet with them once, you ask them to buy. One call, two call close. Meet with them once, meet with them a second time, ask them to buy. One call, two call, three call close. Sometimes there's emails involved. Sometimes you might send them a video, pique their interest, send them out a video. The number of touches may be different, but the methodology is the same. And it's all about reverse engineering the process, thinking like your prospect, entering their world, viewing their experience from their perspective. So it's different, but it's the same, right?
Right.
I train all different types of industries, but I figured out a methodology. Michael Gerber teaches find a universal problem and then find a universal solution to that universal problem. So I figured out a way to train anybody in any industry, but there's different nuances, whether you're selling real estate or financial services or network marketing, or you're a coach or you're in retail sales. And so there's different nuances.
Wow. Amazing. So I want to take some questions from, would you mind if we bring in some people to do some questions and answers? Awesome. First, I want to bring in Yuri Choi because she's really cool. Just kidding, Scott. I don't know why I wanted to do that. So here's Yuri Choi. Just kidding, Steve. All right, here's Yuri Choi. Yuri,
hi. Oh my goodness, I loved hearing you talk, and I love the enthusiasm, and I love that. You know, I love the mindset shift that you had to have for you to create who you are today. So, like for you, right before that shift actually happened, like what had to be present for you? Like, what are some factors in your life or in your mindset that had to be there for that switch to actually like happen for you? I'm curious.
Well, the original switch, I had just finished my 5th year in community college, and I was working at McDonald's, and I went to a seminar, and I met a speaker like a Brian Tracy. His name is Dante Pirano. Probably haven't heard of him, but as dynamic as a Brian Tracy or a Tony Robbins. And through fate, destiny, or luck, I ended up working for him, and I became his assistant. I started flying around the country, carrying his bags and driving him around the car like a chauffeur. And so I was around this brilliant multimillionaire, and it's that old principle of association. You are who you hang out with. So I went from hanging out with college kids and people that work at McDonald's to a multi-millionaire. And that installed things into my unconscious mind. I started to think in completely different ways. And I've had the good fortune of being around people like Dante and Tony Robbins and Les Brown. And they instilled thoughts in me that I wasn't raised that way. But the seeds landed in my unconscious, and they grew. And it just kept expanding my thinking around what's possible. And so now what I do for my career is I mirror that for other people. So when I'm coaching somebody, I'm mirroring the greatness that I see in them that Les and Dante and Tony Robbins saw in me.
Wow, that's awesome, man. I love the way you presented that. Actually, it's amazing. And what I'm hearing really is like mentorship and masterminds, like connecting the dots. Like you, let me ask you this question: you wouldn't be in this place you're in right now had you not shifted your mindset. Had you not gone from that McDonald's theory, right? And I'm not saying McDonald's is bad, although, you know, don't eat there because it's bad food. But anyway, go to a sushi place. But the thing is, you went from a McDonald's mentality to a millionaire's mentality. Oh, there's a book title, guys. Hold on, McDonald'smillionaire.com. All right, I already got it now. So tell me about that shift of a mindset. Would you agree that?
Well, I would have been a high school math teacher or a general manager at Olive Garden. Okay, I worked at McDonald's. I then went into management training at Round Table Pizza. And my next step was going to be Olive Garden, or I would have got a teaching credential and been a high school math teacher and just been just regular guy, and nothing wrong with that. I would have been happy. Right. But, you know, I got around these massive thinkers, and so it taught me to think in that way, and everything changed. So I'm the same person, but I think differently. I'm not any smarter. I just think differently. And so that's why I have so much belief in what other people can do, because in my early 20s, I had never achieved anything in my life. I was just a regular guy. But then I got around these people that think differently, and it changed everything. Right. And, you know, it's really amazing, the mind and what we can accomplish.
Right.
The Mastermind principle of mentoring, it really does work.
Love that. Love that. Okay, so we have a friend of mine named Jessica Lee. That's her right there. She's an awesome mindset coach as well. She's an amazing young lady. She's saying, what's your best advice to someone in sales right now in sales who feels hopeless in the economy?
Well, a couple of things. One is, here's the beauty of sales. We can sell whatever we want. I own my own sales training company. I sell sales training. I can pivot. I can go sell real estate. I can go sell solar. I can go sell insurance. So sell something that's hot in this market, number one. And number two, as far as feeling a sense of hopelessness, that's the future. The future hasn't happened yet. So we all have the ability to imagine a compelling future, just like Jim Carrey did when he wrote the check for $10 million and then he cashed it. See, he created something in the future, but the future is imaginary. All we have is the present moment. There's a moment, there's a moment, there's a moment. Tomorrow doesn't exist because when tomorrow gets here, it's today. So we get to imagine having some amazing things happen in the future. So sell a hot product and create a compelling future.
Wow, I love that. Somebody quote that. That was great right there. Well, we're going to bring on somebody who's actually one of our, she follows us everywhere. I can't really get rid of her. She's kind of like one of those groupie stalker kind of people that comes on and she's like, oh my God, Erik, you're amazing. And I think she's talking to me. Maybe it's you. I don't know. She's like, her goal in life, she actually wrote me a letter. It's like after all this, anyway, one of her goals is to be on stage and on screen with 2 Eriks at the same time. So I want to bring on Nancy Matthews.
Oh my God, you brought me on. Wait, get this right. I can't believe it. I'm here with 2 Eriks. Yay!
So just a little Nancy Matthews is a dear friend. She's an amazing coach, amazing leader. And she has like 9 sisters and anyway, and she's amazing. And we love you. So great to see you, Nancy. So do you have a question for Mr. Erik Lothholm?
Yes. Do you remember 2006 or 7, you and Tony Martinez in San Diego? That was where I started learning about sales from you. And it's been amazing.
Yep. Yeah. I remember you were part of that original group back through the Marshall Silver organization. If my memory serves me, I know exactly who you are and I follow you on Facebook and you're doing awesome.
Are you guys stalking each other?
We're stalking each other. And let me tell, everybody, because I'm really good at sales these days. And you were really the root of the sales process that I still use to this day. And that makes me millions and millions of dollars over the years. And it's all about caring about people. And you really drilled that in. You got to know what people want, know what they're thinking, and just be with them and deliver it in that way. So I thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's nice to see you, Nancy.
Yeah, great to see you too.
That's awesome. Nancy, thank you so much for jumping in. We love you. You're amazing. And just as a disclaimer, she's not one of the stalkers, guys. We have a lot of them. But she's just amazing. Good to see you. Tell Trish, and were your 2 sisters' names? Trish and Susan. Please tell them both I said hello. I love you. You're amazing. And
gentlemen, have a great afternoon. Thanks for doing this, Erik.
Oh, my pleasure. It was just no big deal. Just 8 hours. No big deal. I'll see you later. Nancy's amazing. I love her. And for you guys, if you please look up Nancy Matthews. She and her sisters run this amazing group down in Florida, I believe it is. And I've spoken on her stages a few times, and she's awesome. All right, so we're gonna come to kind of close this out. Let's take a couple more, just one more question. Oh, this person has a comment. She loves Olive Garden, just letting you know. And then somebody else says, Jessica Lee, Olive Garden is my guilty pleasure. Excellent. So there's a big thing about Olive Garden now, and they're going to be one of our sponsors in the future. So what's the number one best thing? This is going to be a tough answer, by the way, tough question. What's the number one best thing that you love hearing from somebody that comes up to you and says, Erik Lothholm, I need you to help me with this because here's my issue in sales or this process or whatever. What's the best thing that you love hearing because you're like, easy, I can tackle this. Let's change this, let's shift this. What is one of those favorite things that you love working with?
One of them is somebody who says, I have a message to share with the world, whether they're a speaker or they have a great product, and they say, I'm uncomfortable with selling. Right. And if you've got a great message or a great product and you're uncomfortable with selling, that's a big problem, right? And so that's huge when we can solve that and get you out there comfortably selling to share your product or your message with the world. So that's one that I really enjoy helping people with.
That's awesome, man. Awesome. And I love what you said earlier, create a compelling future. I love that. So amazing. I'm going to bring on a couple more people. Actually, I do want to bring in Scott Sorrell because you guys, I tell you what, I'm almost scared to do this because I'll tell you what, I've been there. He's laughing. I've been there before where I've had, you know, certain speakers that are trainers in certain industries, and they speak very similarly. And it's just, I mean, the conversations are wild. It's amazing. So let's bring on Scott Sorrell, ladies and gentlemen. and by the way, it's pretty cool how I'm so blessed to be able to have great friends like Scott and Erik and all the different speakers that have been on, you know, and even last week, you know, Joseph McClendon and Jim Cathcart, Frank Shankwitz, Dr. Nito Kamei, all these different, Alex Stern. And what's cool is they keep on coming back. Like, you're Scott, you're still here, man. Go home. It's like the Ferris Bueller's Day Off. What are you guys still doing here? But you're here, man. You're here for the whole day. I love that, man. So talk to us, Scott.
You know, Erik, I remember seeing you speak for the very first time in about 2002, I think.
Yeah.
And it was in Southern California, not far from here at I can't remember the hotel, but I think you had Robert Allen on stage and Mark Victor Hansen and
yeah,
you. And
I remember that.
Yeah, it was just great. And seeing you up there, I was going, yeah, I don't know if this guy's going to make it. And it's hilarious because that's the time when I was kind of getting my feet under me too, and I'm sure people were wondering the same thing about me. And it's amazing, you know, to find, and you and I have never had, even though we live near, because you're here in SoCal, right?
I used to be in San Diego, and now I'm up in the Sacramento area.
Okay, so you've moved. Well, I mean, and we've never met face to face specifically, but I see you and different people talk about you, and I've followed your career and just been really excited to see you continue and to grow and to just help people in amazing ways. And the fact, you know, when you said a few minutes ago that you charge, you charge a lower price, but you create an irresistible offer. That's what it's all about. It's about packing so much, no matter what price point you're charging, whether it's high or it's low, you charge so much, you pack so much value into it that each target audience, each target customer says, that's a great deal. So, yeah. I mean, we're coming from the same place of packing full of value. And it's just a matter of, you just got to pack more value into it if you're charging a high price and not quite as much value at a low price, but then you do things like, upsells, cross sells, add-ons, right? That people can pay more and more because you want to capture all their profit if you can to give them high value. So Erik, man, my hat's off to you. I think you're great. And oh, by the way, you didn't give yourself a good plug, and I want to give it to you right now. Erik said he would share with me and you and everyone on this call his great 15 minutes on how to handle objections, but he didn't tell us how to get in touch with him and how to ping him on that. So Erik, tell us how to get in touch with you.
Sounds good. Well, one way to do it is over Facebook, and you can just send me a direct message. And if you're able to type my cell phone into the question feature there, or my email.
Cell phone on this? Dude.
Yeah. My cell phone is 916-626-1945. I've given my cell phone out to over 20,000 people. 916-626-1945, or you can email me, Erik@ericoffhome.com, Erik@ericoffhome.com. And what we're doing here, what Erik Swanson's put together here, I do this every morning for 15 minutes. And I have a Facebook community, and it's free. So if any of you resonated with my message and you'd like to continue this conversation for free, send me a message. We have a Facebook community. We do a Facebook Live, kind of like this. And I have people from all over the world that plug into me once a day for 15 minutes or as often as they want. And so if you like the message, that would be a great next step.
Wow. That's amazing.
Wow. Awesome.
That's awesome. So I just put it in Erik@ericoffhome.com. I'm going to make a suggestion, and then I'm going to thank Scott for jumping on here real quick. I'm going to make a suggestion. The two of you should definitely connect, because I know there's a lot of similarities, but there's a lot of collaboration that you guys can utilize within, sharing great ideas and great techniques and great programs for the community out there. So I think you guys should definitely connect.
Yeah. And Erik Lofholm, I got to say, and Erik Swanson, you're the same kind of guy. I love your heart. I love the fact that you're about serving people, giving to people, packing as much in as you can, and then just providing it to elevate and accelerate people's lives. I mean, that's That's where my heart is. Erik Lofholm, now that I've met you, that's where you are, and I know that's where Swanson is too. So the three of us, I'll tell you, we're three amigos, right here in terms of give. Love it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you saying that, Scott. Thank you very much. Hey, Erik, do me a favor. Erik, snap your fingers once. Awesome. So that's awesome. That's such a good trick. I really appreciate you, man. I appreciate you taking the time, coming out. You're in Northern California now, I believe, right? Sacramento?
Yeah, I'm up in the Sacramento area.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome, man. I'm really appreciative of you. I put your phone number there. We're going to put that on every bathroom wall that we can find. I love that. And so excited for people to just take advantage of what you got going on, man. I really appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you for putting this together, Erik. For all of us, we're all getting, we all get to receive value by what you've created. You brought us all here together. So I just want to let you know, thank you so much for what you did.
My pleasure, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Erik Lofholm. Ladies and gentlemen, that was awesome. Really excited about him coming in. And yeah, right, raise the roof. He was awesome. I want to give a few shout outs to our good buddy Bill Walsh. He's just joined us a little bit. In fact, Bill, if you're camera ready, you want to jump on, you're welcome to come on in a little bit just to say hi. I've got my next speaker coming on in a little bit. Somebody just said the three amigos, rock and roll. And I want to just emphasize the fact that I don't know if that many people realize this, but I just want to emphasize this, that Jessica Lee loves Olive Garden. Okay, I'm seeing it blowing up everywhere here. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. Okay, so I don't know why I said that. And thanks, Nancy Matthews, for jumping on there as well. She's amazing. Patrick Carney staying in the conversation. I love it. He says hi to Raymond as well. Got a lot of shout outs over here. And there was something else I was going to mention. In fact, let me bring on. So I just got another. I think there's only like one or two more spots coming up here for the mastermind. Let me pull on or pull up, pull on, pull whatever it's called. Shannon. There we go. Let me pull on.
On me.
I don't know what it means. I don't know. Shannon, what's happening? Talk to us. What's going on over there in beautiful land of awesome masterminding?
In the land of awesomeness. I'm actually glad I was able to get on in the green room in between your speakers, because either you're on the phone or on your thing, or I'm on the phone. So I just wanted to check in and say hey to everybody who's still wondering about the mastermind. There are a couple seats left, and if you want any information, if you're not sure if it's right for you at this point in time, just give me a call, because Erik is only having this offer available for today, and I'm really excited about that, because some people who are really wanting to have this kind of mentorship are going to be able to join us. So I'm really excited.
Absolutely. And we'll put your cell number on the thing as well. That's the cell phone. I mean, do you know where San Diego is? It's like you could have just literally, a 619. Anyway, I'm just kidding.
I'll let you know. I've had this cell phone number since before I had children, so like 22 years ago.
Did Marty Cooper give it to you? He's like, here's a new cell phone, and here's another.
Cell phones first came out. I told my kids, when I had you guys, we had dial-up internet, and they're like, what?
Yeah, well, dial-up. Remember that?
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm not that old, but thank you.
You have mail. No, I remember, you're super younger than me. You're like half my age. I remember back in the day, we used to we'd go on AOL, I think it was, right? Something like that. And we'd actually go on for 15 minutes at a time, because you had to pay for certain time periods. And then you'd print out the emails. And so I'd have print out copies of the emails so I could read it later that night.
With the paper with all the dots on the sides?
Yeah. I know, it wasn't that with the lines going. No. All right, guys. So we have how many more spots do we have? We've got about 3 more spots. Is that right?
Yeah, we got 3 more spots. And can you tell everybody who hasn't been on this morning a little bit about what we're doing, this magic that we're creating?
Yeah. So what we're doing is this. We have it's based on this guy right here. Bam. I love holding this up. Bam. It's the Think and Grow Rich. It's not part of Think and Grow Rich, but it's based on the principles of Napoleon Hill and the Think and Grow Rich. And what it is it's a 3-month access to being within our mastermind. It's called the Habitude Warrior Mastermind. And what we're doing is we're taking you through a 3-month process. You're going to be in a hot seat. part of the time. It's so cool. It's so action oriented. And we meet, I got the day wrong earlier. It's actually Mondays, right? First and third Mondays for 90 minutes. And what's cool is this, we have about 10 people in the group, okay? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna literally go through the mastermind process so that everyone has other eyeballs to be able to help you build your life and your business of what you're trying to achieve. Because a lot of people want to achieve things, yet they don't really know the process to do it. And it's much better to have these experts in different fields to help you build your actual entity of awesomeness is what I call it. Now, here's a cool thing.
Awesomeness, I like that.
You like that? We're got it now. Okay.
Trademark.
I always do that. I always get. So the other thing I want to mention also is it's something where we don't sell, like some masterminds come to fruition and they just put in a speaker and they try to sell you something else through that mastermind. We don't do that. What we will do is bring awesomeness to the table, and that's part of the mastermind. So you get to pick these people's brains. You know, you get to, like, we have Paul Blanchard's going to be part of it. We have different people. I think Alex Stern wants to be a guest as well. We have different people who have been there and done that, and they want to share their wisdom with you, which is really cool. What are your favorite 2 or 3 things that are just amazing and favorite for you in regard to a mastermind, Shannon?
So one is that a lot of these entrepreneurs have a lot of ideas and they don't know which one to pick and which one to take action on and which one to move forward with. So getting to help someone find clarity so that they can move forward is amazing. The other one is events like this get people very excited and very inspired, and then life happens and they don't do anything with all of that momentum. So the best part about a mastermind is that we're going to keep that momentum going, and we're going to hold you accountable to achieve all of those big dreams and ideas that you know that you are capable of. And I want to give a plug for Alex Stern, because he was also a guest in one of the other masterminds that I'm running. And it was so beneficial for our people in the opportunity chair hot seat to have counsel come directly from someone like Alex Stern, where he says, oh, you want to invent something? You want to start something? I've done that. Here's some counsel for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And just a disclaimer, I have not cleared that with Alec yet. I don't know if he's on it. So
Alex, I'm going to call you just a minute.
He's always willing to help, which is great. Somebody still emailed you, Erik. Awesome. And excellent. So, and we just put up something there. There you go. So you can either text the word mastermind. Well, you don't want to text it to that number, but here, let me put this. No,
yeah, you
okay.
can call me.
Well, that's fine. You can text or call that number as well. That's perfectly fine. She'll get right back to you. And here's another thing that a lot of people, you know, if someone's sitting in their seat right now and they're thinking, well, you know, I'm a little confused. I don't know. You know, I want some more answers, right? Just call her. Look, let me put her full screen. Look, smile. There we go. She's really sweet and really nice. Call Shannon and just have a little conversation with her. Ask her about it, because she can answer any questions and make that decision, help you make that decision, whether it's yes or no. And it might be great for you. It might not be great for you at this time. So we're only taking a certain number of people, and I'm matching it, by the way. So it's normally 3,000. We brought it down to 2 for the first, I don't know what I said, 8 people. I'm paying the $1,000 extra for you guys. So basically it's only $1,000 for the first 8 people. And I think we have 2 more spots left right now from that deal. So 2 or 1, I'm not sure. We'll double check that in a little bit. Oh, you got another call? All right. See you later. All right. So we just let her go. She actually literally is taking another call right now. It's awesome. So what was I going to say to you? Oh, there was one more thing I was going to ask her, but that's okay. She's on the phone call. Let her do that. The thing that I wanted to mention, which is going to come right back to my brain in 2 seconds here, is I know what I was going to say, is the mastermind is going to happen here on this platform or on a Zoom platform. So you can literally, and we won't be dressed up and all this stuff. I mean, you can be, you know, casual and so forth, but it's really your group. It's going to be a group that you're involved in for the 3-month process. Let us help you move you to the next level. Okay. If you have any questions, please ask us. We're there to help you. All right. All right. I want to bring on, I just want to do something because it's cool. He's on the phone. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so I just won't pull him back off. I just put them on the phone. I mean, on the screen. Let's bring on our next speaker. Are you guys having fun, by the way? Are you guys having an awesome time? Let's go say hi to a puppy. Boom, there's a puppy. Hi, Lynn and puppy.
Hi.
Hi, John. What's going on, buddy?
Hey.
You having a good time? Are you guys ready? We only have like 9 more hours.
Man, I'm so pumped. Let's go. Round 2. Ready.
Round 2, man. Let's do this. All right. So our next speaker has been in the waiting room for a few minutes here, and she is ready to roll. I know we're about 5 minutes late, which I'm good with. Actually, yeah, it's not bad. So let me. She's smiling right now. Stop eating the lobster down there. So let me bring on. I'm going to bring on my dear friend, awesome young lady who. You may know her from the Secret. From the Secret. You might know her as the Millionaire Maker. She's an awesome lady, awesome, cool friend of mine. And I'm going to. She just texted me something that's funny. You can talk about that in here. Stop making me laugh. I'm gonna bring on a quick share a quick what's it called, a video. Oh, she wants to say something. Hold on. You want to come on now before I bring you on? Is that what you're saying? What? I'm introducing you.
Okay, go. Do that.
Are you sure? Okay. All right, so we're gonna bring on let's see. I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, now I know what I'm doing. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna bring a quick intro video, and it's like 30 seconds. Here we go.
But now being an entrepreneur may be just your ticket to becoming a millionaire. Just ask the woman known as the Millionaire Maker. Or
The secret about money is the law of attraction. You can't be a casual couch potato if you want to be rich. You take your skills, do what you know, and make some money.
Hi, this is Laurel Langmeyer. I'm going to be again with Erik Swanson, as always, at the Habitude Warrior. Cannot wait to see you. I'm going to teach you about money. No one has taught you about money. Like, really, how do you make it? How do you keep it? How do you invest it? How do you love debt? Like good debt, how your credit matters, why you need to make it and invest it as fast as you can, and why you need to learn to invest off Wall Street. I'm going to teach you all these structures. So I'll see you in Dallas, Texas, at the Habitude Warrior, and do not miss showing up. We start on Thursday. I speak on Friday. Friday night, we have a book signing. I'm giving away a book, so see you there.
I went the wrong one. Hi guys. Sorry, that was so funny. She's laughing now. Let's bring her in. That was funny. I played an old video. Whoops. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Laurel Langmeyer. What's up, Laurel?
How are you? This is awesome.
What's up? What's going on? How are you?
Awesome. You know what's so fun? So I was texting you that you should say, Laurel's going to be the mastermind too. Just okay. I'm volunteering. So that's just what they get to look forward to.
Laurel will be at the mastermind too. Boom. And I will put it right there on the screen. Boom.
Boom.
You know who my production manager is? Me. Okay. So I'm super excited about you being here. This is awesome. So tell us, Laurel, and thank you for volunteering your time to be at the mastermind for one of the weeks. I appreciate that. Learn from experts like Laurel, and I'm really thankful for you for that. So talk to us. I know we've got a limited amount of time here. I know you're
so fast because I have a lot to say.
Let's do it. I'm turning it over to you, ladies and gentlemen. Laurel Langmeyer.
Go. So I'm going to be at the mastermind. Erik hasn't invited me, just like Alex Stern, wasn't invited either, but we're just kind of inserting ourselves. So when you do these masterminds, you want someone who's had a lot of experience. So I grew up in a farm in Nebraska, didn't grow up with money. I love teaching money, and I love teaching the real conversation about money. And I'm not Susi Orman, Dave Ramsey, or Dave Buck, so we're not going to talk about how to get a job, because guess what? 32 million Americans are unemployed. Doesn't even apply. You can't even maximize your 401k. Doesn't apply. Got to stay out of debt. Doesn't apply. So what I love is this COVID, this time has crushed the old regime and that conversation, and it's giving you time to be an entrepreneur and be awesome. So right now it is about making money, a lot of money. And I don't care if it's like, by the way, all of you that are listening, I have to give you my cell phone. Erik, I'm going to do it. I've got probably 100,000 people have my cell phone. And if you actually, I know, right? Okay, ready? I'm going to give you, I have several, so I'm going to give you the one. You ready? I'm going to. Are you typing? You don't get to vote. I'll put it in the team chat.
All right. Get
775.
your cell phone if you want. I think you're crazy to do it, but it's up to you.
775.
Okay. John's going to put it in the feed.
901-3998. Okay. So I have a Facebook group. It's called the Millionaires in Training, because right now I'm calling it the most indiscriminate crash that's ever happened in our life, and probably in our lifetime. Like, never has the world shut down. So what's cool, and what I mean by indiscriminate, is it's not like 2008, 9, and 10, where it was real estate and mortgages, right? This is crypto's levels. Crypto's actually like come to the playing field. It's so cool. The market, by the way, if you weren't in it, you kind of lost your opportunity. We were in like minutes after the deepest crash since 1929 on March 17th. Traded in and out. And Erik, by the way, can I give, I'm going to do it and you're going to have to figure it out. My son wrote the Junior Habitude. He was in the, I think, 10th chapter, but he was in that Junior Habitudes Warrior book, which is so cool. So, and my son, who's 20, who plays football for Georgia Southern, is now home. And like, now he's seeing like what he's been taught by his mom this whole time. And he's in traditional school. And Erik, he's going, oh my God, Mom, these people. Yeah. So Logan's in that book. So I don't have enough copies, but I'd be willing to ship them out because I think that the kids need them greatly. So my son was in that book. But my point is, like, and he was trading on 17th, 18th, 19th. Like, it was like doubling and tripling. It was the most insane moment to make money in the market. That's kind of over. I mean, you're still going to make money, but that time, I'm talking about the most indiscriminate moment. What's coming? Crypto is going to come. Now let's talk about the real stuff, the good stuff. Well, crypto's too. Real estate is going to have an amazing, amazing moment. The mortgage is having a great moment. Private cannabis is having a great moment. And here's the thing I'm talking most about, Erik. I'm talking about your community. I look around because there's my window out in my community. Who can't come back and open? I don't care if they say, well, only 25% can open. Like, who I'm working with are the businesses. You're already typically in business. So I got a program and a thing to help you get in business. And by the way, I'm giving you, that's why I'm holding this book. I'm giving you all this book. You need this book. This is like your money Bible at this moment. Think and Grow Rich is great, but this is everything you need, like right now, to be the 21st century lemonade stand and have a business now and make money now. Learn to do it. So when your employer decides to come back to work, or if I coach them to not come back to work, then you have a choice. See, sometimes you don't have a choice. Like right now, be an entrepreneur. You have no excuses. You can't say, well, I'm driving my kids around. I don't care. Like, you're not either. Actually, you're all lying about that. Like, you can't even go to the gym. You can't even say you're going to the seminar. There is nothing about this crash, this time, that is more indiscriminate than you choosing and raising your little hand and saying, I am going to make it. I'm going to act, think, and make money the way the wealthy do. And Laurel's going to teach you. I'm the only one teaching. I've been live since the moment this crash happened. Like the minute, every day I have what's called the Millionaire Training Group. You can go join me on Facebook. I look like this, but I have a little red jacket. And literally I'm teaching, if you have debt, I'll teach you how to like handle your debt. You're not getting out of debt right now. How to make money. In fact, I do a workshop where I teach you, I guarantee you to make money. We just did one. Eileen, I'd love for you to share out there since you're out there. And we make money during my class. During my class, you make money. And Erik Lawford's been a student. We've been clients back and forth. Nancy Matthews, like, you know, we all know each other, like super fun. And you literally are going to make money. But the biggest opportunity is what you can do with your money. Like even that little incentive, you know, stimulus that the government's giving you. Look around out here. There's coffee shops. There's auto body shops. There are restaurants. There are hobby stores. There are art stores. Some of these businesses can't come back up. So when the government says, well, we're going to reopen and that you can only open at 25%, this little finance brain and math brain with a bunch of my team, I got about 28 of the financial folks and tax folks and CPAs. Should you open? Like right now, just in Reno, and Erik, interrupt me at any moment, or any of you, and just ask questions. But one of the things that like I've been hired to do by a lot of companies is help them strategize. What do you do to pivot as fast as you can to make money? And what are some of the strategies? And do you come open when you say? Because I'm in Lake Tahoe area, Northern Nevada. You know what it takes to open a casino? It's not like a little bit of money. Just to open a restaurant, not a little bit of money. One of the strategies we did with 3 of the restaurants here in local areas, they all merged together, had one kitchen, one overhead, one team, and 3 chefs and 3 menus. So we consolidated. So I want you to write some stuff down. It's time to create, collaborate, and get to cash as fast as you can. And that means partnering like you've never partnered. If you don't know how to do it, one of the things you can ask for when you call, by the way, if somebody else calls back from my phone, because if it blows up, I will have some folks from our office continue to help call back. But what's most important for you is how do you create and collaborate and get a joint venture. See, some of you, you'll come up with a good idea, but you don't have the paperwork. You don't know how to put a deal together. You don't know how to say, you don't have, anyway, you know what I'm talking about. You don't know how to put the paperwork together. I know how to do like the real thing. We're not just talking theory or emotion. We're talking about you, your family, and cash today. We're going to teach you why will's important, why trusts are important, why durable powers of attorney are important. There are so many people that have been affected by COVID, and honestly, nobody in their family had a durable power of attorney, so they were left until they passed. Don't do that to your family. Make decisions right now for your family. I can help collaborate. What are your family conversations? I just had a client here for several hours today, and that was the conversation: is what happens if something happens? Like, who's going to take care of my family? And we know how to help you do that. We know how to have those conversations. And don't let the state take everything you worked for, even if it's a small amount. Don't let the state take it in probate. So if you're hearing me talk about a lot of things that you aren't familiar with, you got to get familiar. You cannot keep your head in the sand. So there's three kinds of people right now. There's the, I don't know what to do because I never know what to do. And I'm going to say, like, in my world about I don't know what to do, which there's 47% are in total survival. They can barely even figure anything out, which is a big number. Then there's the vacationers, whole bunch of people, 30, some million people who are on vacation, hanging out, doing home projects, which is fine. But why aren't you making money? Maybe if you're great at home projects, you do home projects for other people. Maybe you should be tutoring other people's kids, because I can tell you there's a lot of teachers in this school system around the world that has been shut down that do not know how to teach online learning. Online learning, and I have done a lot of work, like to a PhD level in adult learning theory. Online learning and in-person learning, classroom learning are not the same, not even close. So like, take your skills. And in fact, one of the things that are in this book that I'm going to give all of you. So you're going to go to asklaurel.com, spell my name right. Ask, A-S-K-L-O-R-A-L, go to asklaurel.com. You're going to get a copy of my book. You're going to get a copy of a whole bunch of stuff. And inside the book, there are 1,000 business ideas. So if you're like, well, I don't know what to do. I do. I have a lot of ideas for you. And I'll just give you the shortcut answer is do what you know how to do. Just do what you're amazing at already. Stay in your lane and continue to make money and hire other people. And one of the biggest mistakes I've seen businesses make is they downsize too fast. They let go of human capital, and now they're struggling because they're trying to do everything alone, especially you parents. So there's opportunity everywhere. One of the things I'm going to be teaching next week, I'm calling it a mini course, a master class on private capital. See, if you've ever wanted to be a shark, like, now's the time. So I'm going to give you some scripts. So let's just say that you see and you drive by different places and you say, well, there's an auto body shop that I used to love to go to, hair salon I used to love to go to, nail salon I used to love to go to, dry cleaners, car wash. I mean, like, somebody owns and commands your community. You are a consumer or you're a creator. And I'm going to teach you to create in your community. And that doesn't mean you have to buy locally. Like, there's a group of us, we went under contract today to buy a Ford dealership outside in an area of Texas. I'll just keep it there. And it's on sale. I mean, it is so on sale. If you ever told me in my lifetime that, I'd be part of any of this stuff, like, you got to be kidding. So I'm helping people organize how to buy a Ford dealership. I'm helping people help buy an auto dealer. Like, let's say an auto body shop is somewhere you love to go and you love cars. And I'm going to teach you a script, how to walk in and just talk and find out if some of the businesses that are in your area need help. Because if you have some money and they need some help, you become partners. Like, you could do a loan, but you could also become a shark. And for the first time, being a shark in your community has never been a greater opportunity in the history of your life. Your community is on sale. The world is on sale. But you have to have enough knowledge, access, and money, and just how to do it. And I have put together and assembled an amazing team. And we don't do it for you. We're not a financial education. I mean, we're a financial education company. We are not a financial planner. We're not going to tell you what to do. We're not going to tell you what to do with your taxes, although I have a great tax team I'm going to send you to. I have great lawyers. I have great tax lawyers, trust lawyers. I've assembled a team since 1996. I've been doing this a long time. And what's so funny? And Erik, I don't know if you want to come, ask me any questions. If it seems kind of quiet out there. Is somebody talking to me? Ask me any questions you want. I'll answer any question. And I'm married. I want to put something out though, because I know your community out here is probably international. I'm married to a Canadian, and there's no country. I've been in every country except Antarctica. So I can't answer penguin questions, but I can answer any other question about money when it comes to making it, keeping it, investing it, doing it with the team. And never has a time, you know, when we started 2020, Erik, and last time I was on a plane on the road. Actually, I can't say that. I just flew back from Boise. But my last show was with you in Houston, Texas on March 6th, 7th. And I came home and the world changed very quickly. And some people pivoted and did it well. And some people are suffering still. And I think suffering is a choice just because you don't ask for help or proper help. And it's so interesting to watch the world change. And for me, this was what I call 2020 transition, which I'm a real estate and gas and oil millionaire, and I'm going back to do that. And this was the year I'm like, all right, I'm done. But I'm not. You know what this provided me, Erik? It's kind of the last thing I'll ask questions is, it provided me 50, probably 60 hours of time to repurpose all my content and say, all right, here we go. This is a crisis. What do? You preserve your cash, and down to detail. And Eileen knows I'll give you the script to talk to your credit card companies. I will give you a script to talk to your mortgage company. I'll give you a script. Like, there are things you should do and don't ever do, and you're getting some really bad advice. The internet is full of total crap right now. You've got to be able to weave through who's real, who's not real. And it starts with, what do you do? How do you make money? What do you do? Like, wouldn't it be fun to own? Dream about it. My son and I, Logan and I were talking the other day, wouldn't it be fun to own an In-N-Out in a different state, like where it is, or a Maverick? Like, who doesn't want to own a Maverick gas station? And a Ford dealership, like that just came up. There's so much for sale right now because people don't know how to navigate through this. So that's what I do for people, is help you navigate, think, and organize. So it's been fun. I have never been so busy, Erik. I am giving so much content and have so many clients with all sorts of issues. You know, the sad part of the people that were sick prior to this, and even more sad are the people that were headed through during this, going to get married during this. All those things are such a crisis because they don't know what to do. And they don't know how to handle their money. So let me help you.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, it's interesting. Like you said, you're going to, you're thinking about opening up an In-N-Out burger. That'd be so cool. I mean, can you imagine? We should do our masterminds at your In-N-Out burger. That'd be awesome. I've always, what I wanted to do? I've always wanted to open up, how burgers, they're great and so forth, but maybe eating chicken's better, or fish or something. So I always wanted to open up a 4 chicks chicken in front of a 5 guys burger and just clean up. You know what I mean? I mean, what are you gonna do? Make it.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So let's take some questions from some individuals here. We've got a question that says, if we purchase Bitcoin, what type should we buy? And should you buy Bitcoin?
Dana, you have my phone number. Text me. Love that woman. So there is only one Bitcoin. Bitcoin's Bitcoin. There are thousands of coins. So, it depends where you are in all of this. I know a fair amount about it, but some of the guys that I work with, Jim Blasco's on my team, who's like one of the top, 3 Bitcoin owners in the world. He owns Bitcoin Radio. So you probably should get some just Bitcoin. It's the coin. But there's a whole bunch. There's EOS, there's Ethereum, and then there's like all sorts of very custom coins. So usually somebody who has a proper organized wallet would have anywhere between 10 and 100 different coins. And if you want, Dana, just text me back and I can kind of guide you to some people who can tell you exactly what to do. But right now, what's interesting is that when the market crashed, crypto crashed. And crypto as a whole, that's a big name for all the coins and tokens and stakes and all that. So what's interesting is that the markets are normalizing together. And don't think that America all of a sudden said, oh my God, let's be germ-free and go digital. Oh, bullshit. They have had digital coins in the making for a very long time. This just gave them a great reason to come out. Same with Canada. Every country has had digital coin in its background and its platform. The one thing I'm going to say that I think I say differently than others, here's what coin does, right? So Erik, let's just say you were from Mexico, and Dana, you were from Germany, and I'm from Lake Tahoe, and we wanted to transact. I wanted to buy something from you, especially from Mexico. It normalizes the exchange rate. So all I have to do is put in my card that is loaded up with a certain kind of coin or token that you also accept. Now I buy from you, you take mine, I take yours. There's no exchange rate. There's no wire fee. So why the financial institutes hate it, it's going to normalize us as a world population of being able to cut the exchange rate, cut all the fees in the middle, right? Even merchant services. Think merchant services are not on the radar. Like, no one's really talking about that, but the 3 to 5% we pay, like if I'm going to pay you for something right now, hi, Tony Rodriguez, I love him too. You guys had got awesome people on. But you see what I mean with like digital currency is here. And I think what I love about this crash, this time, because I'm the money girl, is it's normalizing, it's indiscriminate. It's just normalized a lot. So your job right now is just to learn. Learn, read.
I love that. Okay. Talk about cash is king.
Cash flows queen.
Talk about that.
I love it. That was the perfect tee up. So here's the thing about cash. So I'll use this as an example because I help a lot of people decide whether, like, now, should I open back up? Like, it's a really big deal. I mean, there's so many costs to opening back up. And if they only let you produce at 25%, can you? And a lot of what's interesting about business owners in that decision, and for a lot of you, you're on the consuming side. You're not the entrepreneur that's got to foot the bill. And at some point, the decision you need to make isn't whether your state and your county is going to let you open up, is can you, from cash flow and a P&L, open up? And if you can't, then let's get really creative about other ways to do it, which means do make money. So what was your question? I kind of got distracted. Hi, Scott. What was your question? I talk about so many things. So whether I open up or not, whether I buy, what was the question? It was a brilliant question, but I know what it is. So, so do you open up? Do you not open up? So when you think about I'll think about business as cash and cash flow. So when you think about, like right now, this Ford dealership, okay, it's a great example. So I'm helping a client decide, do they want to buy it or not? And I'm coaching the seller, the guy selling, because he wants cash. I said, yeah, but so I go to my tax guys and I say, run the spreadsheet for me really fast. So they run a spreadsheet. Then we go back to the seller. We help educate him to say, do you really want cash? Because you're going to have this huge capital gains tax if you sell with cash. If you sell over time, right, where you do, like it's called an owner carryback, if you carry it back over 3 years, then you have cash flow. So every quarter we'll pay you for the purchase price, but it's going to come over a 3-year period instead of right now you get it all. So what it does for us, the buyer, is it preserves our cash and makes sure we have a good turnover. But for the seller, it preserves a ton of cash or tax from their capital gains. So I don't think people realize cash is a big lump of money. Cash flow is when a lump of money is invested in something that gives you cash, like rent, right? So you invest in a fourplex. Now you have 4 people, 4 homes paying you, right? You have 4 tenant checks.
Right.
Right. So I don't think people realize cash and cash flow. And I can tell you cash flow is more important than any variable about money. Any variable. You have to have cash flow. You can be a millionaire, multimillionaire, billionaire, have everything paid off. But guess what? You got to have cash to go get gas. You got to have cash to go, and cash flow will give you the money. Otherwise, you're just going to pull on your cash reserves. So cash flow is queen, cash is king. I just made that. I thought it was kind of cute.
I love that. It's really cute. So let me ask you this. So if somebody's sitting at home right now going, holy crap, I need some cash flow. What do you think would be the easiest? I guess it's not easy, but what's the best way to get it quick and legally, of course? You know, what's a good system to go into that would be the quickest and the best way to get into cash flow?
Okay, so May 15th, 16th, 17th, or I'm sorry, not May, May 13th, 14th, 15th, I was supposed to be in Orange County. We were supposed to do my off-Wall Street workshop where I guarantee you to make money. And by the way, Nancy Matthews has been there. Several of the folks have been there. Eileen's been there. Dana and Tony are coming. But it's not about the thing. It's about how you're doing it. Right. So you have to sell. And Erik, as far as what to do, I right now in this economy, in this time, I pick the simplest thing. Don't go invent something and say, oh, you know, I need this new mug. I need this new marker. This is not an invention time. This is a product, like this is a service time. What can you do to serve someone's life? Can you, like I said earlier, can you tutor? Can you, like, think about the amount of people who can't do this, Erik. Like I didn't do this by myself. I already had a great team, but we went and got team to help us do this because I went live on a big broadcast. Those of you that want to learn how to do all this, if you go to my Facebook group, it's called Millionaires in Training. Don't go to my name. You can go to my name and join there, but I have a very specific group that's teaching you. So pick a thing, right? Pick a thing that you want to teach people how to do. And tutoring is enormous right now. Think about everyone's being homeschooled. My kids hate it. I mean, they kind of like it because they're free and running around. Like fitness trainers, like I've taught fitness trainers. I have taught hair salon owners. They're like, what do I do? All my clients are going to freak out. They're going to leave me. And I said, they're going to leave you. Like women aren't going to run around with gray hair. They're going to color their damn hair, and they're not going to do it by themselves. So one of the ideas that I came up with them, I said, so you know your clients and you had your book. I said, so do the color and send it to them. So call every client immediately, do the color thing for them, and send them all of the foil, send them all the stuff, and then get online like this and help them do their damn hair. Help them get somebody in their family to put the foils in, put the little paint on, and do it. She's like, it won't work. I said, I guarantee half of the women from that salon bought it. So it's an
instructor. It's like an instruction video instruction live. Do it yourself sort of, but I'm there as well. It's pretty cool. I love that idea, and that's a great concept. So how many of you can look at what you're doing now and change it into an instructional? So I think a lot of it is geared towards teaching, towards instructing people how to do what you're great at already. I love that. That's beautiful.
And it is, and it's service-based. And some of you, from a pricing standpoint, let's talk about pricing. So a lot of times people don't know how to price. So things that, and I know Alex Stern shared this idea, and I actually brought it back to some of my restaurant folks, but pay it forward right now. Some of you need to write books, or you need, you're just going to need to take different payments. So maybe you can only take a down payment today, but you could actually make, payments later. I'm doing a huge scholarship program right now. So you do certain things and you behave, because most people don't behave. I'm giving a $2,000 scholarship. So again, you had my cell phone, put my cell phone back up.
I want the $2,000. Just give me the $2,000. Forget the cell phone.
Well, you don't just get it. You have to work for it. You have to do it exactly what I'm saying, because I know how to help you make money. You can't just, and here's what's going to irritate me more than anything. And I love Bill Walsh is coming right behind. I was with him recently. Is what's going to bother me the most about all of you getting this stimulus package is you're going to spend it like a lottery ticket because you don't know what to do with it. So the other thing you're going to do, go to my askgold.com and you're going to get the book. I call it the Money Bible right now. Put my cash in your pocket. It's so critical. And anybody 8 years old and older can read it. And those of you that have a lot of money, it's going to remind you of the simple things. So it's good for everybody. But Eric, the other thing I have is a software that takes you out of the market. So when the market crashed in March, I only lost 2.8%. So I'm going to give everybody free software. So go get my free software. I'm going to give everybody free software. So instead of losing 30%, it will never happen to you again. You'll lose maybe 1 to 3%. You have to have all this stuff. So I just have a whole bag of tools, and you got to get a tool chest as you get wealthy. And you got to figure out what's going to help you and what's not going to help you. But right now, the key is get your family together and make money.
Love it. All right. So we're coming down to
no, I'm not done talking. Let's keep talking.
All right, let's keep
talking.
Let's get some audience participation questions, because I love this. Tony Rodriguez says, ask Laurel. I love that. Hey, Tony, you feel like jumping on and asking a question, you're welcome to. Let me know if you'd like to. I'll just send you the link so you can jump on here if you'd like and ask a live question. Boom. In fact, you know what? If somebody's watching this right now and you'd like to come full screen, well, half screen with Laurel Langemeier, the one and only Laurel Langemeier right there. Hello.
Thank God I'm the only one. It's crisis.
Then put it in the comments. Say, bring me live, or this is awesome. Bring me live, something like that. And I'll pick one of you guys and I'll send you the link to come on. Awesome. So go ahead. I
want to share something that really went on. So I took my offline event online, and we did amazing things for folks. And there's my phone number, Dan. So text me. Here's a lie I think a lot of people tell themselves. And I was in The Secret with great people. And I do believe that the mindset and law of attraction is totally real and it totally works. But too many people hang out in the broke space or barely making it space saying, well, I just got to fix my mindset or my relationship to money. And I say BS, totally BS. You know why? You just need to sell. You need to sell somebody. You need to provide service to someone who's willing to exchange. I don't care if it's cryptocurrency. I don't care if it's a dollar. I don't care if it's through PayPal. You have to make money, and you have to ask for it. And in this economy, like teaching people how to do it like this through Zoom, like in our 3-day, which is May 13 to 15, in 48 hours, we're going to have you go to Skype. We're going to have you go to Instagram. I don't care if you go to TikTok. We have people make money on TikTok. I don't care what platform it is. you have to learn to ask for the cash. So a lot of you, you're not making money because you have a mindset problem. You're not making money because you've never asked for it, especially women. They have a huge issue with that, Erik.
So that's interesting you say that. Okay. Okay. So we have people that want to come live. So I'm going to do this. First off, this gentleman that I'm going to bring on is a very shy individual. Nobody really knows him. His name is Alex Stern, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Stern! Woo-hoo! Alec, I got to tell you, man, you have the most requests on this whole 8 hours so far. And I can't, everywhere I turn, it's like, where's Alec? Where's Alec? And here you are. Alec,
and that's without speaking today. That's great.
That's right. Do you have a quick question, Laura?
You broke up there. What did you ask
me? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you again. How's your week?
Good. It's started off with you and ending with you. I love it.
I know, right?
That's right. So how'd it go?
Which part? My whole week?
We're just going to catch up, Erik. Wait, Erik, when I snap my fingers.
We're live right now. So
I know, when I snap my fingers, you go away.
I had a great week. I actually was up in Boise, Idaho, and was looking at different real estate projects and development projects, and drove up because I couldn't get a flight. I got canceled on 9 flights, so finally I'm like, all right, we're just going to drive this thing. So it only took like 6-7 hours, so it was fine. And then I actually got a flight back. That was the weirdest experience, Alec. Like having been March 7th when I flew home from Houston with Erik, I hadn't flown before because I couldn't get a flight, and it was so interesting. Like I was the only one getting a ticket. I was the only one walking through security. Odd.
Yeah. So I know you're cranking on, kind of this reset and helping everybody, which is amazing. So I know, and we spent some time on your podcast this week, but so we talked about just ideas to what can people do today to change up what they're doing. I just heard a couple that you mentioned. You mentioned the one that my suggestion of the restaurant where they offer they ask people to do a $100 gift certificate, and then when we open up, you can get $150 worth of product. So giving a 30% addition for being preferred customers. But had you heard any others this week, or since we talked about that?
Well, I don't know if you heard my hair salon one. I made up a hair salon one that was really awesome. Yeah. So
how to the coloring.
Well, and they actually because she's been a client on and off. And so when she was, doing different, I said, are you documenting what to do with their color?
Right.
And so she actually put it together, did all of the mixing herself, and then sent that out to them. And then is starting to teach them how to do with, somebody else in the family, how to, either do the hair color for them. The other one that was really, really good that I've done with a lot of restaurants, and I've used this one before, is for people who keep a good database, especially because I own pizzerias, so I'm really neurotic because pizza is usually a pattern for families, right? It's Monday night football, it's Sunday night family, it's what it is. And so
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yeah.
Yep. So right. So I went back out to those clients and I said, it's time to start texting your families and say, hey, you can come for pickup and get back to delivery. Do you want your Monday night, meat lovers and whatever, your vegetable pizza, whatever they were ordering? Track what people order and then offer back up. Let's get back in a pattern. So encourage people to come spend with you again. Right. So I did that with a sushi store, a pizzeria. So restaurants are kind of fun because everybody's I think bored cooking at home. Like the kitchen gives me hives. So I'm a total go out there and eat. So I'm having fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun with auto body shops, the same thing. There's ways to, and I'm going to stop using social distance. I don't know that everybody else. It's physical distance. It's not social. We're going to be super social. And so I just changed my talk track this week. I said, we're going to be super social and just physically distant. So even auto body shops, they said by appointment, you can actually invite the owners back in, fix their car, keep people apart. There's ways to do it. So I've been having fun brainstorming.
Yeah. So one other idea in the restaurant, I was talking to a couple other restaurateurs and just said, why don't you create kind of like a club, where there's just a repeat order coming in every week. And then they just give you kind of what they're looking for. And so the restaurants can mix it up instead of having the same thing every week. They can say, okay, this week we're going to tell us that if you like vegetarian, if you're a meat lover, if you're, a seafood, and then they'll just surprise the family with a meal.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of ways to be creative. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's pretty
Damon, who
cool.
works with me, his wife is an amazing chef. She joined another kitchen. That was one of those ideas, and they're doing Saturday night date night. So go to the kids. So they have like pizzas or whatever for the kids. Go to a different room, and then actually like they have like 2 cheesecakes, 2 steaks, 2 whatever, and then you can order your date night food. And then here in Nevada, because we're the Wild West, there's like you can drive up and pick up liquor now. I mean, it's getting a little like people are revolting. So it's going to be an interesting civil conversation on what it is. One thing I know, Erica, but I have to like Alec. The other thing, and those of you. Like, do your cash flow before you open. If you're a business, I've been doing a lot of that. Like, we're May 1 and everybody's 25% open. And honestly, there hasn't honestly been one company outside of service pay, like the way we are doing stuff. If you have a physical brick and mortar and a lot of staff and a lot of inventory, it doesn't make any cash flow sense to open. And no one's given that feedback to the government. It's like, these people, they're going to get worse. So
sure.
I have over people.
Yeah, and so for the hair, I've actually used an indelible black magic marker, and so I do it once and I'm done.
There it is.
That's it. I need that.
Eric
Eric uses it on the top. He's using it on the top. So
Eric, FedEx that to Alec right now.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Ironically, here we go. I actually have it all set. Here we go.
yeah, because I just need a little on the side,
So we're gonna bring on another individual, Jennifer Leeds. I might have the name wrong, but I think it's Jennifer Leeds. Oh, Jennifer something. Jennifer, what's going on, Jennifer? You have a question for?
Hi, Jennifer.
You have a question for Miss Laura Langemeyer.
Hi, I do. Thanks for bringing me live. I am absolutely just gobbling up this whole thing. I was here last weekend and I'm loving it. And I've been able to connect to and relate to and draw from and grab from everybody that's been on this program. Until I started to listen to you. And then I realized I had this really deep, limited belief about money.
Wow.
And
I'm your new best friend.
And so I'm sitting here going, I don't even know how to take notes. My head just shut off and I glazed over like a Krispy Kreme donut and I've lost my mind. But I wanted to just ask really quick, because I know for the sake of time, and I will be getting that book. My bookshelf will be expanding immensely after this conference. I guarantee it. But my question is, what is the best tip, if you have one, for crushing limiting beliefs that have been embedded deep since I was just a child? I was raised by parents who said, you were born into the haves or the have-nots. And I was told I was a have-not. So
make money. So, and this is gonna, boy, it's gonna strike a lot of, like, I'm just gonna go for it. So my backdrop is a lot of adult education. Actually, I'm not even gonna qualify it. That's totally illegal. Here's the truth. You can be do have, or you can do have be. And I do be have be. So I worked a long time in the personal development space.
Say that again. I'm so confused. Continue.
Well, because there's this whole personal development and coach movement, and I've certified ICF master coach, blah 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 blah, right? Been all, like, done it all. Like I'm just a little older than a few of you. So there's let's be a certain way, which is mindset. Then we're gonna have a different life, right? So it's and then we're gonna it's be, do, have. So we're gonna be, do, and have. Totally don't agree with it. So I'm going to have you make a hell of a lot of money. So you're going to join my workshop. I'm happy you make money. See, now what happens, Jennifer, is because now you have money, and I don't even care if it's $200, $300, $400. And Eileen, you could pipe in. I had people in 48 hours making $4,200 fresh new cash, $3,800, $2,900. Like, I know how to help you do exactly. And you already get your energy. You could totally dare to heal, like, easy peasy. You'll probably win. So when you have it, then you have to reconcile it. So I'm going to have you make money. Then you have to do different things so you can be a millionaire. So I reverse the be, do, have, and I'm going to have you make some money. And then you're going to do different behavior and you go the other way. And I guarantee, I've done it for so long, Jennifer, it's not some like theory I've done. Like Nancy Matthews knows, if she wants to jump back on, she was in the room. I had 103 people with her in Florida. The class made $128,000.
Wow, let's bring Nancy back on. There we go.
Our classmate in this last couple weeks when I did it online, we did last I counted in the $30,000 to $40,000, and this is online, no human connection, and people make money. So how I'm going to help you fix it, Jennifer, is we're going to get cash in your pocket. Then you're going to have to reconcile it in your mind. Different.
Check out what Ron Kooming just said. $17,000 or so at Laurel's event. That's awesome.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love it.
Like swooped it up because Ron's been following me for a while. So and Ron's been at my workshop. So I'm glad you showed that, Ron, because Ron he not only gets it, he gets it. And look at that, that's 17,000. So put a dollar sign right there. That's not 17,000 impressions. That's dollars new in his pocket in about probably 48 to 96 hours.
Oh, that's not like Facebook friends? Okay.
Yep. That's money. Cash.
That's insane, but I love it. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you answering my question.
Thank you.
And I believe Jennifer's one of the ones. Actually, I think Jennifer, were you one of the first ones to sign up for our mastermind, the Habitude Warrior Mastermind?
Yes, sir. I signed up last weekend.
Good for you.
Congratulations, because I have a present for you. It's right here. It is the Habitude Warrior Conference. This right here is a little thumb drive that actually has all of our archives of all the TED Talks. I'm not sending one. This thing's $1,000 right there. Send me your Bitcoin account number and I'll send this to you. I'll hand it to you right there. There you go.
Right. Cute.
Awesome.
Yeah, doesn't that look cool? Check it out. What's up? And what's cool about it is it's actually a credit card. It's literally a credit card, sort of. And it's got a little thumb drive and boom. And guess what, Laurel? You're on this. Okay, so I'm excited about that.
Thank you.
I figured, like brother, we've been
So
on.
I got a question for you because there were a couple of people that commented on this earlier, and they signed up for one of your events, and I know this COVID situation is all crazy, right? And so they signed up, and they're supposed to be in Orange County, or I'm not sure which event they were going to, and we had to. Well, I don't like to use the word cancel, but you guys canceled. You're postponing. You're rescheduling. Correct?
So, but here's the deal. They get to come to my May 13, 14, 15. They could have came to April. They get to come to any of these events I'm doing online with no extra charge. My event online is only $97. So I just met Jennifer. I don't know that she has a ticket. So if you ever bought a ticket from me anywhere, you come for, that's just, you don't have to pay. And because you already paid, like you don't have to pay again. But if you've just met me, it's like $97. It's like cheap as chips. So again, go to the asklaurel.com.
Wait, I still have a question.
What?
Okay, my question is this, because you didn't answer the question. So my question is this. I know some people have signed up for your in-person live event, which is great. It's coming up,
July.
You had to postpone it. You had to postpone it, so it's moving. So they can actually use their ticket to come to that in-person one.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
We're moving it to July. And here's how I'm handling my offline event in that fulfillment, Erik, of people who bought in Houston or St. Louis or wherever you and I have been together, is when we come live, you will absolutely be able to use your ticket, but you also can use it online now, so you don't have to wait for the education. So you use it both places, no extra charge. And we are looking at July. Now, I just want to speak to that because I'm kind of taking a stand about it. And like you and I talked a little bit about it. I'm coming out if you're coming out. And that's how I'm saying it. So we will stay in Reno. We may go to Vegas. Bill Walsh and I talked about his facility in Vegas. But we are coming out. If there's 20 that come out, I will bring a team out and we will teach you in whatever regulation that we have to. And because I love being out with people. And one of the things. Yeah, I know. It's like so fun. So if you've already got a ticket, it's totally available to you and you can use it for as long as you need. So there's the online event. It starts Wednesday night at 5 o'clock and goes to Friday night at 5 o'clock.
Awesome. Yeah. So I want to be, and I'm going to put myself full screen on this because I want to be clear about this, because this is the Habitude Warrior, as you can see right here. Bam! The Habitude Warrior conference. And I'm talking to the people who signed up through Habitude Warrior, and you literally paid great money to be there live in person with Laurel Langenmeyer. So from what I'm hearing, and I want to be clear about this, is if you hold a ticket already, you are welcome to go to the online in addition to actually being there physically in person. Absolutely. When we launch the in-person ones as well, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, That's what I wanted to clear that up, make sure, because our office is getting a lot of questions about that, and I'm assuring them that you're doing very similar to what we do. What we had to do is move. Like we have a North Carolina event coming up. We literally moved it, and some people are on here. This is just a bonus for you guys. So we'll still see you in North Carolina in the fall, but this is an additional bonus. I love that. Thank you for doing that. All right, talk to me about this right here, because this says asklaurel.com/Habitude Warrior. What do they get there? What's the deal there? What's happening there?
So when you get there, you get this book. You get Put More Cash in Your Pocket and read it. Read it. You can get my other books, but this one's critical today. Like I'm very much about sequencing, right time, right thing. You get this, you get the software that'll take you out of the market so you don't get pummeled in the market. You will get the link to that workshop. And so when you get to the workshop, if it asks you to pay $97, then call my office. It's loud and clear there. Plus you all have my cell phone now. And just say, hey, I already paid at the Habitude Warrior when I was in Houston or St. Louis or in Orange County, wherever I was with Erik, and you bought a ticket. And then we will let you go for no extra dollars. So it's just show up there. And Dana wants to know in the chat, what are the dates in July? We're looking at.
I love it when people put in there, they're like, no, don't do first week of July. It's like,
I give it all.
We can't please.
Probably the 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
Please, not
no, it might be 15, 16, 17, but I can tell you whatever Erik does, I'll follow him. So he goes first, then me. So we're looking at one of those 2 weekends. It will not be after that because my son goes back to college and we're going to be jamming to Georgia and hanging out there.
Which is another book title, Jamming to Georgia.
Jamming to Georgia.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's awesome. Well, people are throwing you hearts and love you.
Thank you.
And here's a phone number for you guys to check it out. That's the office number. It's 775-588-9200. Call there, talk to them, schedule your. Let me put this up here again. We had the dates for the May deal right there. So that's right around the corner. That's like, what day is today?
12 days.
Is today 2022? What year is it? It's in 12 days. Okay, so you got the dates. Those 3 days right there. That's an online course that they're able to take. Is that right?
But you're going to make money, Jennifer. You go sign up right now, and I'd love to have Jennifer on and showcase her. I bet I'm just guessing you're going to make like $3 or $4 grand in 20 like hours.
Nice.
What? I love it. It's a great precursor to starting Masterminds on the 18th.
Yes, because you'll make more money than everybody. They won't even know it with them. They'll be like, Jennifer, you're so amazing. And you'll be like, I know those techniques. I have these.
I know. And then they'll be like, yeah, I taught Laurel, right? That's awesome. That's awesome. Jennifer, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you.
Thank you for bringing me on. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'll see you in a bit. That's awesome. So Nancy, thank you for being there as well. I'm just kidding. I just called Alex Stern Nancy. You know you're good buddies and you can call Alex Stern, who built something called Constant Contact.
He would need a wig. He can't even be close. Nancy Matthews got like long hair, like that marker.
Oh, wait a minute.
A bunch of markers and you have to like color it in.
Hold on, Alex. You want to tell him the story about the wig? It's not the wig.
Let's hear it. I haven't heard it.
No, it's not a story. He told me never to say it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's not a wig. So when I go to conferences, since I'm lacking, one thing I lack in my life is a little bit of hair. So I usually find someone who has the best hair, and it's usually I've used Jessica Lee and a bunch of people where they stand behind me backwards, and I take the hair. And so Erik's going to pull up a photo. No.
I will if you want me to. I don't think I can find it. And
so I have a couple photos from all the conferences, which is actually it's one of those funny moments. So
it's hilarious. He just like lays back. Somebody else like has this. Jessica Lee has this long flowy hair. It was hilarious. We've done that in so many different conferences. I got to show this.
I've done it all over the world. So
oh my gosh. Well, guys, we're coming down to the wire. I want to bring on another gentleman. That's Michael Butler. I want to bring him on real quick to the fold. How you doing, Michael? What's up, brother? What's up, man? So you have a quick comment or question for Laurel Langmeyer?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Muted. Yeah, and watch this. Bam, he's gone. So sorry, Michael. Michael, you probably got a phone call. Just come back in a second if you want. All right, guys. Well, this has been tremendous. I really appreciate your knowledge and everything. It's awesome. Somebody put some more dates here. I think those are, what are those right there, Laurel? Are those not yours? No, we're just putting for no reason.
John's trying to John, 1 sec. Let me correct you. 1 minute. It goes from Wednesday night to, so it could be the 15, 16, 17, or 22, 23, 24. You got to vote. We're not doing both. So you got to vote. So.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Oh, we're talking about July, right?
Yeah, we're talking about when we're going to come live. And here's what I'm saying is, here's my confirmation process, which I love your vote on this too, Alex. Show me your plane ticket. I'll show you ours. Like, we're not going to come out and book a big hotel and do what we need to do. Number one, if the hotel doesn't let us. That's why Bill and I have been, talking, collaborating. He has a conference facility in Vegas. Might be easier to get to Vegas, not sure. And you might have to all sit a couple seats apart. I don't care about any of that. We just know how to produce, an event. So if you're there, we will be there. And if not, we'll push to August. And so we'll be there when you guys, and we can all get out there and go.
So it's kind of like a drug deal. You show us yours, we'll show you. I'm just kidding. That's awesome. So we got Steve Taubman saying, Laurel, Alec, and Erik. Wow, awesome. Vegas is great. Somebody wants to go to Vegas. I'll tell you where I want to go. You know where I want to go? Anywhere except this freaking place that I'm in. Okay, anywhere is fine for me.
Where are you broadcasting from?
I'm at a little place called Scottsdale, Arizona. That's where I'm at.
Little place.
Scottsdale, yeah, Scottsdale. Yeah, I'm over here in Arizona. All right, somebody has a vote. 15th through 17th is what she's saying.
Hi, Kelly. So Kelly, brag about how much money you made. You were there.
Let's see if Michael's audio is working now. Michael, you on? And watch this again. Boom. All right. So, all right, guys. Well, this has been excellent. Somebody says thank you. Appreciate that. Alec, I appreciate you being here for a quick second. I appreciate you, my friend. I want to bring on our next, our closing speaker of the day. So, Alec, I'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
And Laurel, you are awesome. I appreciate your awesomeness and your cash is king, cash flow is queen. I love that. Amazing things. We're going to try to get some compromising photos of Alex Stern. If we can get those in time, we'll put them up here. And yeah, Laurel, you're awesome.
Thank you.
Let's have Lynn say goodbye to you.
Hi, Laurel. Good to see you.
Wonderful.
Let's have John Kovach say hi and goodbye to you.
Thanks, John.
Cash is queen. Cash flow is queen.
Well, you guys are awesome. So thank you again, Laurel. Appreciate you being here, and we'll see you. We'll see you soon, and I hope to see you in person live at one of these events very, very shortly. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Take care.
We'll make sure we'll put the link up there as well. Thanks so much, Laurel. Appreciate you.
Take care. Bye.
All right, guys. So that was the one and only Laurel Langemeyer, great buddy of mine, great friend of mine, great mind, and she's awesome. Awesome. Somebody said, oh yeah, so there you go. If Laurel's still there, that's what Kelly just says. Did extremely well, got my ATA under control. And somebody says, what a day. It's not over yet, Tiffany. It's not over. By the way, we have still 2 spots left for the mastermind. So those 2 people, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this for everyone. Everyone who signs up, I'm giving you. So congratulations, Jennifer, you get one of these. Whoever signs up, I'm going to send this. I'm going to FedEx it over to you. I've got a FedEx over here somewhere. I'm going to send this over to you right now or some days, and you'll get that, which is over 90 hours of TED Talks already just loaded up. It's going to be awesome. So excited about that. If you want that, all you have to do is jump on our mastermind, contact Miss Shannon, who is right about, that's an easy way to do it. Just type in or text the word mastermind to 59925. And that's the easiest way to do that. All right. So I'm going to bring on my final, I believe it's my final guest of the day. You're very welcome, Jennifer. She just sent me a text. Awesome. And I believe we might have just one more speaker. I've saved one of the best for one of the lasts. She's an amazing individual. Let me take this off the screen here. There we go. She's awesome. Let me kind of give you a backstory of this. So she's a young lady who is in San Diego. I met her through a great gentleman named Tony Rodriguez. And actually, you know what? Let me bring her on and have her share her story with you. We are, just to let everyone know, it's 5:30 right now. We literally have, I'm sorry, it's 5 o'clock, excuse me. It's 5 o'clock right now, Pacific time. And if you look up here, 7 hours and 24 minutes. We literally have 25 minutes total before all the feeds end up cutting out at 8 hours. So keep that in mind, Miss Dana, as I bring you on, because I want to share your story within a 20-minute spot so then we can close this out. And I want to bring on Miss Dana Lisa Gang, ladies and gentlemen. Dana Lisa Gang, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you.
I'm excellent. Please make sure you only have one volume on this control, not your, do you have a Facebook open or something else?
Nothing open.
No? There seems to be a little bit of a echo, but that's okay. We'll work with it. Awesome. So excited to see you here. By the way, I just said the word echo, and my Alexa is talking. So you're positive you don't have anything else open?
Nothing else is open.
Okay. Okay, cool. It seems to be something. I got to tell you straight out, I love your choice of magazines. I have to tell you.
Right? I'm just saying.
What is that back there? That looks amazing.
That's my altar right there.
Oh, wow.
Award from you. I've got my book. I've got Bean's hat. I've got some stuff. Rhythmia. So, yeah.
I see that. I see your book there.
I got Wendi's hat back there.
I love it, and I have I've got a magazine around here somewhere. So tell us your story, Dana. I'd love to hear a little bit more about like how. Whoops, I just went full screen by accident. How did you and I meet? I met you through Tony, and you've been changing people's lives for years and years. Tell us how this happened. Do you mind sharing your story? And again, we are a little tight on time. We got 20 minutes tops.
Gotcha. So how I met you was through Tony Talks Get Up and Grow by Tony Rodriguez, and you had us on your stage at the Habitude Warrior Conference, and it was amazing and so much fun. And
thank you.
Back to be here with you again and honored. And so the story of my book, The Following Up My Wild Ride from Victim to Kick-Ass Victory. It's on Amazon. You can get it there. And I believe Hay House has it on sale. So it's like $8. Anyway, so the reason it's titled Falling Up My Wild Ride from Victim to Kick-Ass Victory, I was in the United States Navy, joined at 18, and 6 months later, I was attacked, raped, and thrown off of Sunset Cliffs. Left for dead at the bottom of a 75-foot cliff. Had broken C1 through C5. There's only 7 bones in your neck. You know, if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it right. I started out paralyzed from the neck down. Couldn't even breathe on my own. And to be able to relearn how to breathe, that was definitely the hardest thing I've ever done. And from there, I kept falling up from the day I got thrown off. And that's why I went from victim to kick-ass victory, because I relearned how to breathe. I have been able to be independent at the level of C4, C5, which is your cervical bones. That's all your neck bones is cervical. And at the C4, C5 level is where the actual damage to my spinal cord was. And I was paralyzed from just above the chest, just below the collarbone down. It took me 3 years to get my independence. Worked really hard with everybody saying it wasn't possible. Nurses, doctors, PTs, just not possible. I'm like, yeah, that I need my independence. Not being independent just didn't work for me. So I just pushed hard and pushed hard, kept going. And resilience is something that you can dig deep for. And I'm blessed to say, and this might sound weird for everybody, but having my neck broken was the best gift and the worst event of my life. I say it was a gift because I learned how to dig deep inside of me. And any trauma any of you have, we've all been through some sort of trauma, some sort of negative event in our life that forced us to grow. And this forced me to rely on what I had on the inside. Before I got hurt, I was praised for being strong and physically capable of doing everything and taking care of myself. And I wasn't afraid of anything. And what happened was I didn't become more fearful. I became more resilient and I bounced back. And it took 3 years to get that independence. It took 10 years to take my first steps. I have become what is known as a stem cell tourist. I have sold a few houses that I've lived in to get stem cells around the world. I've been to China, India, Dominican Republic, and Mexico for stem cells. And through those, I've been able to gain some finger function in this hand. And I've just lately, and now I'm like 29 and a half years post-injury, and I'm still recovering. So for any of those who know someone with a spinal cord injury, or if you have a spinal cord injury yourself, don't give up. Keep going, because not only are stem cells incredible, I mean, like, look at that. I had a typical C5. Both of my hands were locked up tight, just like that. And I'm starting to get fingers in this hand. I just got this thumb function right here. I just got that back in January. And I've been doing meditations by Dr. Joe Dispenza. So whenever you get stuck at one point, like if I hit a plateau, I just try something new. And I've done Nagoski training. I've done lots of different sports to maintain my physical fitness, like skiing, snow skiing, downhill, cross country. I play quad rugby. I've done swimming events. I've played table tennis. Like, I just keep trying new things and pushing your body and pushing your mind and dive deep into personal growth and development. It was Dr. Wayne Dyer who first set me on the path to recovering to walking, because I still was like, even though I got my independence, I wasn't sure if I'm like, great. I hit a certain point where I was like, really? Am I really going to be a quadriplegic the rest of my life? Am I really going to be stuck in a wheelchair the rest of my life? And I think I was like in my early 20s, and I was at an event in Austin, Texas. That event happens to be in Maui, where Wayne Dyer, I was actually an attendee and had no idea he was going to pull me up on that stage. And he had given me a book deal, and that's the book that was written. It's forwarded by him. He gave me his hat before he passed away, and he would just randomly pull me up on stage. And I was blessed to be on this panel with Scarlett Lewis, Anita Morjani, Wayne Dyer, his former wife, Marceline Dyer, Immaculate Ilkabiza, Kate McKinnon. And like, it was just a powerhouse of people on that stage. And I've just been blessed to be given the chance to share my story, because my story really isn't just about me. My story of being assaulted, and that was on a cruise ship on the way to the Mediterranean. I had been to John Kotick, kind of skipping around here. So I went to see John of God. I was able to forgive, and that was 21 years post-injury. So it took me a long time to be able to forgive the person that put me in the chair. And it took me a little bit longer to forgive the Navy and the military itself. But they know not what they do, right? Like, they think that by covering up all the assault and all the crime that happens in the few that are doing those crimes, by covering those up, they can contain that of one. And that's just not so. It's down. And in this photo, I was able to, for the first time, tell an audience what happened to me. And it wasn't until after at dinner that I realized that I said publicly for the first time in front of a crowd that I had been military and attempted murder. And it took me a long time to realize it was attempted murder. I could separate the two out, and somehow when I was telling someone close to me, if I separated, was raped and thrown off a cliff, then it wasn't really attempted murder. And it took me a while to accept that, and the forgiveness was what really set me free, because it was about taking my personal power back. And it was about this. Oh, so much fun. I was randomly up on this cruise. I was at the top of the Parthenon, and it wasn't an organized tour. Wayne wasn't on the organized tour. I wasn't on an organized tour. Synchrodestiny. I ran into him everywhere that cruise, and I didn't take any organized trips. And it was such a blessing to stand with him and be the be of grace and his light. And I know now, Tony Rodriguez likes to say that, and Tony Rodriguez was my coach, and he says, your story is not yours to keep, it's yours to share. And your story is the key that unlocks someone else's. And that hit me pretty hard, because Wayne wanted me to share my story before he passed away. And within 2 weeks of Wayne passing, my service dog passed, and I just went down a dark rabbit hole for a little while. And Tony Rodriguez helped pull me back up, and I was really grateful for that. And that's how I met you.
Wow.
So,
and you had mentioned before you had a goal to share a stage with Tony, and you didn't say which Tony. You didn't say which Tony. You actually shared the stage in Houston, Texas, as one of our main awesome speakers, keynote speakers at the Habitude Houston event. And what was so cool is, you shared the stage with Tony Rodriguez. And what was so neat and so amazing about you is you and I chatted on the phone, a couple weeks before, or a few weeks before this up. And you said, I was talking about like a ramp to get the wheelchair on the stage and so forth. You're like, I don't need a ramp. I'm like, well, why? And you go, I'll walk. I'm like, well, you're going to be in the audience. You're going to walk. I'll walk. And you actually got out. It took you a nice 2, 3, 4 minutes to get from where you were sitting to on stage, and you literally got up out of your wheelchair and walked over and onto the stage. And I want to compliment you and commend you for that. It was a beautiful thing. You should see everyone clapping down there. In fact, let me bring them on. We got the people who are clapping, and just everyone wants to clap for you. We got lots of people here, and and we just wanted to do that. So amazing. And you know what? Now it feels, it's more of a Habitude Warrior family. So I'll let you finish your chat while we're here, just like this, watching you. Go ahead.
Listen, if you have any questions for me, like, I could tell you this, I could go on all day. I mean, I've driven an 18-wheeler. I've traveled the world. Right? I just forgot to put it in my contract that I wanted to be able-bodied. Got to get everything in writing. Just saying. And there she is. And,
your 18-wheeler.
And like, I really believe that I was given a gift of living life to its fullest. Everything was taken away from me, and I have slowly getting everything back, including the ability to walk. And I feel like that piecemeal together and try something new, do something different. I'm helping giving other people their voice by sharing my story, and I understand that. And that's one of the reasons why I feel so blessed to be on your stage. And
There he is.
oh my God!
In the house.
Hello, Miss Dana. What's up, everybody?
in the house.
Yuri, Natalie,
Tony,
Erik,
make this
and Alec
happen.
all on the same stage. How's it going, guys?
To be all here with you guys. This does feel like family. I want to cry. It's so beautiful to be here with you guys.
Listen, not only have I shared the stage with all of you beautiful people, but you've all been on my show too. That's awesome.
We're on your show right now.
Right now. How's it going, everybody? Sorry, I was going to try to jump on before, but I was wrapping up a call that I had for about 2 hours, a little marathon call myself. So how's everybody
Tony, I
doing?
have a quick question for you. We are coming down to the wire. I just want to make sure that we stay within the time frame so we don't actually get cut off, because we will. And I have a few things to finish before we do that. But Tony, in 30 seconds or less, how did it feel to stand there for 2 hours, standing right behind this woman that you had no idea who it was? And how did you feel the strength and the where did that come from?
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to correct that. It was a little over an hour, which honestly felt like a lot longer than that. But I just saw her standing there, and when I saw her start to shake, and looks like she was about to fall, I just went up behind her. After sending her some energy, it was just a great story. But I just went up behind her and asked her if I could help her, and she said yes. And I just stood there and held her up as she went through the whole process. And I know that by looking at her that she'd been there for a long time. So if she dealt with that much pain for that long, I could suck it up for an hour and hold it for an hour, and as long as I could, which
Love that
I
answer.
did. Yeah.
Wow. Love that. How did that make you feel, Dana? Like, did you even know someone was right behind you?
I had no idea that he was, I didn't know he was going to be there, and then he was there right when I needed him most. And what I said to him at that point was, it was a man who threw me off a cliff, but you just kept falling. And so it was like a nice moment of, okay, not every man is going to hurt me. And someone will actually put you in a good place. And that's what he did right there.
Love what you just said there. That's amazing. Love that. Wow, this is so amazing, and you guys probably realize why I saved Dana for the last keynoter of the evening, of the day, of the awesomeness, because you're just like, we haven't even dove into your whole story and your book. I have it right here. I love this, Falling Up, guys. So where can we get these books? I know you signed this one directly to me. What was it called? Amazon? You signed this one directly to me. So, and I love this. And did Wayne do the forward for your book? Who did your? He did?
Yeah, 3 weeks before he passed, he wrote it.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Chills.
Oh, my goodness.
We should have a party for him. Dana, isn't his birthday coming up on the 10th, you said?
Yeah.
We should do something for him all together.
Could do a meditation party.
That would be amazing. We should honor him in some way. That's so awesome.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. We could do a whole another 8 hours of a show like this. No, I'm not doing it.
We'll do a silent meditation for 8 hours.
Yes, silently.
Alex Dispenza would love that if we did that. Joe Dispenza, Dana, if we did an 8-hour meditation. Oh my gosh.
I'm in.
Time now.
Wow.
Erik, can you keep quiet for 8 hours? Just curious.
Oh man, just for that, brother. Hold on. Wait for it.
Wait, what are you doing?
Nothing, buddy.
What are you doing? He's bewitching you out of here.
He's been trying to get me all day.
I'm not doing anything, man. What's going on? Keep on talking amongst yourselves, guys.
Right.
Well, listen, it was great. I know you guys are coming up to the top of the hour. I just wanted to thank you for letting me jump on here and say hello. I appreciate all of you guys, ladies. Thank you again for all that you do, and Dana, thank you for continuing to shine your light, because you've got a lot to give and you've got a lot to share, and you've got beautiful energy, as all of you do that are up here. Yuri, you're amazing. Natalie, you're amazing. And listen, Alec and Erik, you can't compete with looks with these ladies. I'm sorry, but you guys are amazing too. You just
Alec. You know what else you can't compete with? this right here. That's what you can compete with.
Oh my goodness, that's some special stuff right there.
So there's
Nice.
my good friend Jessica. I think that's Jessica's hair that Alec might have.
No, I used to have long hair.
Yeah. I don't know, man. And just in case that if you don't realize that, sometimes people are like, well, Alec will only do that once. He's not going to do that everywhere we go. And I'm like, he probably will. And he does. There's another one. There's another restaurant or another table we're at. And then, just in case you really think that Alec's never going to do that again, well, you might find another one that looks a little like that.
Wow, these are special.
I know.
Wow.
Alex, we should give you a wig.
Last one was my favorite.
I will say, Alec, you have
Look,
some
Alec's
great hair
crying
pieces.
now.
I'm crying.
What'd you say, Tony? Sorry.
Alec has some great hair pieces.
Yeah.
I like that.
Anyway, listen, I'm gonna bow out. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you for all you do, Alec. You're all great. You're all great. And Dana, again, I appreciate your strength. I appreciate all that you do. Keep shining, my friend. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Love you all.
Great seeing you, buddy.
Yeah.
Great seeing you.
I would be remiss if I did not tell everybody that my family was amazing support as well throughout all of this.
Yeah.
I had 6
Thanks, Tony.
parents by the time I was 10, and 5 out of the 6 were there the whole way, and so I and my entire extended family. So I had a lot of support along the way. So I know people that don't have as much support, and it's a little harder. So I'm very fortunate to.
Yeah, and that's amazing. You have so many people just applauding you and chirping in the background at Yuri's place right there. I like making her smile. I have a note here somewhere about.
I wish I could reach you, Dana, like
Yuri's
this.
smile. Can we take a photo? Yeah. Let's do it. You guys are awesome. Oh no, somebody just texted me. Great. So guys, Dana, I love you. I'm so excited about you and your awesomeness, and I'm going to share something with you, if I may. In fact, I'm going to go full screen for a second. So Miss Dana Lisa Gang, I don't know if you know this, but since I started Habitude Warrior, I've been, we're speaking. We've been bringing Habitude Warrior conferences all over the U.S., and we will soon get out there again. And there's been something kind of special and kind of cool. We have a 2-year waiting list to get on our stages, and which is kind of fun and kind of cool. And I've actually grandfathered in about, I think there's 6 people right now, 6, maybe 7. I think there's 7 now. 7 people, and those people are Brian Tracy, Dennis Waitley, Sharon Lecter, of course. Jason Freeman's one of them. Tucker Bearden's one of them. And I'd like to, Frank Shankwitz is another one. And I'd love to, and Les Brown, did I just mention Les? And I'd love to make, if you'll allow me to, I'd love to invite you to be the 8th individual that has a lifetime, anytime you'd like to be on one of our stages of Habitude Warrior. All you have to do is call me and say, Erik, I'm on that stage. And there's no questions asked. You have a speaking spot anywhere we are, anywhere in the world.
Rodriguez with me.
Negotiating. I love that.
Can I just hit a pause button here for 1 second? I'm sorry. Let me get this straight. I'm sorry. I'm giving you a grandfather spot, and you're asking if you could bring another person. I love it. I mean, what do you think about that?
Hey, wait, you have someone on here say if you don't ask?
Yeah, the answer is, if you want to bring Tony on, of course. Tony is changing people's lives. I know that, but I'm offering you. You are the grandfather. You have the pass for a lifetime, and you've achieved that because you know what? There's a lot of people that are doing amazing things in the world, but you are one level up above so many individuals that that I need you on the stage. I love you on the stage, and of course Tony can be there as well. But I'm offering this to you. So I'm scared to ask you again, but will you accept Rose?
I accept.
Oh, that's so funny.
And could I just say that's who Dana is? She's like before she even says yes, she's thinking about other people. Like
Amazing, yeah.
thank you, Dana. Congratulations.
No, please give it up for Dana Lisa Gang, please. Dana Lisa Gang and her chaperone, Tony Rodriguez. There you go. Her mentor.
Well, someone's got to keep me in line.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's
wow.
great.
You're such a level 10. Somebody says 10 levels up. Yeah, it's absolutely right. And April says, ask. You got to ask. April, I'm so sorry. We were going to bring you on earlier, and we did not. So I'm so sorry about that, April. I wanted to bring you on. Really excited. I know we're going to do that and give away a book of hers, and she's amazing. So you know what? And I don't have your cell number, so I can't get you on that quickly. Thanks so much, guys. Dana, I mean, my heart is just like filled with your awesomeness. And somebody said it very nicely. Woot woot, Dana. I was supposed to say woot woot, but you know, I'm keeping hitting my goal, and that's one of my goals right there. So woot woot. Dana, last quick words that you'd like to share before Facebook says, you know what, we're going to cut the feed.
Well, I would like to just express my gratitude for you and having this platform and being on your stage and having me grandfathered in. I mean, what an honor to be the 8th person. I love you so much. And for the audience, I would like to say, see it and leave it and make it happen. And that's my motto. And it's like, if you see your dream and you feel your dream and you believe in it, you can make that happen. And remember, your voice matters. I know that I'm not the only person here that has been assaulted. And tell someone you can trust first, and your voice matters. Make it happen.
I love that. I love that. And let's bring, I want to bring everyone back on and just give it up for Dana Lisa Gang, ladies and gentlemen. Dana Lisa Gang. Wow. I love it. I could just keeping on. I love it.
Hug everybody.
I know. I want to hug you. Somebody's saying they love you, and you're getting proposals and everything. This is amazing. This is amazing.
So the perfect way to end the whole virtual summit. Thank you.
Absolutely. Somebody.
I don't want it to end.
All right, let's do 10 more minutes. That's all we have.
10 more hours. Let's go.
8 more minutes. I actually, well, Dana, can you stick around just for a few more minutes until we finish? Is that okay? All right, good. So I want to go ahead and bring on a individual. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you. Gentleman is probably, let me see if I can do this. I'll pull that off, and there we go. All right, great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a gentleman on that was supposed to be a little bit earlier than, in speaking today. He had an issue where he texts me earlier and says, hey man, I got to tell you, I can make time, but I'll be in the car. Is that okay? And I said, no worries, no problem. Do you have something important that you're doing? Is it, something going on? And he's like, yeah, kind of. I'm hanging out with a gentleman that I'm working with today. I'm like, no way. What are you doing? And I'll show you, actually, if I can share this with you guys. Let me pull it up. Okay. I think I need to open the little thing first. There we go. So what happened was he's like, yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm doing some things, some work with a gentleman. He's about to jump on stage, but I have a second. I'll send you a quick photo of who I'm hanging out with. I'm like, all right, sure. And here it is. It's Jeff Hoffman from Priceline. And he was going to, well, not from Priceline. Jeff Hoffman, by the way, shout out to Jeff Hoffman, amazing friend of ours. He's one of the people who was people that brought Priceline to the table here, as well as all those the kiosks that you go into an airport and you get your boarding pass. Well, he invented all those. He built really cool. But he's hanging out. I don't know if you can you see who that is. He's hanging out with. He's hanging out with Pitbull right now. So he's like, I hate to miss your conference. I want to be here. Are you still on? How long are you on for? I'm like, dude, come on. And he goes, yeah, do you mind if I bring Pitbull? I'm like, no, I think that'll be okay. So we were trying to get him on, and I don't know if it's I think they're literally in a somewhat of a, I know they're not in a conference right now, but that's what they're doing some recordings and so forth. So there you go.
Nipple at Tony Robbins. That was super fun.
Did you meet him over there? Really? That's awesome.
He was there when I was there too.
Nice.
What?
Yeah.
Were you guys at the same conference?
Were you at the San Jose right after the election?
It was in last March.
Oh, okay. No, it was different. He was at the San Jose one too. He was incredible. He did such a great job.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, Yuri Choi. That's the only way Pitbull's on our stage right now is through this photo. Yeah. Just to be clear, he's not on our stage yet. But
Tony Ritter in one of the senior trainers for Tony Robbins managed to get him all the way up to the front of the stage. So
nice.
I got rockstar marking.
That's awesome. Well, guys, we are coming to the down to the wire. I appreciate all of you. I want to thank all of our awesomeness here. I'm going to bring on. Let's see. I think somebody's still in the background, so I want to bring John Kovach. Although I will have to move out of it. So here we go.
Hey, he kicked himself out to bring me on.
Wow, big time.
Erik.
Love.
The ultimate act of selflessness. He was following Dana's lead. Dana, that was so inspiring. Thank you.
I know, that was so sweet.
Gosh, showing what's possible.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
I saw Alec getting teared up.
Yeah, you're an inspiration for sure.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
Dana, you look beautiful.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. You look really wrapped in light and like really, glowing tonight. Glowing.
Good, you have good lighting.
And I have pants on.
Oh, good to know.
Why though?
Listen, hey.
So we have 3 minutes until it's going to stop on Facebook.
Yeah.
So we should at least just, hey, Alec is a pit bull.
Yeah, when it comes to revenge, Erik, I will.
I just wonder if you just at least like maybe one of your favorite highlight moments, what came up. I mean, obviously, if you guys have enjoyed this, you should be sharing this out there everywhere because of the inspiration, the information. But did you, I don't know how to spell pitbull.
By the way, if we do cut off and you want to continue the conversations, I did post in the comment section on all channels. Go join us on YouTube. We're going to continue the conversations and end this on YouTube. So go check that out. I'll post it again if you want to see it, but it will be on YouTube if this cuts out on Facebook. So, but yeah, amazing. He just keeps playing it on me. So I'll keep going. The biggest takeaway from this whole thing. Amazing.
I'll take it from here, guys. Here's the deal. We got literally 3 minutes to closing time. It's closing time. So I want to go ahead and bring on Mr. Awesome Alex Stern and thank him very much for his awesomeness. Alec, give it up for Alex Stern, ladies and gentlemen. Rock and roll, man. What's up?
Love you guys. Thank you.
Care, brother. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank my esteemed, awesome guest who apparently wanted to bring somebody else to the grandfather table, and that is Dana Lisa Gang, ladies and gentlemen. So Dana wins of awesomeness. Wins our heart. We love you, Dana. Thank you so much for being here and being you.
I'd like to hug you again.
You can. Call me later. I love you. You're the best. Love you. Thank you so much, Dana. Appreciate you. All right. And I want to bring on, if I may, our awesome individuals that are really, really cool individuals that are right here. And let them say, what up? Awesome. I'm actually I'm gonna play one last thing before we have.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes left, so I'm gonna play this one last deal before we go, and it's let's see if I can find it because I like to find it, and here it is. And
Now, being an
That's not it, by the way.
Oh my God.
I just played the wrong one.
Just ask the woman known as
Hold
the millionaire
on,
maker.
Stop. That's done. That's
Bring it
gone.
back, Laurel.
Boom.
Poetry does not.
Not it either.
I said, well, this
I'm
is a
starting the wrong ones. This is hilarious.
You have 30 seconds left.
I know. We're gonna finish with this if we can
The
do
crowd
it.
was wild. We love you guys. This was fabulous.
Love you guys, everybody. So amazing. Thank you so much for joining.